Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku and Bakugo were trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth. Here is short summary. When a chilling quirk binds Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo's souls across space and time, they are thrust into a series of unimaginable events. Forced to face their own deaths, they awaken in a parallel universe, reborn with the knowledge of their past lives. In these new realities, Izuku and Katsuki discover their survival hinges on a quest to hunt down mystical tarot cards, each one crucial to unlocking safe passage to the next universe. Will Izuku and Katsuki manage to work together to be able to find all the keys, or will they be doomed to an endless cycle of death and rebirth? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The room stretched wide, shadowed by dim light, an eerie silence hanging heavy, shattered only by the relentless clash of wills. Izuku Midoriya, his battered and bloodied form scarcely holding together, faced off against Fleck Turn, the ruthless mastermind behind Humorize. His tattered costume, torn and singed, clung to his wounded body, a canvas of pain and defiance. Izuku's chest heaved with effort, with exhaustion threatening to pull him under. But in his determined gaze, there was no surrender. Not now, not ever. This wasn't just a battle of physical prowess, it was a battle of ideals, a clash of convictions. He refused to give up when his ideals clashed so violently with Fleck's conviction in the twisted quirk doomsday theory, a theory that lacked concrete evidence. And Izuku would not excuse the genocide Fleck intended to commit. Their voices, raw with passion and anger, had long filled the cavernous hull with their heated argument. Izuku's body bore a collection of cuts and bloody gashes. Among them was a jagged cut oozing crimson across his left forearm from a desperate block against one of Fleck's devastating energy attacks. The skin around it was inflamed, and the torn fabric of his costume clung to the wound as it pulsed with pain. A deep gash on his right thigh bore witness to a close encounter with Fleck's razor-sharp weapons. Blood trickled down his leg, mixing with the dirt and grime on the cavern floor, while the torn costume hung in shreds around the injury. Blood and sweat intermingled on his furrowed brow, painting a grim portrait of his unyielding resolve. Fleck, still standing tall, shot an icy glare, his resolve an eerie specter in his luminescent eyes. He needed to anticipate Fleck's next move, to find a way past his quirk, Reflect. A menacing power, capable of turning his own attacks against him. Every punch he threw felt like a heavy burden on his battered body, like swinging a sledgehammer with every ounce of his being. Pain coursed through his limbs, as if needles were being stabbed into his wounds and joints, so painful it felt like needles were puncturing his very soul, but surrender was never an option. He couldn't afford to let Fleck's twisted vision become a reality. He couldn't let him reflect his attacks forever, there had to be limits to his quirk. Izuku had to find a way to break through. He understood every moment counted, every decision could be the turning point of this battle. Summoning the last shreds of his strength, Izuku lunged forward. He knew he was the only one standing between Fleck and his monstrous plans. He had to give it everything he had, no matter the cost. Unbeknownst to Izuku, his valiant efforts had attracted the attention of a malevolent presence, a consciousness born from the twisted ambitions of All for One. Fatebreaker, as it now called itself, watched from the shadows with an unsettling mixture of fascination and resentment. It could feel the energy radiating from Izuku, the power that was well on its way to lead him to be one of the world's greatest heroes. As Fatebreaker's ruby eyes bore into Izuku, a seething jealousy began to bubble within its twisted consciousness. It despised the hero's purity, his ability to inspire hope even in the darkest of times. Fatebreaker had been born from hatred, a byproduct of All for One's malevolent experiments, and it thrived on negativity. Izuku's relentless determination was a stark contrast to Fatebreaker's own existence, and the consciousness found itself yearning for something it had never known, a sense of purpose, a connection to someone or something greater. The desire to taint that purity, to snuff out the beacon of hope, grew stronger with every passing moment. Fatebreaker's quirk, Fate's Embrace, was a sinister creation, a tool to manipulate destiny itself. It was designed to bind the fates of two individuals together, orchestrating the victim's demise and paving the way for their reincarnation. The quirk fed off the emotions of its host, and Fatebreaker had been saturated with all for one's hatred and malice. How funny that the cruel hand of fate had brought two of all for one's creations together. Like calls to like, as they say. Fatebreaker, ever watchful, lurked in the shadows, biding its time for the perfect moment to strike. It wondered, with a dark fascination, what Izuku's fate ring would look like. Fatebreaker's fingers, adorned with a collection of fate rings from previous victims, stroked the cold metal bands, each one a grim trophy of lives extinguished and hopes crushed. These rings, each unique in their design, were imbued with the final essence of those it had claimed, a macabre collection of twisted destinies. Izuku's relentless assault with One for All at 100% continued, a storm of blows raining down upon Flecht. The room itself seemed to warp under the ferocity of Izuku's attacks. It was a blur of motion, punches thrown with such speed that they seemed to distort reality itself. As Izuku's barrage continued, Flecht's defenses strained to their limits. The air vibrated with the intensity of their clash. Izuku feinted left and then, in a split second, changed direction, delivering a crushing blow to Flecht's exposed side. The shield cracked under the force of the impact. The impact sent Flecht sprawling, his luminescent aura flickering. Izuku didn't let up. He pressed his advantage, striking with a barrage of punches and kicks that pushed Flecht back. The room seemed to blur as Izuku overwhelmed Flecht's shield, blow after blow, a whirlwind of motion and emotion as the air warped around them. This ends now, Izuku roared with a determination that seemed to shake the very foundations of the room. His focus was solely on his opponent. With a final, earth-shattering blow, he shattered Flecht's reflective defenses. Flecht fell to the ground, defeated and broken. The room fell silent, save for Izuku's labored breaths and trembling form. Victory was his, but his body was pushed to the brink. In a moment of vulnerability, Izuku stumbled, momentarily dropping his guard. Fatebreaker, lurking in the shadows, finally saw the opportunity it was hoping for. It raised its hands, fingers curling as if drawing back an invisible bowstring, and the air around it began to hum with dark energy. In an instant, the energy coalesced into a large, glowing sewing needle, glinting wickedly in the dim light of the cavern. A shimmering thread of crimson fate was strung through its eye, ready to bind Izuku to his grim destiny. "Your fate is mine," it whispered, and with a flick of its fingers, the needle shot forward like an arrow, slicing through the air with lethal precision. The needle moved so fast that Izuku's danger sense barely had time to register the threat. His drained thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a cold shiver running down his spine, a split-second warning that came just as the needle pierced through the air. His instincts screamed at him to move, to react, but before he could fully comprehend the danger, it was already upon him. No. Izuku's emerald eyes widened as time seemed to slow down, his body reacting on pure instinct. He twisted his torso, attempting to evade the incoming threat, but it was too late. The needle-like arrow struck him directly in the chest, piercing through his costume and into his sternum, squeezing the breath from his lungs. That pain that gripped him was overwhelming. A scream was trapped in his throat as the force of the horrific blow sent him hurtling across the room, crashing into bookcases on the other end with a deafening crack. Wooden shelves splintered, and books tumbled to the floor in a chaotic display of destruction. Fatebreaker disappeared into the shadows of one of the corridors, its laughter snaking through the air. The energy radiating from the wound was like lightning charring his insides, freezing him in place. His breath caught in his throat, and his vision swam as a flood of otherworldly energy coursed through his veins. Izuku had dealt with pain before, countless times. He'd endured broken bones, torn muscles, and the relentless strain of pushing his body beyond its limits. But this pain was different. This pain was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. It was as if his very soul was being seared and shredded from the inside out, an excruciating agony that made every previous injury seem like a mere scratch. Izuku's mind was in a state of utter chaos as the pain intensified, each heartbeat sending waves of agony radiating outward from the wound. His thoughts became fragmented, flashes of memories and fears colliding in a jumbled mess. Every pulse of his heart felt like a hammer striking an anvil, and his back arched off the shelves. He tried to scream again, but no sound came out. His throat was locked in a silent cry, his vocal cords paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the pain. What's happening? Izuku's thoughts crashed into each other, struggling to make sense of the situation. He could feel the quirk raging inside him, a connection that pulsed with the consciousness of something alien and malevolent. His body convulsed as the dark energy continued its assault, spreading like wildfire through his veins. His muscles twitched involuntarily, his limbs jerking in response to the excruciating pain. Just as fast as the pain had come, it began to fade, leaving behind an unsettling presence that seemed to coil around his very soul. Blood began to seep into his costume, the bright stain spreading where the needle had pierced his chest. The wound, though small, bled profusely, the dark liquid welling up before dripping down his side. Izuku's breath hitched in his chest, sharp gasps escaping his lips with each labored inhale. Other than the wound, his body felt like it had been through a meat grinder. Every muscle and tendon screamed in protest against the effort he'd expended. He forced his eyes to focus on the ceiling above, sweat-soaked hair clinging to his forehead. Triumph and concern waged a battle in his mind. Victory had been achieved, Flecht had been brought down, but someone else had been watching, had waited to land the deadly attack. Izuku tried to move, sliding off the shelf onto the floor. His body trembled as he struggled to push himself off the floor. Every movement sent fresh waves of agony radiating from the wound in his chest. He knew, deep down, that this wound was not something he could simply walk away from. It was likely a very severe or fatal blow, and his time was running out. But even as his vision blurred and his strength waned, he couldn't afford to give in to despair. With trembling hands, Izuku fumbled for his communicator, desperate to call for help. His fingers were slick with blood, and the device slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor just out of reach. No, he desperately needed to call for help. Kachan. Someone, anyone. To help him. At the thought of Katsuki's name, another ache gnawed at his heart. It was a realization that struck him at the worst possible. Why had he never told Katsuki how he truly felt? The pain in his chest was excruciating, but the emotional pain of regret was just as agonizing. They had been through so much together, and underneath their fierce rivalry, there had always been something deeper, something Izuku had kept hidden. He had admired Katsuki for as long as he could remember, not just for his incredible quirk but for his unyielding determination and fiery spirit. It had always been a mixture of admiration and something more, a love that had grown silently, unspoken, and hidden beneath those many layers of rivalry and insecurity. Izuku tried to crawl, but it was no use. Tears welled up in his eyes as he struggled, reaching for the radio. I need help. I've been hit. Badly. It's bad. Kachan. He tried to yell, but it was nothing more than soft echoes in the hall. Izuku replayed all the moments he'd shared with Katsuki in his mind. The battles, the disagreements, and the occasional moments when Katsuki's genuine smile had broken through his tough exterior. Those smiles had always stirred something in Izuku, something he hadn't fully comprehended until now. He wished he had mustered the courage to say those 3 simple words, "I love you." It felt like a secret he had buried for far too long. Fear of rejection, fear of changing their relationship, these things had held him back. As he lay there, his lifeblood seeping out onto the cold, unforgiving floor, Izuku's thoughts flitted from Katsuki to the quirk that struck him. He couldn't shake the feeling that the quirk had done more than just wound his body. He could feel something foreign had merged with his being. It brought an unsettling feeling over him. As the minutes passed, Izuku's vision grew dimmer, and the pain became a distant, numbing sensation. He clung to consciousness with all his might, praying that someone would help him, that Katsuki would find him before it was too late. As Izuku's thoughts spiraled deeper into regret and longing, a warmth suddenly enveloped him, pulling him back to the present. He blinked, trying to focus through the haze of pain and darkness that clouded his vision. Someone's arms wrapped around him, strong and reassuring, a stark contrast to the cold seeping into his bones. Rodi's soul, a friend who had ventured into the lion's den alongside him, knelt by his side. He was also injured, bleeding from a wound in his gut. The mix of relief and concern in Rodi's expression mirrored the storm of emotions Izuku himself was facing. Midoriya, you did it, Rody praised. You took down Flecht. Summoning a weak smile, Izuku's voice emerged as a mere rasp. Yeah, but it's not without a cost. Rody, there's someone else here. Izuku managed to murmur through short breaths. Rody's arms tightened around him, as his eyes darted around the room. There's no one here, Midoriya, he said as blood continued to seep from Izuku's injuries, pooling ominously on the floor. The world seemed to blur at the edges that felt more like the abyss of his consciousness. Izuku hoped Katsuki was all right. Izuku knew that if he didn't receive immediate medical attention, he was going to die. Even so, he couldn't help but let his mind drift to Katsuki. Please, not yet, not before he got to see Kacchan. Rody's eyes swept over Izuku, concern growing by the second as he saw the extent of the damage. We'll get you out of here. I've radioed your friends. Todoroki and Bakugo are en route. We'll get you out. As if on cue, a rhythm of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Shoto, disheveled and breathing heavily, emerged from one of the corridors. His icy blue and fiery red eyes were exhausted as he took in the state of the room before he knelt beside Izuku and Rody. His gaze settled on Izuku, worry and dread warring in the depths of his heterochromatic eyes. What happened? He needs immediate medical attention, Shoto said as he tried to peel back Izuku's costume. At the touch Izuku yelped, beeping in a breath through clenching his teeth as he felt a searing pain run along his chest. Rody's response was swift, urgency lacing his words. I don't know, by the time I came back from disarming the bombs, I found him like this. He's badly injured, we need to get him out of here. He said there was someone else here, but I haven't seen anyone. Through a haze of pain, he managed a grateful smile and whispered, I'm so. Lad, you're okay, Toto. Izuku's words trailed off, his strength waning. He tried to focus on Shoto, but the edges of his vision were darkening, and every breath was getting harder and harder to manage. Shoto took one of Izuku's hands, his grip firm but gentle. Don't worry, we're going. Their conversation was interrupted by a fiery entrance as Katsuki thundered into view from the same hall Shoto had come through. No one tells me what to do. His furious voice cut through the air, punctuated by the sharp sound of his boots against the floor. Katsuki was also visibly injured but stable. His crimson eyes blazed with a volatile anger as he saw Rody and Shoto kneeling on the floor. But when Katsuki finally saw Izuku, his rant came to an abrupt halt. His eyes raked over Izuku's battered form, taking in the blood, the torn costume, and the pain etched across his face. The sight seemed to knock the wind out of him, and for a moment, he just stood there, frozen. What the F*** happened? Katsuki demanded, his voice rough but tinged with a worry he couldn't quite hide. Rody spared no time providing a quick rundown. Flecht turns down for the count, but Midoriya here took a major hit from someone else. We're trying to figure out how to get him out safely. Without another word, he moved with a practiced efficiency, sweeping the area for any potential threats. Katsuki's eyes darted around the room, his arms loose at his sides, ready to react to any incoming threat. His keen gaze swept over the shattered bookcases, the scattered books, and the darkened corners of the room where danger could still lurk. Once he was satisfied that there were no immediate threats, he turned his full attention back to Izuku. As Katsuki secured the area, his gaze flicked back to Izuku, who was barely clinging to consciousness. Izuku's vision continued to blur as the pain in his chest threatened to pull him into darkness. Every breath was becoming more labored, and he could feel the life draining from his battered body. But through the haze of agony and exhaustion, there was one thing that remained crystal clear: Katsuki's presence. He tried to speak, to tell Katsuki everything he had never said before, but his voice failed him. Instead, he managed a weak, quivering smile. It was a smile filled with gratitude, with love, with a sense of closure that he had never thought possible. Katsuki's anger and frustration seemed to dissipate, replaced by a profound concern that etched lines of worry into his usually stoic expression. Move your ass, icy hot. Katsuki's command was sharp, almost shoving him aside. He dropped to his knees beside them, his hands hovering just above Izuku's injuries. Dread filled those ruby eyes as he tried to contain the panic from spilling from him. Oi, Deku. Katsuki's voice was surprisingly gentle, his usual brash demeanor was nowhere to be found. You're gonna be okay. We're getting you the hell out of here, alright. The softness in Katsuki's voice stunned Shoto and Rodi, who could only stare in astonishment. But Izuku, barely hanging in there, seemed to notice only the comfort in Katsuki's presence. He managed a faint nod in response. He didn't need words to convey the depth of his emotions at that moment. Katsuki was here, by his side, and that was all that really mattered to him. He watched as Katsuki's eyes studied the wounds with a fierce focus. Izuku could almost see the gears turning in Katsuki's head as if trying to come up with a solution. Izuku clenched his jaw, beeping in a breath as he felt Katsuki's scrutiny. The numbness gave way to agony like a live wire coursing throughout his body. Izuku's chest bore a gaping wound, a vicious injury that stretched diagonally from his lower ribs to just below his collarbone. The torn flesh, edged with raw, inflamed skin, oozed a steady flow of crimson. Each breath he took seemed to cause the torn skin to twitch, sending a jolt of pain that shot through his body. His limbs, too, displayed the ity of the battle. Smaller lacerations marred his biceps and shoulders, their oozing surfaces stark against his sweat-slicked skin. These wounds, though not as deep as the one on his gut, added to the mosaic of pain that painted his torso. Izuku could feel the thrumming from earlier suddenly intensified, picking up pace with each passing second now that Katsuki was so close. It was as if Katsuki being here was drawing out every that horrible sensation from earlier, like it was crawling under his skin, eager for some sort of connection. His eyes squeezed shut for a heartbeat, Izuku grimaced, the pain almost unbearable. Why does it hurt so much? Is it the quirk? Is it because of Kachan? I'm gonna try to cauterize the wounds. Help me with this. Pull up his shirt, Katsuki ordered, as a crackling intensity lit up his palms, the signature radiance of his explosive quirk casting an otherworldly glow. Izuku forced his eyes open, focusing on Katsuki's face. Rodi's careful fingers lifted the fabric of Izuku's shirt, exposing the raw wounds that marred his skin. The very instant Katsuki's palm made contact, an abrupt surge of red energy crackled in the air, creating an almost surreal display. The world itself seemed to tremble, a shudder that rippled through the fabric of reality. It was as if the universe acknowledged the weight of this moment, the gravity of the connection between two souls. The anchor had found its trigger. Fatebreaker's sinister quirk, Fate's embrace, seized the opportunity. The link between Izuku and Katsuki ignited, setting off a cascade of events that defied comprehension. An ethereal aura, a shimmering crimson light, enveloped both Izuku and Katsuki, casting an otherworldly radiance around them. Shoto's widened eyes reflected astonishment and uncertainty, realization dawning that they were in the middle of something far beyond their understanding. In an instant, everyone recoiled from Izuku, their faces twisted in a mix of shock and confusion. Rodi's grip on Izuku loosened as he jolted back, his panic flaring as he watched the inexplicable scene unfold. His voice rang out, a desperate plea above the growing disturbance. What's going on? Katsuki, completely caught off guard, had also instinctively pulled away from Izuku, his gaze shifting from his glowing palms to the eerie light pouring out of Izuku. I don't have AF ***** in clue. Katsuki yelled, his voice cracking in fear. Energy started to ripple from Izuku's chest. The pain that had been his thrumming inside was now an inferno, consuming him from the inside out. It was as if his very soul was being torn apart, every fiber of his being stretched to its breaking point. Pain, pain, all he could hear, feel, and think was pain. Izuku screamed a guttural, primal sound that seemed to resonate through the very essence of his existence. Tears streamed down Izuku's face, mingling with the sweat and blood that covered him. He could hear voices around him, distant and distorted as if they were speaking from another dimension. From his heart, a thread of blood-red energy manifested, extending toward Katsuki. The same excruciating sensation enveloped them both, binding them in shared agony. Katsuki collapsed to the floor moments later, a scream ripping from his throat, mirrored Izuku's own suffering. With a haunting realization, Izuku came to the horrifying conclusion that the quirk he was struck with was taking effect. What the hell is happening to us? Simultaneously, from Katsuki's chest, another set of threads burst forth, pulsating with the same intense glow. These threads seemed to span space and time, converging at a focal point suspended between them. Izuku gasped as a breathtaking ring of shimmering needles materialized, hovering like a halo, each one sparkling like they'd been dipped in stardust. The threads were irresistibly drawn into this celestial circle, guided by an unseen hand. With a grace that mirrored the intricacies of destiny itself, the needles began their dance, interweaving the threads in a complex pattern. Katsuki screamed again, back arching from the pain. Rodi and Shoto stood as witnesses, their emotions alternating between awe and terror as they watched both boys writhing on the floor. A soft hum resonated from the weaving threads, a masterpiece of intertwined destinies. The dance of the needles continued, each sweep deliberate and purposeful. The threads seemed to take on a life of their own, and with graceful precision, the needles began to sew two cards into the very fabric of reality. The first card emerged, the lovers. Its imagery pulsed with vibrant life, resonating with the threads that linked Izuku and Katsuki. The threads themselves intertwined with the card's image as if the very essence of fate acknowledged the bond being forged. But then came the second card, Death. These cards, born from the depths of Fatebreaker's quirk, spoke of the shared demise that awaited those entwined by fate's embrace. The lovers, and death, were sewn into the fabric of fate, the cards pulsating in harmony with the soft hum resonating from the weaving threads. Amidst the torment, Izuku and Katsuki's gazes remained locked, their eyes reflecting both pain and a deeper understanding. Fleeting images of alternate lives flickered through their minds, shared memories like ghostly echoes that bridged the gaps between worlds. The threads not only bound them in agony but wove together the fragments of their intertwined existence. The completion of the weaving was marked by the convergence of threads into a single, radiant strand, a luminous bridge between their souls. This strand drew both the lovers and death together, merging them into a new card, a card that bore the words, the death of lovers. Their destiny would lead to a new parallel universe, a rebirth where their connection would begin again only to be embraced by death's open arms, for eternity. The ring of needles exploded, leaving behind a shower of stars and the card, now imbued with a haunting glow. In an instant, the card shot down the hallway, its glow illuminating the darkness before disappearing into the abyss. Katsuki was left gasping, his breath ragged and uneven as he struggled to rise from the ground. His normally defiant disposition was replaced with a viscerally shaken state, a tremor of terror in his eyes that betrayed the depth of his fear. Rodi and Shoto hurried to Katsuki's side, their steps quick but careful as they supported him. "Dude, what the hell just happened?" Rodi asked. Katsuki's hands clenched into fists, the lingering shock from the inexplicable event still coursing through him. He pushed Rodi and Shoto away, his movements a blend of instinct and adrenaline, as he struggled to regain his footing. His gaze followed the fading glow of the card. His voice was laced with a mix of astonishment and fear. I don't know, how the hell am I supposed to know, dumbass?" The look in Katsuki's eyes was almost wild as his gaze slid to Izuku. He lay there, weakened and pale, fighting to turn his body, his every breath coming in sharp agonal gasps. Izuku stared absent-mindedly at Katsuki as his mind plunged into a surreal realm of consciousness. The pain still pulsed through him, but it was now overshadowed by the strange visions that danced before his eyes. Fleeting images of alternate dimensions swirled like ethereal specters, each one revealing a different facet of his connection with Katsuki. Was that Katsuki with piercings and a cape? A violent cough seized Izuku, ripping him out of his thoughts, causing blood to splatter across the floor. He watched as Katsuki stumbled to his side, collapsing to his knees beside him. Rodi's eyes widened in alarm as he also moved to Izuku's side, his voice laced with concern. "Deku, hey, stay with us." Deep within his mind, Izuku felt an urgent need to convey something important to Katsuki. It was as if the visions had shown him a truth he couldn't ignore, a warning that something dangerous loomed. There was no escaping it. He was going to die. But there was one thing he needed to do before he left this world. One final message to convey to Katsuki. He had to tell Kachan this was a quirk accident. That something really bad was going to happen. His trembling hand reached out, fingers brushing against the ground before finding Katsuki's hand. His voice was barely more than a whimper, each word a struggle as he tried to convey his thoughts. Kachan. The C cards. It's a quirk. Katsuki pulled Izuku into his arms. His entire demeanor had changed as if those fleeting images had also shown him something that changed him to his very core. His fierce exterior gave way to a newfound helplessness. The card, it's a quirk. Izuku's voice quivered as he repeated those words, an almost compulsive mantra that drained his remaining energy with every repetition. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his lips a dark red. Katsuki's brows furrowed in confusion and concern, his grip on Izuku tightening. What the F*** do you mean, Deku? What the hell was that? I saw you and me across, what are you talking about? But Izuku was past the point of coherence, his words fading into fragmented murmurs, his emerald eyes betraying the heaviness that weighed upon him. His grip on consciousness was slipping like sand through his fingers. This was it. Katsuki stared into those big green eyes as he realized Izuku was slipping away. Izuku could only watch as he heard muffled yelling. Katsuki was screaming at him, fear shimmering in his eyes. Izuku was dying, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Izuku felt Katsuki try to lift his broken body off the ground. Katsuki's strength waned as he fought against his own injuries. He made it a few steps before his legs gave out, collapsing to the floor, his arms still wrapped around Izuku's weakened form. Stay with me, damn it. Hold on, Deku. Katsuki's voice wavered, a raw and uncharacteristic vulnerability slipping through his tough exterior. You can't die, you hear me? Hang on, damn it. Izuku should have told him he loved him. Why had he been such a coward? He wanted so desperately to tell him his feelings, to let Katsuki know that he loved him more than anything in the world. He wished for one last chance to say those 3 simple words, to unburden his heart. Izuku. But his strength was failing, and his voice was nothing more than a whisper, lost in the void that surrounded him. The world outside was filled with the muffled screams of Katsuki, his voice echoing with fear as he continued to cry out Izuku's name, desperately trying to keep Izuku with him. Tears welled in the corners of Izuku's eyes as he watched Katsuki's anguish, his own heart breaking for the pain he was causing the person he cared about most. He tried to mouth the words, to convey his love through his gaze, but the void consumed his voice, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Izuku's vision blurred further, and the world around him seemed to lose focus. The pain in his chest was a distant throb, his body growing numb as his life force slowly ebbed away. He could barely hear Katsuki's frantic cries now, they were distant, like echoes from another realm. I'm sorry, Kachan. I'll find you in the next life, I promise. In his final moments, as the darkness closed in around him, Izuku clung to the memory of Katsuki's face, the intensity of their shared experiences, and the unspoken love that had always lingered between them. It was a love that would join him in the depths of the void. And then, with a final, shuddering breath, Izuku's grip on the world loosened, and he let go, leaving behind the echoes of his existence and the unspoken love that had defined his heart. Chapter text. The interstice of fate. Izuku's eyes shot open, and he found himself suspended in a nightmarish void. The ground, or whatever passed for it, felt unsteady beneath his feet. Before him, a fractured landscape of floating islands greeted his bewildered gaze. The interstice of fate had claimed him after his first death. His heart pounded as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. What is this place? There was no sun, no stars, just an ever-shifting sky that blended deep purples, blacks, and blood-red hues. It was as if the very heavens wept blood and the dust of the cosmos drifted endlessly through a never-ending sky. Where am I? He muttered, his voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. Whispers filled the air, ghostly echoes of countless voices that reverberated through the void. It was as though the lost souls of this realm were watching and waiting. The fractured memories of floating islands held shadows of worlds he'd never known but felt connected to. One appeared as a distorted cityscape, skyscrapers twisted and gnarled. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he recognized a visage of Katsuki and what appeared to be him, both engaged in a dangerous mission he'd never been on, flames and explosions painting up the twisted skyline. His eyes flittered across to another island that resembled a shattered forest, trees petrified in unnatural angles. Izuku stood in a clearing clad in intricate medieval attire, his eyes fixed on a wooden table covered in moss and leaves, where he meticulously examined the various botanical and fungal samples in front of him. These islands held fragments of his life, or he guessed what could have been his life, each one a puzzle piece he couldn't quite fit together. Izuku took a hesitant step, only to find himself floating upward, defying gravity. Panic welled within him as he clawed at the air, attempting to find solid ground. As he moved, the landscape shifted around him. What had been a forest now became a desolate wasteland. The ground beneath his feet transformed into a churning sea of shadows that seemed to consume everything in their path. Izuku's pulse quickened, and he felt a rising sense of dread. Suddenly, a series of hundreds of distorted mirrors hung in the void. They reflected his image back at him, but it was not the Izuku he recognized. In one mirror, he saw himself as a child, eyes wide with innocence. In another, a grizzled version of himself, marked by battles and hardship. The mirrors didn't merely show his past, they whispered of his future, of different alternate realities. In one, he saw himself standing before a colossal villain, a battle of epic proportions. In another, a vision of a peaceful world, where heroes and villains had found a way to coexist. Izuku Midoriya, a voice echoed, both distant and intimate, from everywhere and nowhere. It sent shivers racing down his spine, and he turned to see a tall, cloaked figure emerging from the shifting shadows. The figure's dark red cloak billowed ominously, and Izuku paled at the face beneath the hood. It was a face that was probably going to giant him for the rest of his existence, a face that belonged to nightmares. Six pale, luminescent eyes glowed with a cold, unsettling light, scanning him with an almost predatory curiosity. Each eye seemed to pierce through his very soul, leaving him feeling completely exposed and vulnerable. The figure's mouth, seemingly normal, slowly began to stretch into an unnaturally wide grin. The skin around the mouth cracked and split as it opened, revealing rows of long, razor-sharp fangs. The grin was menacing, a dark promise of danger and pain. He felt like a fly trapped in this spider's web. Who are you? Izuku stammered, his voice trembling as he struggled to make sense of this whole situation. A low, chilling laugh echoed through the interstice of fate. Izuku blinked and Fatebreaker materialized behind him, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Fatebreaker, they said with a cold, calculating tone, I am the architect of destinies, the weaver of threads that bind souls together. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. Flashes of the quirk activation played out in his head, and he realized that whoever this was the cause of the quirk accident that had led to his death. The realization filled him with a mix of fear and anger. Why did they sentence him to death? Izuku tried to piece together what was happening, but he had no such luck. Only Fatebreaker held the answers to his confusion. Why? Izuku's voice trembled as he managed to croak out the question. Why did you kill me? It laughed again, the sound bouncing through the void as Fatebreaker's glimmering eyes bore into Izuku. Kill you, my dear Deku. They hissed, their voice dripping with a seething jealousy. I did not kill you. I merely orchestrated the dance of destiny. Your demise was but a necessary step in the grand design. Fatebreaker's face contorted in an even larger smile of fangs as they approached him, their presence radiating malevolence. I despised your purity as a hero, in hero's ability to inspire hope in others, they whispered, bitterness dripping from their words. You see, I have broken many heroes with my quirk. Fatebreaker lifted a hand, adorned with rings that glowed with an unnatural, almost hypnotic energy. The rings pulsed with a strange light, casting eerie shadows on Fatebreaker's twisted grin. Each ring seemed to hum with a life of its own, a dark power that made Izuku's skin crawl. Fatebreaker admired the rings, turning their hands slowly, letting the malevolent energy radiate outward. You see, Deku, they murmured, voice now almost tender in its malice, not one has been able to meet the quirk release requirement in order to return. It has been a while since I partook in my fun, and watching you take down Fleck made me want to see that ember of hope extinguished. With sudden, startling speed, Fatebreaker's gloved hand shot out, seizing Izuku's throat, lifting him off the non-existent ground. They licked their lips as if Izuku was their prey, their fingers tightening in amusement. You, they hissed, eyes burning with hatred. are the very epitome of everything that is wrong with this rotten world. What sets heroes apart, Midoriya? The pressure was immense, and for a moment, it seemed as if Fatebreaker would end whatever this was right there. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, Fatebreaker released him. Izuku tumbled through the surreal space, gasping for breath as he continued to float aimlessly. Izuku floated through the ever-shifting void, his heart pounding in his chest like a drum. It was maddening, and he couldn't help but be plagued by another question that clawed at him like a relentless itch. Why did Katsuki get pulled into the effects of your quirk when it activated? His voice wavered, but he needed answers. He knew there was more to this twisted quirk than met the eye. Every quirk had its limits, its own set of conditions. Fatebreaker's eyes glinted with a twisted kind of delight, and from the depths of their cloak, they unveiled a tarot card. The intricate golden patterns glimmered in the eerie light, drawing Izuku's wide-eyed attention. It bore a haunting image, a skeletal figure with a scythe, standing over two figures locked in an embrace. The death of lovers was embossed on the bottom, gleaming like fresh blood. Fatebreaker's gloved fingers delicately traced the card's surface as if it were a precious treasure. Their chilling gaze remained locked on Izuku, smirking as if he knew something important. Ah, Katsuki Bakugo, they mused, intrigue dripping from their voice, the explosion that ignited the spark of your destiny. Should I let you in on the truth, Izuku Midoriya? The silence that followed was almost unbearable, broken only by the haunting whispers that permeated the interstice of fate. He had to know, needed to know what the hell was going on. Fatebreaker finally broke the silence, their voice taking on a chilling edge. You see, Izuku Midoriya, they began, and Izuku unconsciously leaned in to listen. My quirk, Fate's Embrace, isn't without its many strings. It intertwines the destinies of two people who share a profound connection, a bond like no other. It seeks out the one who holds the key to your heart, the one you love most in this world. Izuku's heart sank as the realization dawned on him. Kachan, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Almost as if saying the name could make all of this madness make sense. But it didn't. It just fueled his growing pile of questions and anxieties. Fatebreaker hummed in acknowledgement, their face a mask of indifference now. Indeed, Katsuki Bakugo is the one you hold dearest in your heart. And so, when my quirk was activated, it sought to bind your fates together. What did that even mean? What did it mean for Katsuki? Fatebreaker seemed to sense his turmoil, their glimmering eyes locked onto him, and their voice cut through the oppressive silence of the void. What that means is when Fate's Embrace was triggered, it tied your destinies together. You and Bakugo will die consecutively, initiating the process of reincarnation, only to be reborn in a new parallel where your paths will cross over and over. Fatebreaker's laughter echoed through the void, a chilling sound that seemed to seep into Izuku's bones, giving him goosebumps. The moment those words sunk in, Izuku's mind was thrown into high gear, his emotions spiraling into a chaotic storm. He couldn't fathom the implications of what Fatebreaker had just revealed. To die consecutively, over and over, to be reborn and repeat the cycle. Would they even remember what was going on? How could he stop such a quirk? It was a nightmare beyond nightmares. To have inadvertently dragged, he couldn't bear the thought of Katsuki suffering alongside him. He felt like he was teetering on the edge of madness, and in his desperation, Izuku blurted out, "What are the conditions to break this quirk? How can I free myself, free Kachan from this quirk?" His voice trembled, his eyes filled with anguish. Fatebreaker's response was merciless. Their glowing eyes bore into Izuku with malevolence, and their voice dripped with mockery. "Well, aren't you a smart boy?" Izuku didn't think it was going to be as simple as asking, but then, Fatebreaker sighed, an almost bored sound, and said, "Luckily for you, I need to explain a certain set of conditions." He blinked in surprise. Well, that was easier than he thought. When the anchor, a bony hand gestured to Izuku, comes into contact with their trigger, a new fate is weaved from the thread of multiple parallel universes and a tarot card is created. They hold up the card admiring its beauty. The very essence of your bond, crystallized in this magnificent card. The card hums as it begins to hover just above their palm. Never in all my years have I seen two major arcana fused together. You and yours are but a special prize. he mused. Fatebreaker touched the edge of the card with a pointed black nail, causing it to spin slowly in the space between them. They watched it curiously, almost as if entranced by its motion. Once the cycle commences, the anchor and their trigger will alternate deaths across alternate realities, as previously mentioned. However, the game initiates with one being assigned to a major arcana tarot card, while the other is designated an arcana minor card. Izuku's thoughts were chaotic as he struggled to try to piece together a plan. How do we find the cards in those other worlds? He desperately asked. The more information he had, the more he could work with. Fatebreaker scoffed, their expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Oh, I don't have to tell you that, they said, cocking their head to the side, a smirk playing on their lips. What would be the fun in making it so simple? Izuku's hope began to waver, but then Fatebreaker added, almost as an afterthought, however, you have a 2-month window to gather both cards to safely transition into the next parallel. Failing to collect the major card will seal your fate, trapping you in the cycle indefinitely. Additionally, if you secure the major arcana but not the minor, the individual assigned to the minor arcana will lose their memories in the next line, while the other will retain theirs. Izuku's mind raced with the implications. He and Katsuki had 2 months to find the cards in each world. Failure meant an eternity of suffering, of dying and being reborn without end. Finding both cards was not an option, it was a necessity. Each card held the key to their escape and their survival. If they missed even one, the consequences in the next life would potentially be catastrophic. If he or Katsuki lost their memories, the endless loop of death and rebirth, the constant struggle, they had to break free, no matter the cost. 2 months wasn't much time, but it was all they had. He couldn't afford to let fear or uncertainty hinder their progress. He had to protect Katsuki, had to ensure they both made it through this twisted game of fate. He dragged Katsuki into this mess, he was going to get him out. Fatebreaker clapped their hands, the sound sharp and commanding, snapping Izuku out of his frantic thoughts. Now that the semantics are over with, Fatebreaker said, a cruel smile spreading across their face. With a snap of his fingers, the tarot card began to shimmer and transform. The intricate golden patterns shifted, molding into a new shape. Before Izuku's eyes, the card morphed into a ring, its golden band catching the light of the cosmic void, reflecting the glimmer of space around them. The large emerald at its center seemed to pulse with a vibrant, almost living energy, surrounded by the fiery orange glow of smaller spessartite garnets. The contrast between the green and orange was striking. Fatebreaker plucked it from the air and slipped the ring onto his finger. And now, he said, his voice almost gleeful, that the conditions have been met. The rings, they were all different people's fates. Izuku paled, and he felt a ripple surge through him, an otherworldly force that seemed to spread into the interstice, solidifying its hold on him. It was as if the very fabric of reality was tightening around him, binding him to the twisted rules of Fatebreaker's cruel game. The sensation was both chilling and disorienting, making his head spin. It's nearly time, they whispered, and a rumbling, like the approach of an impending storm, filled the air. Izuku turned toward Fatebreaker, panic rising within him. Wait, please, just give me a chance to. But Fatebreaker had vanished, leaving him alone in the shifting void. His adrenaline spiked, heart slamming against his ribcage as the rumbling grew louder, the very essence of the void quaking around him. Izuku screamed for Fatebreaker to return, but his voice was swallowed by the oppressive silence. The mirrors, once reflecting his parallels, began to shimmer with a bright red light. Panic overtook him as blood gushed from the mirrors, drowning everything in red. Izuku's frantic attempts to swim through the sea of blood were in vain. He held his breath, his chest burning with the desperate need for air. His limbs thrashed against the unyielding tide, but the crimson engulfed him further, dragging him into the abyss of darkness. This was like some bad dream he couldn't wake up from. Time seemed to lose all meaning in this nightmarish realm, and his body grew weaker with each passing moment, before finally giving out. The last remnants of his breath escaped his lips, and he could no longer fight the inexorable pull of the blood. He couldn't breathe, he was going to drown. In those final moments, as he inhaled the blood and felt it filling his lungs, a sense of hopelessness and despair overcame him. He was drowning in the interstice of fate, his vision darkening as the thick, suffocating liquid consumed him. His lungs screamed for air, the searing pain of oxygen deprivation making every second an eternity of agony. He could feel the blood pulsing around him, almost alive, as if it were feeding on his desperation. Izuku's thoughts spiraled into a chaotic frenzy as his body succumbed to the overwhelming blood tide. Panic and desperation clawed at him from every direction, each thought more frantic than the last. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think straight. This was it. He was dying, again. Yet, within the maelstrom of terror and confusion, one singular thought broke through the madness, clear and sharp. What parallel was he about to end up in? He had no idea what kind of reality awaited him, or worse, what kind of hell he and Katsuki might be facing. As Izuku's consciousness wavered in the suffocating sea of blood, he began to hear a chorus of faint whispers that seemed to emanate from all around him. At first, they were indistinct, like distant echoes in the darkness. But as he strained to listen, the whispers grew clearer. Save Kachan. Find him in the next world. Break the quirk's hold. Your bond is stronger than fate. Every parallel, every time. The voices, each one a different version of himself, all spoke in unison. They were the echoes of countless lives, the remnants of destinies that spanned time itself. In this surreal realm, they were all him, all the versions of himself who had lived and died in the never-ending cycle orchestrated by Fatebreaker's quirk. They were pushing him to fight, to break the cycle. As Izuku's vision blurred and his senses faded, he turned his head to the side, compelled by an inexplicable feeling. Through the red haze that surrounded him, he faintly saw someone. A figure who bore a striking resemblance to Katsuki, his fiery blonde hair and determined eyes unmistakable, struggling against the same cruel fate just a few feet away. But this Katsuki was different. He wasn't wearing his usual hero costume. Instead, he was clad in a strange, sleek suit that seemed to be made of some advanced material. The suit hugged his body, with intricate patterns and glowing lines that pulsed with a rhythmic energy. It was unlike anything Izuku had ever seen. His suit torn in places and stained with what appeared to soot and grime. His face was marred with cuts and bruises, and there was a determined, almost desperate look in his eyes, as if he had just come from an immense fight. Ka-Kachan. Their eyes met in a moment of shared despair, a silent understanding passing between them. It was Katsuki, or at least some version of him, entangled in the same nightmarish cycle. Desperation flashed across Katsuki's face and he extended a hand towards Izuku, fingers outstretched as if to grasp hold of salvation. The turbulent blood between them made it impossible to bridge the gap, but Katsuki's eyes pleaded with a silent intensity. In this hellish void, they were both victims of fate's embrace, two souls forever bound by this wicked quirk that sought to keep them apart, even in death. And then, with Izuku's body convulsing from the lack of oxygen, something shifted. Izuku blinked, and suddenly, he was no longer drowning in blood. He found himself back in the classroom, seated at his desk. The classroom was filled with the familiar chatter of his classmates, and the soft hum of Aizawa's voice. Izuku gasped, feeling like his lungs were finally able to take in precious air. The sound was loud and desperate, causing heads to turn in his direction. His body, still weak from the ordeal, lost its balance, and he tumbled out of his chair, crashing to the floor. Deku! Several voices shouted in alarm. The classroom erupted into chaos as his classmates rushed to his side. Izuku's heart raced as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Where was he? His classmates crowded around him, their concerned faces blurring together in his disoriented state. Panic surged through him, as the adrenaline flooded his senses and he struggled to push through the overwhelming sensations, his breaths coming in short, frantic gasps. He had just been drowning. How did he end up here in the classroom? Had it all just been some feverish bad dream, a nightmare? But the fight, humorize, it had all felt so real. Back up. Give him some space, Tenya commanded, his authoritative voice cutting through the chaos. Izuku's eyes darted around wildly, his mind still reeling. He caught a glimpse of Katsuki staring at him from his seat, his brows furrowed in confusion and what looked like a hint of concern, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Izuku's thoughts raced as he tried to process everything where he was, everything had been so vivid and visceral to have been made up. The interstice of fate, Fatebreaker, the suffocating sea of blood, the voices, still, none of it made sense. He looked at his classmates, and the words formed in his mind, demanding to know what had happened with Fleckturn and the nightmare he had just experienced. But as he opened his mouth to speak, the words died in his throat. His eyes widened in shock as he noticed faces among his classmates that didn't belong there. Students from Class 1B were mixed in with his own classmates. He saw Tetsu standing next to Eijiro, both looking equally worried. Kendo Itsuka was beside Yaoyorozu, her hand resting on her shoulder in support. What's happening? Izuku thought, his heart pounding even harder. God, it hadn't been a dream, it was really real. This wasn't over, it was only the beginning. He realized with dawning horror that the moment he became conscious here, the timer for this game he had been forced into had just started. His gaze shifted to Katsuki, who was still watching him intently, his eyes burning with an intensity that made Izuku's stomach twist. He doesn't know. Deku, are you okay? Ochako asked, her voice trembling with concern. Aizawa pushed through the crowd of students, his expression stern. Everyone, move aside, let me through. The authority in his voice made the students quickly part, giving him space to reach Izuku. Aizawa knelt down beside Izuku, his gaze intense as he assessed the situation. Midoriya, he said calmly, are you all right? Izuku was still breathing heavily, his mind still spinning. He couldn't form the words to explain what he had just suffered. Aizawa placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to ground him. Midoriya, look at me. Izuku's eyes finally met his teacher's, the wild look in them slowly beginning to fade. I don't know, Izuku whispered, his voice shaky. It felt so real. Aizawa studied him for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he noticed something unusual. Midoriya, focus. What did you see? Just as Izuku was about to come up with some kind of response, he felt a burning sensation on the inside of his wrist. He winced, looking down at his arm. With a shaky hand, he slowly slid his sleeve up to reveal the source of the burning. A red tattoo now inked into his skin stared back at him, the design, a simple cursive symbol. Izuku stared at the tattoo, mouth drying out. Was this the clue? He breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. Aizawa's expression darkened, definitely concerned about his student. Midoriya, we need to get you to Recovery Girl immediately. There might be more to this than we can see right now. Izuku nodded weakly, still trying to process everything as Aizawa helped him to his feet. Parallel universes, alternate realities, major arcana. He needed to write everything he had seen and heard in the interstice of fate. Every detail, every condition, every clue, even his interaction with Fatebreaker. The more information he had, the better prepared he would be for whatever lay ahead. This wasn't just about surviving, it was about understanding, about gaining the upper hand. Izuku made his way out of the classroom, his legs wobbling but managing to follow Aizawa. Izuku glanced back, his eyes finding Katsuki's. Katsuki stared back with an expression of indifference, though a flicker of something else he didn't quite understand flashed in those eyes. Seeing him made Izuku remember how Katsuki had been screaming for him to stay awake, to stay alive. He felt a pang of longing and confusion before he was ushered out of the room. If it had all been real, what happened to that other person, that other world? And how was he going to explain this to Katsuki without sounding crazy? Aizawa led him to Recovery Girl's office, where a thorough examination was conducted. Recovery Girl's frown deepened as she checked him over, but in the end, she found nothing physically abnormal. Well, other than finding a similar tattoo placed over his heart, which she asked about. Midoriya, where did you get this? She asked cautiously, looking him over. Izuku quickly covered it up, his mind racing for an excuse. He needed to check to see if there was anything else on him before someone else noticed. I got it recently, he lied, trying to keep his voice steady. Just something I wanted. Recovery Girl's frown didn't disappear, but she didn't press further. She hummed before changing the subject, thank God. Whatever this was might be from lack of sleep. Midoriya, your body and mind are exhausted. Go to the dorms and rest for the remainder of the day, dearie. Come back if you don't feel better. Izuku nodded, a feeling of resignation washing over him. He had a sense that they weren't going to find anything unusual. The experience he had gone through was too strange, too surreal to leave any physical trace, other than the ink apparently. He decided not to mention the details of what had happened for fear of being watched. The last thing he needed was someone thinking he'd lost it and have him at worst confined. But Izuku knew he wasn't insane. The tattoos were definitely proof he wasn't losing it. 2 months. He had 2 months to find these cards, these arcana. As he made his way back to the dorms, his mind replayed the events in the interstice of fate. He struggled to retain every detail, the vividness of it all, the presence of Katsuki, and the ominous figure of Fatebreaker. The endless parallel universes, the feeling of drowning in blood, the haunting whispers, they all crowded his thoughts. Also, why were there Class 1B students in Class 1A? This place seemed pretty similar to his reality. Izuku sighed, feeling like he was about to have the world's biggest headache. This was starting to all feel a little overwhelming. Entering his room, Izuku couldn't help but collapse onto his bed for a moment, staring at the ceiling. The exhaustion that Recovery Girl had mentioned was beginning to take its toll, but his mind was too active, too restless to allow him to drift off for some much-needed sleep. He turned his wrist, looking again at the strange tattoo. The simple cursive symbol seemed almost to pulse with a life of its own. The thought of his time ticking down made him more than restless. He couldn't afford to waste a single second. With a groan, he forced himself to sit up. The first thing he needed to do was figure out what was different here to avoid raising suspicion on his part. One of his first steps was to see how this world varied from his own. Izuku looked around his room, noting minor differences he hadn't noticed before. The arrangement of his desk items was slightly different, and there was a poster on the wall he didn't remember putting up. Definitely weird. He glanced down at his feet and realized with a jolt that his usual favorite pair of red sneakers were now dark blue. How had he not even noticed that? Standing up, Izuku walked around his room, examining every detail. The more he looked, the more discrepancies he found. His bookshelf had a few titles he didn't recognize, and there was a framed photo on his dresser of him and his mom that was familiar but looked like it had been taken from different angle. Okay, think Izuku. If he had really been thrown into a parallel universe, how did he even get here? He knew it was because of the quirk, but how? How did a quirk manage to have such a devastating effect on not just his world but realities outside of his time? And if what Fatebreaker said is true, when he died, where would he go next? Would he be catapulted into yet another parallel, or a reality so different it would make his head spin? Although Izuku was more than curious to know what it would be like to live in alternate realities, this was serious, and it wasn't just his life on the line. That thought made him sit back down on his bed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He needed to talk to someone, but who in their right mind would believe him? And what if talking about it made things worse? Izuku thought about that when he remembered that Fatebreaker said that he and Katsuki's fates had been bound together. His throat worked with the implications. If he failed, that meant that he was stuck in this loop, and he could live with that, but to have Katsuki dragged into this nightmare, suffering alongside him endlessly, he couldn't bear it. He would play this twisted game. What other choice did he have at this point? Determined, Izuku decided he needed to start writing everything down before he forgot. He unzipped his backpack and started digging through it until he fished out his notebook. Izuku stared at the notebook in his hands, its pages already filled with countless notes, ideas, and analyses from previous battles and quirks. This notebook felt like home, but it was also well known among his classmates and teachers. If someone finds out what's going on simply because they happen to decide they want to read through it, they might ask questions he wasn't ready to answer. He needed to keep this under wraps until he had this figured out, and even then, he didn't know if he would be willing to tell someone who wasn't even remotely involved. With a decisive motion, he tossed the old notebook onto his desk and reached for a new one from his drawer. Just then, his stomach growled loudly, reminding him of the other pressing need, food. He made a quick decision. Grabbing his laptop and the new notebook, he headed downstairs to the common area. Everyone was still at school, so it was safe enough. Izuku moved quietly through the dorm hallways, wondering what else was different about this place. Entering the common area, he felt a small sense of relief wash over him. The familiar space, even with its minor differences, still thankfully felt like home. He placed his laptop and notebook on a table, then headed to the kitchen. He rummaged through the fridge, finding some leftover katsudon that would do. He needed to make sure he was eating and resting, to keep his strength up, so he could dive into figuring out the puzzle of this twisted reality. With a warm plate of katsudon in hand, Izuku settled on the couch. He flicked the TV on, hoping the background noise would calm his nerves and let him focus. As he scrolled through channels, his mind spiraled with strategies and hypotheses. He finally settled on the news, the familiar voices and images providing some sense of normalcy. He took a deep breath. Here goes nothing. Izuku ate a few mouthfuls of food before he started jotting down everything he could remember. He wrote down the set conditions for the quirk, collecting something called Arcana cards, noting that there were different versions, major and minor. What even are those? He muttered to himself. The names sounded like something out of a mystic's toolkit. He decided he would research them after he wrote all his thoughts down. His pen moved rapidly, translating the chaos in his mind into structured notes. Every detail, every nuance of the quirk's mechanics he could recall, he inscribed meticulously. He couldn't afford to miss anything. His stomach tightened with each revelation, each connection made on the paper before him. It was like trying to piece together a jigsaw puzzle in the dark, but with each stroke of his pen, a small part of the picture began to emerge. He starts by writing down that they have 2 months per parallel. He then writes down keywords such as anchor and trigger before including the critical rule. Failing to collect the major arcana card would seal his fate, ending his chance to win the game. Additionally, he noted that if the major arcana was collected but not the minor, the person assigned to the minor arcana, whether it be him or Katsuki, would lose their memories, while the other would retain theirs. This meant that at any given time either one of them could have their memories wiped clean, rendering them useless in the fight ahead. The stakes were higher than he had initially thought. Izuku decided that the priority right now was to find the major arcana. He would worry about the minor arcana after, since this was the first stage in the game, but how does he know who has which card, and what hints would even lead him to them? If he was the minor card and by some horrible possibility, he's unable to collect it, that would mean he would ultimately forget, meaning he would forget about the interstice. All might forgive him, but F***. He needed to tell Katsuki. No, he has to tell Katsuki at some point in the next few weeks. Even if he didn't believe Izuku, if he got transported to the next reality, that would be undeniable proof that Izuku hadn't been lying. His eyes fell on the tattoo again. The fine line cursive seemed almost to pulse with a hidden significance, something he felt he needed to understand. He grabbed his pen and started to sketch it onto the paper, capturing every detail of the lines and shapes. The tattoo had to be a clue, why else would he have not one but two? Izuku then moved on to the one on his chest, repeating the process with a determined precision. Then a thought struck him: what if Katsuki also had these tattoo? After about 30 minutes, he finally set his pen down and looked over his notes. They were a start, a foundation on which he could build. Underneath, he wrote, "How does Fatebreaker's quirk work?" He stared at the question for a long moment, then underlined it twice, adding a question mark for emphasis. Fatebreaker's quirk was the keystone to this entire mess. If he could understand its mechanics, maybe he could find a way to turn this game to their advantage. Izuku glanced at the clock. Time was slipping away, and he had so much left to figure out. Now that that part was done, Izuku grabbed his laptop. His hands hovered over the keys as he stared at the search bar. He started muttering to himself, a habit he'd never been able to break due to years of intense thinking and analysis. Okay, so what's next? Do I dive into researching everything I've written down about the Arcana cards and Fatebreaker's quirk? Or should I start with understanding the key differences in this world compared to my original one? Both are crucial, but which one should come first? He frowned, his fingers tapping lightly on the keys. If I focus on the Arcana cards, I might find out how to navigate this game more effectively. But then again, If I don't know the basic history and differences, I could easily slip up and say something out of place, raising suspicion. Gah, both are so important. He leaned back in his seat, staring at the ceiling. The Arcana and Fatebreaker's quirk are immediate threats. I need to know how to deal with them to survive. But, blending in and not drawing attention is also crucial. If I make a mistake because I don't know this world's history, it could be just as dangerous. His muttering grew more frantic as he tried to weigh the pros and cons. Arcana first, or history first? Think. Arcana is the game, the life or death situation. History is about blending in, long-term survival. After a few moments of internal debate, he sighed. Okay, I need to know the key differences first. That way, he could navigate daily life without raising any red flags. There were more than a few people in his class who were beyond observant, and unfortunately, Katsuki was one of those people. He began by researching familiar topics, UA, high school, his classmates, and recent news about heroes and villains. Everything seemed mostly the same, yet slight variations kept catching his eye. For the next few hours, Izuku delved deeper into his investigation. He noted that the UA Sports Festival had taken place a week earlier in this reality. Some heroes he recognized were mentioned in passing, but their activities and achievements varied slightly from what he remembered. He found a few articles about quirks that seemed off, but nothing groundbreaking. One of the most significant discrepancies he discovered was the absence of humor eyes. Izuku felt a mix of relief and confusion. In his world, humor eyes had been a major threat, causing chaos and endangering countless lives. Here, they just simply didn't exist. He couldn't decide if that was a good or bad sign. As he continued his research, he stumbled upon another odd detail that made him chuckle despite the seriousness of the situation. Shoto Todoroki's hair and eye colors were reversed in this parallel. Instead of his familiar white hair on the right and red on the left, along with matching eye colors, it was the other way around. The image of Shoto with reversed colors was jarring and kind of hilarious. Izuku shook his head, smiling slightly. Well, that's one way to tell them apart, he muttered, thumbing his bottom lip. He started to look into past events and noticed other discrepancies, including minor changes in the hero rankings and different outcomes of certain villain encounters. He also noted that some heroes had different sidekicks, and a few hero agencies were located in alternate districts. Izuku blew out a breath, running a hand over his face. Unfortunately for Izuku, all of this just seemed to confirm that this was very real, and that he truly was in danger. Izuku was jotting down some of these events in his notebook when he heard voices from the front door. Damn, what time was it? He looked up at the clock and saw that school had ended about 20 minutes ago, and everyone was starting to file in. He decided to finish his research on the cards and what the tattoos could possibly mean later. Quickly, he closed the laptop and notebook before draping a throw blanket over himself to act normal. He grabbed a book called Heroic Workouts, From Zero to Hero, from the coffee table and pretended to read. Within moments, some of his classmates plopped down next to Izuku. Eijiro was the first to speak up, his usual bright smile replaced with a concerned frown. Hey, Midobro, what happened to you today in class? You looked like we're on the verge of a panic attack. Are you feeling better now? Izuku scratched the back of his head, trying to appear casual despite the rising anxiety in his chest. Yeah, I'm okay. Just tired, I guess. The sleep deprivation is really getting to me. He gave a sheepish grin, hoping it would be enough to divert any further questions. Ochako, who had settled in the armchair across from him, leaned forward with a worried expression. You should take better care of yourself, Deku. You can't be a top hero if you're running on empty all the time. You really scared us earlier. Izuku nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt for lying. Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry for worrying you all. I'll try to get more rest. Denki, sitting next to Eijiro and Tetsutsu, gave him a thumbs up. That's the spirit. Seriously, man, if you need any help with your studies or anything, just let us know. No need to stress. Before Izuku could respond, a familiar, gruff voice interrupted from the kitchen. Yeah, 'cause if the stupid nerd needed help with his studies, he'd sure as hell go to the guy with the lowest test score in the class. Izuku turned to see Katsuki walking into the kitchen. The room fell silent for a moment before everyone burst into laughter. Tetsu chuckled and clapped Denki on the shoulder. Yeah, sorry, Kaminari. You might be a lot of things, but a tutor definitely isn't one of them. Izuku glanced at him for a moment. It still felt so weird to have some of the Class 1B students here. Katsuki rolled his eyes, grabbing a glass from the cupboard when Izuku made the mistake of glancing at Katsuki, and their eyes met. Katsuki looked him up and down, then scowled, his gaze intense. The hell are you looking at, nerd? He growled. Tetsu frowned at Katsuki's remark. Hey, that's not very nice, Bakugo. Katsuki just shrugged, taking a sip of his water. Not here to be *****ing nice, steel brain. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of his situation settle more heavily on his shoulders. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought, he muttered under his breath. All might help him. The next few days passed by practically without incident, and Izuku spent every spare moment he had researching the marks on his arm and chest. He buried himself in books about symbolism, ancient runes, and mystical tattoos. He scoured the internet, diving into forums and obscure websites, hoping for even the tiniest clue that could shed light on the strange symbols now inked into his skin. Every break between classes, every evening in his room, and even late into the night, Izuku was relentlessly searching for answers. Despite his tireless efforts and countless hours of research, he was still frustratingly coming up empty. The symbols seemed to defy explanation, and every promising lead turned out to be another dead end. But Izuku didn't have the luxury of giving up. He had to understand these marks, had to figure out what they meant for him and for the twisted game he was now a part of. They had to be the key to finding the cards. Not only that, but he was also going through the motions of his daily routine, attending classes, training, and trying to act as normal as possible. He couldn't let his classmates or teachers see there was something off about him. So, he forced himself to smile, to engage in conversations, to perform well in his training sessions. Every morning, he put on his UA uniform and steeled himself for another day of pretending everything was fine. His classmates and thankfully his close group seemed none the wiser, their interactions and behaviors largely unchanged. He was also staying vigilant for any signs of the cards he was tasked with finding. His eyes constantly scanned his surroundings, looking for anything out of place or unusual. In the classroom, he kept an ear out for any mention of the arcana. During training, he watched his classmates closely, searching for any indication that one of them might know of the cards. Everything was going as smoothly as Izuku had hoped until one day when all the guys were in the locker room. Izuku, in his exhaustion, got careless. He reached for his bag on the bench, and his sleeve slipped back, exposing the tattoo on his arm. Eijiro pointed out the tattoo on Izuku's wrist. "Hey, nice ink, Midoriya," he said with a grin, nodding towards the red symbol. "Didn't know you were the bad boy type." He quickly pulled his sleeve down, but the damage was done. The others had already seen it. Crap, Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He had hoped no one would notice, or at least not mention it. Izuku was still gaping at Kirishima, panic flaring in his chest. Behind Eijiro, he saw Katsuki's head whip around at the mention of the tattoo. Before Izuku could come up with an excuse, Mineta made a racket from across the room. "No way. There's no way Midoriya had the balls to get tattooed. What, did you lose a bet or something? Didn't know you were so bold, Deku," Denki chimed in, his tone teasing but friendly. Izuku forced a laugh, rubbing the back of his neck trying and failing to come up with an excuse. "What's it mean?" Honda asked, leaning in to get a closer look. The curiosity in his eyes was mirrored by the rest of the guys, who had now gathered around. Izuku felt the heat rising in his cheeks, and his mind raced for a plausible explanation. Well, you see, it's kind of a long story," he started, his voice wavering. I got it because, well, it's sort of a reminder, you know. To stay strong and, never give up." He could see their skeptical expressions, and he knew he wasn't convincing anyone. Crap. He couldn't let them know he had no idea what it meant, at least they hadn't noticed the one over his heart. He continued to stammer, his words tumbling over each other. It's just something I wanted to do for a while now, and I thought, why not? You know, life is short and all, and, sometimes you just have to take risks. Mineta raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. That doesn't sound like you at all, Midoriya. Before Izuku could respond, Katsuki strode over, looking over Tetsu's shoulder. Izuku watched as Katsuki's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. His eyes flicked up to look at Izuku, who held his breath, expecting the worst. But then Katsuki looked away and walked out of the changing rooms without a word. What the heck was that? Izuku's panic was just about to spike when Monoma, of all people, slung an arm around his shoulders. Who are you all to judge Izuku? Lay off the guy, Monoma said with a smirk. The unexpected support threw Izuku off balance, but he was grateful for the distraction. One of the biggest things that threw Izuku off here in this reality was Monoma. Not only was he in Class 1A, but because of that difference, he was very nice to everyone and not the lunatic he had been in Class 1B. It was jarring to see him so supportive, almost friendly, but right now, he was sure as heck glad to have here right now. Yeah, leave him alone, Eijiro added, giving Izuku a reassuring nod. Let's get back to training. The group reluctantly dispersed, turning their attention back to changing into their costumes. Izuku let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding, grateful that the scrutiny had passed, for now, at least. He moved to his locker, trying to focus on the task at hand, but his mind kept drifting back to Katsuki's reaction. What did that look mean? Why did he walk away without a word? It was so unkachan-like. Then again, Izuku had tried to see if Katsuki had any marks like his on his body, but because of the uniform and long-sleeved costume because of the cold, he really couldn't see anything. He had even thought about just going up to him and pulling his sleeve back, but Izuku knew that was practically a death sentence. The image of Katsuki's furious face and the inevitable explosion made Izuku shudder. No, that was not an option. From that point on, Izuku noticed that Katsuki was starting to watch him. This made Izuku panic a little bit because if Katsuki were to confront him, number 1, he would sound crazy, and 2, he had absolutely no concrete proof that this was some quirk accident. He was so screwed. Izuku could feel it even when he wasn't looking. How was he supposed to keep his cool and continue with his search when he felt like every single move was under a magnifying glass? What was he going to do if Katsuki asked? What could he possibly say? Oh, hey Kachan, I've been pulled into a twisted game of fate where I have to find magical cards or something terrible will happen. Oh, and by the way, these tattoos just showed up, and I have no idea what they mean. Yeah, that'll go over well. Katsuki would think he'd lost it. He'd probably blast him on the spot for thinking Izuku was messing with him. He had to act normal. Just act normal. He had to keep up the facade, had to keep smiling and pretending everything was fine. He was already coming around to the end of the first week, meaning he only had 3 weeks left. He had to find those cards. But he still didn't have the slightest idea of where to even start. And with Katsuki breathing down his neck, it was only a matter of time before he cornered him. What would he tell him then? He couldn't just spill everything. Katsuki would definitely think he was nuts. The next evening, Izuku was in the common area with his notebook and laptop. He sat on the couch, surrounded by his classmates who were hanging out and chatting. The next evening, Izuku was in the common area with his notebook and laptop. He sat on the couch, surrounded by his classmates who were hanging out and chatting. Normally, he would have said no and opted to stay in his room, but this was the 3rd night he had declined, and Ochako was starting to get worried that something was wrong. So, there he was, on the couch, researching. The hum of conversation and the clinking of utensils as his friends enjoyed their snacks filled the air, providing a comforting background noise. Izuku's eyes flicked from his laptop screen to the lively scene in the common area, his fingers hovering over the keys but not moving. He was surrounded by the warm hum of conversation, the casual banter of his friends as they unwound from another exhausting day at UA. Normally, this kind of noise would distract him, but tonight, it barely registered. His mind was a whirlwind of frustration and anxiety, circling around the same unanswered questions like a vulture over a carcass. He let out a heavy sigh, slumping back against the couch. He had spent countless hours poring over books and scouring the internet, and what did he have to show for it? Nothing. Not a single clue that could help him understand the bizarre symbols etched into his skin. Izuku's gaze drifted over to his classmates. Denki was joking with Honta about something, their laughter echoing through the room. Eijiro was engaged in a light-hearted arm wrestling match with Tetsu, both of them grinning with that indomitable spirit that Izuku admired so much. Even Monoma was leaning back in his chair, a rare smile on his face as he listened to a story from Ashido. It was a scene of camaraderie, of normalcy, everything that Izuku was trying so hard to pretend he was still a part of. But he wasn't. Not really. Not with this weight pressing down on him, not with the constant fear gnawing at his insides. He had to find those cards. He had to figure out what these tattoos meant. But how? Every lead he followed turned into another dead end, another source of frustration. He stared at the blank page of his notebook, the empty lines taunting him. He needed answers, but he was fresh out of ideas. His research was getting him nowhere, and time was slipping through his fingers. He couldn't afford to waste another minute, but he had no idea what his next move should be. The overwhelming sense of helplessness was starting to take its toll. Izuku glanced around the room one more time, his eyes landing on Katsuki, who was sitting off to the side, seemingly engrossed in his own thoughts. But Izuku knew better. Katsuki's sharp eyes had been on him more often than not lately, scrutinizing him, analyzing him. It made Izuku's skin crawl, knowing that Katsuki was watching, as if waiting for him to slip, especially after Izuku had started to avoid him. It was time to move on to something else. His hand moved almost on its own, flipping to a new page in his notebook. The pen felt heavy in his grip as he wrote a single word across the top of the page, Arcana. He stared at the word, hoping it might spark something, anything, that could guide him. But the page remained as blank as his thoughts. He dropped the pen and ran a hand through his hair, his fingers tangling in the messy green strands. What was he supposed to do now? Give up, just wait around and hope the answers would come to him. That wasn't an option, not when so much was at stake. Izuku pulled his laptop closer, fingers hesitating over the keys before he typed in the word Arcana. It was a shot in the dark, but at this point, he was desperate for anything that could lead him closer to the truth. His eyes flicked to the search results, hoping for a miracle, when a shadow fell over his screen. "What are you doing, Midoriya?" Ashido's cheerful voice startled him, and he tensed, glancing up to see her peeking over the edge of the couch. Her pink skin glowing softly in the dim light, her wide, curious eyes fixed on the word he had scrawled at the top of the page. For a moment, panic flared in his chest. But then he remembered, the only thing he had written was a single word. Arcana, she read aloud, her tone rising with interest. "I didn't know you were into tarot cards. That's so cool." Izuku blinked up at her, his mind struggling to process her words. Tarot cards. That wasn't even on his radar. He had been so focused on the idea that these marks were some kind of ancient, mystical runes that he hadn't considered anything like that. But maybe this was the connection he had been missing. Ashido's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly oblivious to the turmoil behind Izuku's stare. "So, what are you working on? Are you trying to learn how to read them or something?" She leaned in closer, her usual boundless energy radiating off her in waves. "I can help. I know a bit about tarot cards. I used to mess around with them when I was younger. They're super fun, and they've got all these different meanings depending on the cards you draw." Izuku nodded, a little too eagerly, feeling a surge of hope despite the storm of anxiety still brewing in his chest. "Yeah, actually, that would be really helpful, Mina. Could you look up what they look like? I've, never really seen tarot cards before." Ashido's grin widened, clearly delighted to be of assistance. Without hesitation, she slid closer and took the laptop from his hands. "Sure thing, Midoriya, let's see what we can find." She began typing rapidly, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she pulled up images of tarot cards. As the screen filled with intricate designs and symbols, Izuku leaned in, his eyes scanning each card, searching for something familiar. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears like a countdown. These are just some general images, Ashido explained as she scrolled through the results. But you should know, depending on what style of tarot deck you're using, the symbols can be a little different. Some decks are super traditional, while others get really creative with their interpretations. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly, his attention fully absorbed by the flood of images. Some of the cards were beautiful, almost serene in their depictions, while others were haunting, filled with dark and mysterious imagery. But none of them seemed to scream this was what he needed. Wait, Izuku blurted out, his hand shooting out to grab Mina's wrist, stopping her from scrolling any further. Go back, I think I saw something. Ashido's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but she quickly backtracked, her fingers swiping up on the touchpad. The images flickered past until she reached the one that had caught Izuku's eye. It was a card labeled the Fool, part of the major arcana. The figure depicted on the card was standing at the edge of a cliff, a small bag slung over one shoulder, with a dog at their heels. But it wasn't the figure or the scene that drew Izuku's attention, it was the symbol in the description under it, a strange, almost whimsical shape that was near identical to the one on his arm. Izuku's breath caught in his throat as he leaned closer, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. It was unmistakable. That's it, he whispered, more to himself than to Ashido. His heart raced, a mix of fear and excitement flooding his senses. He had finally found something concrete that tied him to these marks, to the arcana, to this twisted game he had been thrown into. Thank All Might that he was tied to the major first, but what did it mean, if this was the card he needed to find what would lead him to it? So, why are you so interested in that specific card, Midoriya? Her tone was casual, but there was an undercurrent of genuine curiosity. Out of all the cards, why that one? Izuku hesitated, his mind scrambling for a plausible explanation. He couldn't tell her the truth. I just found it interesting, he said slowly, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. Ashido's brow furrowed, her playful demeanor replaced by genuine worry. The Fool, that's a pretty intense card. It usually represents new beginnings, innocence, and potential, but it can also mean taking risks, being naive, or even being reckless. It's kind of like stepping off a cliff without knowing what's below. Izuku swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling over him like a shroud. Stepping off a cliff, that's exactly what this felt like. He had no idea where this path would lead, or what dangers awaited him at the bottom. It wasn't much, but it was more than he'd had before. He could barely contain the urgency bubbling up inside him. He needed to get to his room, needed to start piecing together every scrap of information he could find about the tarot cards. Maybe this was the key to understanding the tattoos, to unraveling the mystery of the arcana. Thanks, Mina, he said hurriedly, already gathering his things. His hands moved quickly, almost clumsily, as he stuffed his laptop into his bag and reached for his notebook. He could hear the rest of his classmates chatting in the background, their voices blending into a distant hum as he focused on his task. Hey, where are you going, Midoriya? Denki called out, his tone a mix of surprise and mild annoyance. You just got here, man. Izuku paused, glancing up to see a few of his friends looking at him with puzzled expressions. Hiroshima was giving him a half-smile, clearly trying to be encouraging, while Ochako and Asui exchanged curious glances. Yeah, Midoriya, you're always rushing off somewhere, Ochako added, her voice teasing but with a note of genuine concern. You should hang out with us more often, you've been so cooped up lately. Izuku bit his lip, feeling a pang of guilt. He hadn't meant to come off as rude, but this was worlds more important and he couldn't just ignore it. Sorry, guys, I need to look into something. It's kind of important. He began to back away, still clutching his notebook and bag, his steps awkward as he tried to make his exit without causing too much of a scene. Come on, Midoriya, can't it wait? Honda chimed in, leaning back on the couch with a lazy grin. You're always studying. Give yourself a break. Izuku shook his head, his smile apologetic but determined. I really can't. I promise I'll hang out more next time. He didn't make it more than 20 feet when his heart jolted as he felt the impact, his body recoiling from the solid form he had just collided with. His notebook slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the floor with a soft thud, pages fluttering open in a mess of scribbled notes and diagrams. Izuku barely had time to react before he heard the unmistakable sound of liquid splashing onto the floor. "Deku, you idiot!" Katsuki's voice exploded in the room, sharp and filled with irritation. Izuku winced, already knowing what was coming next. He glanced up to see Katsuki standing there, a now spilled drink staining the front of his shirt, his face twisted into an expression of pure fury. "I'm so sorry, Kachan," Izuku stammered, his hands shaking as he tried to scramble to his feet. His mind was racing, trying to think of how to salvage the situation. "I didn't see you." "Of course, you didn't see me. You're always too busy with your stupid mumbling and notebook to pay attention to what's right in front of you." Katsuki snarled, his eyes blazing with anger. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, and for a moment, Izuku braced himself for the inevitable explosion. Izuku's eyes darted to the notebook for a heartbeat, and that's when Katsuki's eyes flicked downward, catching sight of the notebook lying open on the floor between them. Izuku's heart nearly stopped as he saw where Katsuki was looking, panic flooding his veins. The notebook was wide open, revealing a detailed sketch of the strange tattoo on Izuku's arm, along with notes scribbled around it. But what caught Katsuki's attention most was the large, underlined question written boldly at the top of the page. "How does Fatebreaker's quirk work?" Izuku paled, his breath catching in his throat. He moved to snatch the notebook off the floor, but Katsuki was faster. In one swift motion, Katsuki snatched it up before Izuku could reach it, holding it out of his grasp. "Kachan, please give it back," he pleaded, his voice tight with desperation. "It's nothing important, just some notes." But Katsuki ignored him, his eyes scanning the page. Izuku watched in horror as Katsuki's expression shifted from confusion to something darker. Katsuki's brows knitted together, his eyes narrowing, as if Izuku could see the gears turning in Katsuki's mind, could feel the weight of his suspicion bearing down on him. He wanted to scream, to grab the notebook, to do anything but stand there frozen, his mind racing with every worst-case scenario. "What the hell is this, Deku?" Katsuki's voice was low, almost dangerous, and it sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. He knew Katsuki was absurdly perceptive, and the last thing he needed was for him to start piecing together things he didn't fully understand himself. That Izuku wasn't from here. It's just research," Izuku stammered, his mind working frantically to come up with an explanation. "I've been looking into different quirks and how they work, trying to understand them better for hero work. I thought it might be useful." Katsuki's eyes flicked up, meeting Izuku's gaze with a piercing intensity. He started to look him up and down, his eyes scanning Izuku's face, his posture, the way his hands shook ever so slightly. It was as if Katsuki was taking in every detail, searching for answers. He was so screwed. Katsuki looked like he was on the verge of exploding, his fiery temper barely held in check, when someone stepped up behind him. Before Katsuki could react, a hand darted out and snatched the notebook from his grasp. It was Kendo, her usual bright demeanor replaced with a rare sternness. "That's not nice, Bakugo," she said firmly, her tone cutting through the tension. Without missing a beat, she tossed the notebook back to Izuku. "Seriously, he didn't mean to crash into you. Give him some slack for once, would you? God, sometimes you're worse than Manama with Class 1B. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, gratitude swelling in his chest. Kendo had just saved him from what could have been a disastrous confrontation. He caught the notebook with trembling hands, feeling relief flood through him like a tidal wave. She had thrown him a lifeline, and he was so thankful he could have her in sheer relief, absurd as it was. But he couldn't stick around to see how Katsuki would react. He needed to get away, now. Without waiting for any further response, Izuku turned on his heel and bolted for the elevator. He could feel their eyes on him, burning holes into his back as he fled, but he didn't care. The overwhelming need to process everything that had just happened consumed him. That, and he needed to put as much distance as he could between him and Katsuki. Katsuki's voice thundered through the hall, reverberating off the walls. "Get back here, Deku!" he yelled, pissed as hell. But Izuku didn't stop. He practically flew into the elevator, jamming the button for his floor with a shaking hand. The doors slid shut just as Katsuki's footsteps reached them, sealing Izuku inside. For a brief moment, Izuku allowed himself to breathe, his chest rising and falling in rapid, shallow breaths. Okay, that was close. Too close. He could still feel the lingering tension in his muscles, the residual panic that hadn't quite faded. He clutched the notebook to his chest, feeling the sharp edges press into his skin. The hum of the elevator's ascent offered a small comfort, helping him relax slightly. But when the elevator dinged and the doors opened on his floor, that fleeting sense of relief vanished. Izuku's stomach dropped as he saw who was waiting for him, Katsuki, arms crossed in an expression that could melt steel. His heart lurched in his chest. Oh no, no, no. His mind screamed at him for not taking the stairs, for thinking the elevator would be a safe haven. Katsuki must have sprinted up while Izuku was stuck inside, and now there was no escape. Damn it, he should have known better. But it was too late for regrets. Katsuki stepped into the elevator without a word, his presence filling the small space, making it feel impossibly cramped. He slammed the fourth floor button, the doors closing behind him with a finality that made Izuku's pulse spike. Izuku backed up until his back hit the wall, his grip tightening on the notebook like it could shield him. Katsuki's glare could have cut through steel, his eyes narrowed as he stared down at Izuku. The elevator felt like it was shrinking, the walls closing in as Katsuki loomed over him. Izuku could barely breathe, his chest heaving as he tried to make sense of what the heck was going through his head, but all he could focus on was the fury radiating off Katsuki in waves. The silence was suffocating, Katsuki's piercing gaze locked onto the notebook clutched to Izuku's chest. For a moment, the only sound was the faint hum of the elevator as it carried them up. Then Katsuki blinked, his eyes snapping up to meet Izuku's. His expression twisted into a sneer, but his voice was disturbingly calm when he finally spoke. "What the hell is going on, Deku?" Katsuki's tone was low, but it was laced with enough menace to make Izuku flinch. Izuku's mouth went dry, and he stammered, his mind racing to find the right words. "Kachan, I didn't." His voice was trembling on top of that, and he hated himself for it. "It's complicated. There's nothing you need to worry about." That was probably the wrong thing to say. Katsuki's eyes narrowed even further, the faint glimmer of suspicion sharpening into a blade. The tension in the elevator was so thick that it felt like the air was being squeezed out of the small space, leaving Izuku struggling to breathe. Katsuki's presence was overwhelming. Katsuki took a deliberate step forward, closing the already limited distance between them. His glare was fixed on Izuku, unrelenting, and the sheer intensity of it made Izuku want to shrink back even further, but there was nowhere left to go. Katsuki jabbed a finger into Izuku's shoulder with enough force to make him wince, the impact sending a shiver down his spine. "Bull. F*******ing. Shit." Katsuki's voice was low and venomous, each word punctuated with barely controlled fury. The calmness from before had evaporated, replaced by raw, seething anger. His eyes bore into Izuku's, demanding answers, demanding the truth. "You think I'm an idiot, Deku? You think I can't tell when you're lying to my face?" Izuku opened his mouth to protest, to try and explain, but the words got tangled up in his throat, coming out as a choked, incoherent mess. Katsuki didn't give him a chance to recover. "Let me amend what I said," Katsuki continued, his voice dripping with venom. His finger pressed harder into Izuku's shoulder, almost pinning him to the wall. "Why the hell are you lying to me, huh? You think you can just brush this off, pretend it's nothing, and I'll let it slide? You know better than that, Deku." Izuku's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst out of his chest. He could feel the anger radiating off Katsuki, like a furnace about to explode, and it was terrifying. Izuku opened his mouth and closed it. He knew he had to say something, anything, to try and defuse the situation, but his mind was racing too fast, and nothing coherent was coming out. "I'm not lying, Kachan. Really, it's just personal stuff. You wouldn't. I didn't mean to." Didn't mean to what? Katsuki snapped, cutting him off. Didn't mean to lie. Didn't mean to keep secrets. Or didn't mean to get caught. Oh shit. Katsuki leaned in closer, his voice dripping with contempt as he spoke. You think I can't tell when you're hiding something, Deku? You think I'm that stupid? Izuku flinched, his breath catching in his throat. The intensity in Katsuki's eyes was unbearable, like staring into the sun, and Izuku could feel himself wilting under the pressure. He tried to say something, but his throat felt like it was closing up, and all that came out was a strangled sound. You've been avoiding me, acting all weird and jumpy. You think I wouldn't notice? You think I wouldn't realize something's up? He jabbed a finger into Izuku's chest this time, hard enough to make Izuku gasp. I'm not an idiot, Deku. I know you. I know when you're hiding something. This was about to get very bad very fast. The elevator chimed softly, signaling their arrival at the 4th floor. The sound seemed to break the tense silence between them, and for a split second, Izuku saw a chance. As the doors slid open, he bolted, trying to slip past Katsuki. But Katsuki was faster, much faster. Before Izuku could even clear the threshold of the elevator, Katsuki's hand shot out like a viper, grabbing him by the collar. Izuku yelped as he was yanked back with a force that almost sent him sprawling. His feet barely touched the ground as Katsuki hauled him out of the elevator, the sudden movement making Izuku's heart leap into his throat. Katsuki's grip was ironclad, and he didn't loosen it as he dragged Izuku down the hallway, his pace relentless. Izuku stumbled, trying to keep up, but Katsuki didn't slow down. You're not going anywhere until you tell me what the hell is going on, Katsuki growled, his voice low and dangerous. There was no room for argument, no room for escape. He was done with the lies, the evasions, and the secrets. No, he had to think of something. He had no proof yet. Kei-chan, please, I can't, Izuku stammered, but Katsuki cut him off with a sharp tug that made Izuku almost lose his balance. Can't what, Deku? Katsuki snarled, his voice cutting through the air like a knife. Can't trust me, can't talk to me, what the hell is it? Katsuki didn't give Izuku a chance to respond. Reaching his door, he shoved it open with one hand, the wood slamming against the wall with a loud thud. Without hesitating, he pushed Izuku inside, the force of it sending Izuku stumbling forward. Izuku barely managed to catch himself on the edge of Katsuki's desk, his hands gripping the surface as he tried to steady himself. Katsuki stepped into the room, slamming the door shut behind him, the sound echoing through the room like a gunshot. Izuku was so dead. Katsuki's eyes were locked onto Izuku, unrelenting, demanding answers. The walls felt like they were closing in, and Izuku could feel the panic rising in his chest. Izuku turned to fully face Katsuki, his back pressed against the desk as he tried to keep his composure. It's not that, Kachan, Izuku finally managed to say, his voice trembling. It's just complicated. He hated how weak his voice sounded, how small he felt under Katsuki's intense gaze. But it was the truth. It was complicated, more than he could ever explain in just a few words. Then uncomplicate it, Katsuki demanded, his voice a dangerous growl. He wasn't backing down. Not now, not when Izuku was clearly hiding something from him. Katsuki wasn't just angry, he was determined to get to the bottom of this, no matter what it took. Izuku's panic twisted into frustration, the pressure of the situation finally pushing him to his breaking point. His hands clenched into fists at his sides as he stared back at Katsuki, his green eyes flashing with a rare defiance. It's none of your business, Kachan. He snapped, his voice rising as the words tumbled out before he could stop them. Even though, if Izuku was being honest, it probably was, but now wasn't the time. The instant the words left his mouth, Izuku knew he'd messed up. But it was too late to take them back. He pushed off the desk, trying to shoulder past Katsuki toward the door. He needed to get out of here. But Katsuki was having none of it. He moved faster than Izuku could react, shoving him back with enough force to send him stumbling into the desk again. The hell it isn't, Katsuki barked, not when my name is written in there. Before Izuku could even think of a response, Katsuki's sharp eyes zeroed in on the notebook still clutched in Izuku's hand. In one swift motion, Katsuki snatched it away, his movements quick and precise. Izuku's heart lurched as the notebook was ripped from his grasp, a surge of panic flooding through him. Kachan, wait! Izuku lunged to grab it back, but Katsuki easily held it out of reach, his arm raised high above Izuku's head. Izuku jumped, stretching as far as he could, but Katsuki was taller, stronger, and there was no way Izuku was getting it back without a fight. You think you can just run away and hide shit from me? Not happening. Izuku's frustration hit its boiling point, his emotions a swirling storm of anger, fear, and exhaustion. He was done with this. Done with being cornered, done with hiding, done with feeling powerless. Without thinking, driven purely by instinct, he activated Black Whip. This quirk was still pretty new to him, but he could manage it for simple things. Dark tendrils shot out from his hand, wrapping around the notebook in Katsuki's grasp with a forceful grip. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock as the notebook was yanked out of his hand, the unexpected pull making him stumble forward a step. For a brief moment, the room was filled with tense silence, both of them frozen in place, processing what had just happened. Katsuki stared at Izuku like he'd grown a second head, his eyes full of disbelief and confusion. Izuku's chest heaved as he clutched the notebook close to him, the tendrils of Black Whip receding back into his arm. He could feel the adrenaline surging through his veins, but that rush was quickly replaced by a sinking realization. He hadn't meant to use Black Whip. Katsuki's gaze was locked onto Izuku, his expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment. He pointed at Izuku's hand, his voice sharp and demanding. The F*** was that, Deku. I told you to give, he started, but Katsuki cut him off, his voice growing more incredulous by the second. Since when the hell did you get another shitty quirk? Katsuki snapped, brows pulling together. What the F*** is going on here? Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Crap, did he really not have other quirks here yet? He hadn't known if, in this world, he would be able to use the other quirks from the previous one for all successors. It wasn't as if he could just stroll up to All Might and casually say, hey, by the way, do I got any other quirks besides Black Whip unlocked? It was all so uncertain, so unpredictable. So, he had stuck to the basics, using only the strength and speed enhancements to avoid drawing unwanted attention. And now, as he watched Katsuki's reaction, eyes wide with shock, and clearly confused as hell, Izuku knew he had messed up. Big time. The decision to keep these powers hidden hadn't just been about protecting himself. It had been about protecting everyone around him, keeping them from asking questions he didn't have answers to. And judging by Katsuki's reaction, he had been right to do so. Katsuki's expression shifted from bewilderment to something darker, more intense. His eyes narrowed, the earlier confusion hardening into something far more dangerous. The air between them grew heavy, charged with an emotion Izuku couldn't quite place. It wasn't just anger anymore, it was something deeper, something that made Izuku's stomach twist with unease. How long? Katsuki demanded, voice almost too quiet to hear, yet it cut through the tense silence like a knife as he shifted ever so slightly into a defensive stance. How long have you had that damn quirk, Deku? And why the hell didn't you tell me? Izuku opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat, scrambling to find the right thing to say. The intensity in Katsuki's posture pinned him in place, the weight of the questions pressing down on him like a physical force. Kachan. Izuku started, his voice trembling as he struggled to find the correct train of thought. He could feel the shift in the air between them, the tension crackling like electricity. Katsuki was waiting, his expression unreadable but his eyes burning with a fierce demand for the truth. It's no, not what you think, Izuku finally stammered, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Like I was trying to say, it's complicated. Katsuki's patience shattered. You keep saying that, it's complicated, but you haven't explained shit. His voice was rising, his anger palpable. First, you've been acting all weird for the last week, then these strange notes in your journal, and now this quirk. Izuku's frustration mirrored Katsuki's, his voice shaking as he tried to defend himself. I don't need to explain myself to you, Kachan. It's one of one for all's quirks, all right. But that's not the point. One for all's quirks. He repeated, the words heavy with suspicion. Katsuki repeated, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. So you're saying there are more? More quirks? Katsuki's expression shifted in an instant, the fury in his eyes giving way to something colder, more calculating. He went silent, dead silent. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the change, fear and dread creeping up his spine. The silence was more terrifying than Katsuki's shouting, it always was. Katsuki stared at him, really stared, his eyes shadowed as he scrutinized Izuku like he was seeing him for the first time. His gaze traveled up and down, taking in every detail, every sign of weakness or deceit. Izuku felt like he was being peeled open, every layer of himself exposed to Katsuki's unrelenting scrutiny. The intensity in Katsuki's eyes was almost unbearable, and Izuku's stomach twisting into knots as he held his ground. He didn't know what Katsuki was thinking, but he could see the gears turning in his mind, the pieces of the puzzle slowly clicking into place. And then, without warning, Katsuki's expression hardened, his jaw tightening with resolve. Before Izuku could react, Katsuki's hands crackled with sparks, the familiar sound of his quirk activating sending a jolt of fear through Izuku. Katsuki shifted into an offensive stance, his posture rigid and ready for a fight. His eyes burned with suspicion, with doubt, with something darker that made Izuku's blood run cold. Who the F*** are you? Katsuki demanded, his voice low and dangerous. This was one of the outcomes Izuku had been scared of. He thinks Izuku is a fake. That thought sending a fresh wave of fear crashing over him. He thinks Izuku is someone like Toga, or a mimic, someone pretending to be him. Izuku could almost see the scenario playing out in Katsuki's mind. An imposter, wearing Izuku's face, wielding his supposed quirks, and deceiving everyone around him. And why wouldn't Katsuki think that? After all, Izuku had been acting strange, keeping his distance, and now he had revealed an ability Katsuki had never seen before. Katsuki wouldn't just accept half-truths, he would dig until he uncovered every secret. Izuku knew he wouldn't let this go. If he really suspected that Izuku was some sort of an imposter, he wouldn't hesitate to fight him. And Izuku knew just how dangerous Katsuki could be when he was pushed to his limits. The realization of the stakes hit him hard. And when he found out the truth, Izuku didn't even know how to finish that thought. Whoa, hey, Kachan, it's me, Izuku tried to assure, showing his palms to Katsuki, trying to sound convincing. I swear, it's me. Just different. Katsuki sneered, the explosions in his hands growing louder. Different how? Start ******ing talking. He growled, taking a step closer, angling his head to one side, trying to find an opening. You better start making sense, or I'll make you talk. Izuku realized there was no way out of this. Of all people, Katsuki should know the truth, especially since it was going to affect him too, at least, Izuku thought so. With a deep breath, Izuku moved to sit on the edge of the bed, his hands trembling slightly. Katsuki remained tense, still in an offensive stance, his eyes never leaving him. Izuku began, blowing out a nervous breath, I'm not from here. Katsuki bared his teeth, the explosions in his hands still crackling. What the hell do you mean, not from here? I'm not from this world, Izuku began, fidgeting with the edge of the notebook, trying to steady himself. The moment the words left his mouth, he saw Katsuki's expression darken, the suspicion in his eyes intensifying. Izuku forced himself to continue, even as his heart pounded in his chest. This reality, I mean. Or, maybe it's a different version of it. I'm not really sure, but I know I'm not from here. Katsuki's expression turned incredulous, but he didn't interrupt. Izuku could see the skepticism in his eyes, but if he wasn't being blasted to a crisp, that was a good sign, right? In my world, Izuku stammered, voice trembling, things are different. One for all, it has multiple quirks. I've unlocked 2 of them so far, 2 out of 7. They're from the previous holders of One for All. Izuku watched as the skepticism and confusion warring within those ruby eyes, but Katsuki still was silent, waiting for Izuku to continue. Izuku could feel the doubt radiating off of him, and it made him want to crawl under the bed and hide. He had to keep talking, had to make Katsuki understand. But what's more important, Izuku went on, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush, is something happened after my fight with a villain named Flecked Turn. I was fatally wounded by a quirk, and after that, I ended up here, in this version of our world. Katsuki's expression twisted, incredulity flashing brighter in his eyes. So, you're telling me, he snarled, his voice laced with disbelief, that you fought some villain, got your handed to you, and instead of dying, you just, what? Hopped over to a different reality. You expect me to believe that crap? No. Yes. Izuku threw his hands up, looking up to see Katsuki relax slightly, but the tension was still there. That has to be a good sign. Maybe it wasn't so far as a stretch as Izuku thought. I don't expect you to just believe it, Izuku admitted, his voice shaking. It sounds crazy, I know. Trust me, I know. But it's the truth, Kachan. I didn't ask for this, I don't even know exactly how it happened. But I'm trying to figure it out. That's why I've been acting strange, why I've been keeping things from you. I'm scared, Kachan. I don't know how to get back, or if I even can. How the hell am I supposed to believe something that F***ing batshit insane? Katsuki said bluntly. Izuku sighed, rubbing his temples, knowing how impossible his story sounded. I know it's hard to believe, Kachan. I barely believe it myself. But again, it's the truth. I don't know how to prove it to you, but everything I told you is real. He scoffed. You expect me to just take your word for it? There has to be something, some way to prove you're not bullshitting me. Izuku thought for a moment, knowing that just words wouldn't be enough. It was the reason he didn't want Katsuki involved yet. Katsuki needed proof, something concrete to hold on to, something that would make him believe the impossible. And then, suddenly, an idea came to him. Maybe this will help, Izuku muttered, more to himself than to Katsuki. He started tapping a finger against his notebook. You've been sneaking off to the battlegrounds, right? To practice a new move. Katsuki quirked an eyebrow. What the hell are you talking about, Deku? He growled, but there was a flicker of uncertainty there now. How do you know about that? Bingo. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. You've been working on something. What was it? I think you called it Turbo Twister. He said quietly. It's a new move you're developing, something that combines your explosions with a high-speed spinning motion. It's something you've been doing in secret. No one else knows about it, not even the... Katsuki's expression hardened, his fists clenching at his sides. Who the hell told you that? He demanded, his voice rising with anger. Who's been spying on me? Because you told me, Kachan. In my parallel world, reality. Whatever, we talked about it. You were really excited about its potential, Izuku said quickly. In my reality, you were still working on it. You'd sneak off to the battlegrounds to practice, always making sure no one was around to see you. You were close to getting it right when I ended up here. Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance as he processed Izuku's words. The tension in the air was thick, but slowly, the sparks in Katsuki's palms began to dim, and he dropped his attack stance, though he still looked like he was ready to explode at any moment. Izuku could hardly believe it. He'd managed to get through to Katsuki, even if only slightly. Izuku's shoulders sagged in relief. Oh, thank all might. This is F***ing insane, Katsuki growled, his voice filled with frustration as he raked a hand through his hair, his gaze still fixed on Izuku. You're F***ing insane, Deku. Izuku let out a nervous laugh, the sound shaky and uncertain. You have no idea, this isn't even the half of it, he chuckled, but the laughter quickly died in his throat, replaced by a heavy silence. The weight of everything he hadn't yet said lingered in the back of his mind, and the brief moment of levity evaporated as this reality set back in. All the tension, the fear, and the confusion of the past few days came crashing back, and Izuku felt the enormity of the situation now. The emotions he had kept in check to help him focus. He wanted to tell Katsuki everything, he knew he had to tell him, but the words felt like they were lodged in his throat. He wanted to lay it all out and explain the full scope of what he knew, what he'd seen. But how could he do that? How could he look Katsuki in the eyes and tell him that they were going to die? Izuku slowly set the notebook down on the edge of the bed, his hand lingering on the cover as if it held all the answers he couldn't find. His fingers twitched, wanting to open it, to flip through the pages and lose himself in the familiar scribbles of his thoughts and strategies. He pulled away though, running a hand through his hair. But what good would that do? What good would any of it do when he couldn't even figure out what to say to the person standing in front of him? Katsuki leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his foot tapped impatiently against the floor. His voice cut through the haze, sharp but not as biting as usual. "Spit it out, Deku." Izuku flinched but he kept his eyes on the floor, unable to meet Katsuki's gaze. How was he supposed to explain this? How could he even begin to put into words the horror that weighted not just Izuku but Katsuki too? His chest tightened, a heavy knot forming just beneath his ribs, constricting his breathing. The notebook felt like it was burning a hole through the bed. All the secrets and hypotheses he'd scrawled inside now felt empty. Every word, every diagram, every desperate attempt to understand the impossible reality he'd found himself in, useless. It was all useless. For the last 7 days he'd been useless. Izuku's mind was a storm. Thoughts crashing into each other, breaking apart, only to collide again. He couldn't focus on one thing for more than a second before another wave of panic rolled in, threatening to pull him under. His chest hurt, like a vice was clamped around his heart, squeezing tighter and tighter with each breath he tried to take. He didn't know how to say it. He didn't even know if he could say it. How do you tell someone they're doomed? And that this was all his damn fault? Izuku's vision began to blur. He clenched fistfuls of his hair, nails digging into his scalp as he tried to keep himself together, but the emotion was too overwhelming, too suffocating. "Stop, stop, 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 don't cry. Damn it, Dek, I'm trying," Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible. He took a shaky breath, his shoulders trembling with the effort to hold it all in. "I'm trying, Kachan, but I don't know how." The harder he tried to, the more the pressure inside him grew, until it felt like he was going to explode. His lips wobbled, and his breath came out in ragged gasps. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the tears to stop, but it was no use. The dam broke, and before he could stop it, tears were streaming down his face. "What the hell are you so scared of?" Katsuki asked gruffly, almost frustrated. "You already dumped that crazy, other reality, crap on me. You think whatever else you've got to say is worse than that?" Izuku let out a shaky breath, a hollow laugh escaping before he could stop it. Worse. Worse didn't even begin to cover it. His hands were trembling. He couldn't stop them from shaking, no matter how hard he tried. He wanted to scream, to let out all the rage and despair that had been building inside him since the moment he'd woken up in this twisted reality. But all that came out was a choked sob, ragged and raw. The tears kept coming, faster and hotter, and Izuku felt like he was coming apart at the seams, trembling like a leaf caught in the middle of a storm. Katsuki watched him for a moment, his expression hardening with each passing second. Then, with a frustrated growl, he stomped forward, his sneakers slamming against the floor, and grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. The sudden, rough contact jolted Izuku out of his spiral, and he blinked up at Katsuki, startled. Katsuki's face was inches from his own. "Stop being so damn pathetic and tell me, Deku." Katsuki seethed, his grip on Izuku's shoulders almost painful. His breath was hot against Izuku's tear-streaked face. "For the love of all might, spit it." He couldn't hold it in any longer. "We die," Izuku screamed, the words tearing from his throat like a raw wound. His voice was cracked, broken, full of anguish. Izuku's scream reverberated through the room, raw and jagged, cutting through the air like a blade. The sheer force of his emotion seemed to paralyze Katsuki for a split second, but then, Izuku surged forward, grabbing Katsuki by the front of his shirt with trembling hands. His fingers clutched the fabric desperately, his knuckles white, like holding on to him would fix everything. "We die," Izuku yelled again, his voice breaking as he shook Katsuki with all the strength he had left. His eyes were wide, wild with terror, the tears still streaming down his face. The quirk, the one that struck me, Kachan, it's supposed to make us die. Over and over again, for eternity, unless we figure out how to beat it. Katsuki's eyes widened, the anger that had been boiling in them just moments before now rapidly fading into something else, something that looked disturbingly close to fear. But Izuku couldn't stop now. He had to get it out, all of it, before he lost the nerve, before the crushing weight of the truth silenced him again. Izuku's voice hitched, but he forced himself to keep going, his grip on Katsuki's shirt tightening. I died, Kachan. I died, and when you were trying to save me, that's when it activated. The quirk, this curse, it latched onto both of us. I dragged you into this. I bled out all over Rhodey, all over you, and watched you scream at me, telling me to stay until I died. The words were tumbling out of him now, frantic and jumbled, like if he didn't get them out fast enough, he might drown in them. I ended up in some twisted ed up void between time and space, and was told that if we didn't play this villain's game we would die and reincarnated into another reality for eternity, and I don't know how to save you. Katsuki pulled back, stepping away, but Izuku stood with before him, falling to his knees, hands sliding down his shirt. I was told, vaguely told, that we're stuck in some kind of endless loop. That every time we die, we reset. We're going to keep dying, Kachan, unless we figure out how to beat this damn quirk. And the tattoos. The words finally ran out, like paper in a printer, leaving Izuku panting as he stared at his shaking hands. He'd said enough to send any sane person running in the opposite direction. For a long, suffocating moment, there was silence. Izuku didn't dare look up, too afraid of what he might see, too afraid of seeing the anger, the disbelief, or worse, the disgust in Katsuki's eyes. But eventually, the silence became unbearable, and Izuku forced himself to glance up at Katsuki, his heart hammering in his chest. What he saw made his breath catch in his throat. Katsuki wasn't angry, he wasn't even yelling, he just stood there, completely still, his face drained of all color. His eyes, which were usually so full of fire, were wide and empty, staring at nothing, as if he couldn't process what he'd just heard. He looked lost, and more than that, he looked terrified. Kachan, Izuku whispered, as he tugged at his shirt, trying to pull him back, trying to get any kind of reaction out of him. Please, say something. Katsuki didn't respond, didn't move, didn't even blink. For a moment, Izuku was sure that he hadn't heard him at all, that he was too far gone, too deep in whatever thoughts were raging through his mind. But then, slowly, almost mechanically, Katsuki's hand reached out, his fingers brushing against Izuku's arm. Izuku flinched slightly at the contact, but he didn't pull away. His hand moved down his arm, and then, with a deliberate slowness, tugged down the sleeve of Izuku's shirt, revealing his tattoo. Katsuki stared at it for a long moment, his expression unreadable, before he let go of Izuku's arm. Without a word, he pulled up his own sleeve, revealing a tattoo on his wrist, a small arrow with the number 5 stamped on the right side. Izuku's mind went blank. So, he did have one too. I got this, Katsuki said quietly, his voice so low it was almost a whisper, the same day you had your freakout in class. I felt a burning and the damn thing just appeared there. Katsuki hesitated for a moment before, without a single word, he began to unbutton his shirt. Izuku flushed, watching in confusion, wondering what Katsuki was doing. Katsuki shrugged off his shirt, exposing his torso. What are you? Izuku began, but Katsuki cut him off by pointing at a red tattoo over his heart. It was a deep crimson, a heart interwoven with arrows and a scythe piercing through its center. It was disturbingly identical to the one he had discovered on his own chest, the one he had been too terrified to show anyone until now. You got this mark too, don't you? Izuku barely managed a nod, his fingers fumbling to unbutton his shirt. He didn't want to show it. God, he didn't want to, but Katsuki needed to see, needed to understand that this wasn't just some hallucination or fever dream. It was real as the inked heart now glaring back at them from his chest. Katsuki's eyes darkened as they flickered between their matching marks, his fists clenching and unclenching at his sides, and for a moment, Izuku could see the same questions tearing through his mind, the same fear, the same desperation. Finally, Katsuki exhaled sharply, a frustrated growl rumbling in his chest. Okay, Deku, he stared, his voice dripping with skepticism, on the off chance. And that's a small f********* ing chance. You haven't completely lost it. What else do you know? What else is in that screwed up head of yours? Izuku's gaze shifted to the notebook lying on the edge of the bed, its pages filled with frantic scribbles, diagrams, and theories. It was the only thing that had kept him grounded, the only place where he'd managed to pour out his thoughts in an attempt to make sense of this nightmare. It's all in there, Izuku said quietly, nodding toward the notebook on the bed. Everything I know, or think I know or think I have some idea of, it's all in that there. Izuku can't help but laugh, the sound hollow. I haven't really figured anything out until today. His hands shook slightly as he reached for it, his fingers brushing over the cover. He could feel Katsuki's eyes burning into him, demanding more than just words. Katsuki ran a hand through his hair, messing it up even more than usual as he started pacing. Izuku had never seen Katsuki pace. Not once in all the years they'd known each other. Katsuki was always so controlled, even in his fury, direct, explosive. But pacing, never. That was new, and it scared the hell out of Izuku because it meant that Katsuki didn't know what to do either. Katsuki stopped, turning to motion impatiently for Izuku to start talking. Well, nerd. Don't just sit there like an idiot. Oh, right. Just as he gathered his thoughts, a sudden knock at the door made him jump. Katsuki's head whipped toward the sound, his expression darkening into a scowl. Who the hell? He snapped, glaring at the door as if it had personally offended him. Go the hell away. His voice was sharp, the command echoing in the small room. Another knock. Izuku's anxiety spiked, but Katsuki was already storming toward the door, ready to explode. I said. The door creaked open before Katsuki could finish, revealing the familiar faces of the Baku squad. They didn't seem the least bit fazed by his outburst, which made sense, they were used to his temper. Yo, Blasty, time for dinner, Denki said cheerfully, grinning as if he hadn't just barged in on a tense, private moment. And we picked the movie for tonight. Katsuki's eye twitched dangerously. I could give less off AF **** right now, go away. Mina leaned in with a playful smile, completely unfazed. Come on, Bakugo, we're here to save you from your dark, broody thoughts. Don't want you to implode or something. Denki's gaze shifted to Izuku, who was still on his knees frozen on the floor, the notebook open in his lap. His eyes widened in surprise. Midoriya, what's he doing here? He asked, glancing between the two of them. You guys studying? Wait, are you okay, dude? Izuku plastered on that fake smile, nodding before Katsuki roared, as if moron. Siro's eyes widened slightly at the scene before him. Honestly, I'm surprised you two weren't trying to kill each other in here, he remarked, a mix of sarcasm and genuine disbelief in his tone. Katsuki shot them all a look that could melt steel, his patience nearing its breaking point. None of your damn business. Now get out. His voice was low, but the threat in it was unmistakable. Katsuki tried to slam the door shut on the intruders, but the Baku squad wasn't having it. Hey, come on, man. Tetsu protested, as Kirishima wedged his foot between the door and the frame. We're just trying to drag you out for some fun. It's Friday night. Yeah, and you've been cooped up in here all day, Mina added, her voice light but with a hint of concern. Don't be such a grump, Bakugo. I said. Katsuki pushed harder on the door, but Kirishima's unbreakable foot held firm. You'll break the door before you break Kirishima, man, Siro quipped, his tone amused as he leaned against the wall, clearly enjoying the show. Izuku watched the exchange, getting up to sit on the bed, his anxiety ebbing slightly as the tension shifted. He knew this dynamic well. The Baku squad always had a way of breaking through Katsuki's defenses, even if it was more like barreling through them with relentless positivity. Fine, Katsuki barked, throwing the door open so suddenly that Kirishima almost lost his balance. Just shut up and move. We're coming. He shot a glare over his shoulder at Izuku. Come on, Deku, we're done here. Izuku blinked, caught off guard by Katsuki's abrupt decision. He hesitated for a moment, still clutching his notebook, before nodding and standing up. Maybe they had discussed enough for one afternoon. There was so much more to say, but that would get them nowhere right now. As the Baku squad moved ahead, their laughter and chatter fading into the background, Izuku found himself lingering in the hallway, a few steps behind. The notebook felt heavy in his hands, and for a moment, he just stood there, lost in his thoughts. His eyes drifted down to his arm, where the edge of his sleeve revealed a glimpse of the tattoo. He'd done it. He'd actually told Katsuki. A tiny part of him still couldn't believe that Katsuki had believed him. But he had, hadn't he? He'd seen the fear in Katsuki's eyes, the way he had looked when he began to piece together that this wasn't just some stupid prank. He'd laid it all out, more or less. The quirk, the curse, the endless cycle of death and rebirth, the tattoos, everything. Well, almost everything. There were still gaps, still so much he didn't understand. But at least now he knew. At least he wasn't carrying this burden alone anymore, as selfish as that seemed. Oi, Deku! Izuku's head snapped up, pulled from his reverie by Katsuki's sharp voice. Katsuki had stopped just a few feet ahead, glaring back at him with an expression that was more annoyed than usual, if that was even possible. What the do you think you're doing? Katsuki demanded, his eyes narrowing. When Izuku didn't immediately respond, Katsuki rolled his eyes and motioned impatiently with his hand. Get over here, idiot. We're having dinner, remember. Izuku blinked, momentarily stunned. Katsuki inviting him to dinner. That almost never happened. Normally, Katsuki would be the first to storm off, leaving Izuku to figure out his place in the group dynamic on his own. But now, Katsuki was standing there, waiting for him. Izuku quickly shook off his surprise and hurried to catch up with Katsuki, who had already turned and started after their classmates, his hand shoved into his pocket. Izuku's footsteps fell in line just behind Katsuki's. As they walked, Izuku couldn't help but notice something strange. Katsuki was lagging just enough to keep pace with him, his strides matching Izuku's, and more than that, he was walking relatively close to him. That wasn't like Katsuki at all. Usually, Katsuki preferred to keep his distance, whether physically or emotionally, from just about everyone, especially Izuku. But now, their shoulders almost brushed, and the proximity was different. It was kinda nice. Curiosity tugged at Izuku, and he found himself glancing up at Katsuki and was surprised to see that Katsuki was already looking back at him, his expression serious, the usual fiery anger tempered with something more focused. There was something unspoken in that gaze, something that promised this conversation was far from over. We're not done, Katsuki said as if to confirm Izuku's suspicions, just low enough so the others couldn't hear. This is far from over. Izuku nodded, he knew that. There was still so much left unsaid, so many things they hadn't even touched on yet. I know, Izuku replied. I was going to follow up on that lead Mina helped me with tomorrow, since it's Saturday. You know, just to see where it goes. Katsuki hummed in response, a low sound that didn't reveal much, but at least it wasn't an outright dismissal. He kept his gaze ahead, but Izuku could feel the weight of his attention still lingering on him. Where? Katsuki asked, his voice gruff but less harsh than usual. Izuku hesitated, mulling it over. I'm not really sure. Maybe my room, or the school library. It depends on what I find when I start looking into it. He glanced at Katsuki, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Do you want to join me? For a moment, Izuku was sure Katsuki was going to blow him off. It was one thing for Katsuki to keep tabs on him in the heat of the moment, but spending a Saturday helping him research. That wasn't exactly Katsuki's style. Izuku could already feel himself bracing for the rejection, preparing to just accept it and move on. But then Katsuki did something unexpected. He almost laughed, a short, sharp sound that was more of a huff than anything. You're seriously asking me that, nerd? Katsuki said, the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Of course I'm coming. I'm not letting you out of my damn sight. You'd probably screw it up if I wasn't there to keep you in line. Izuku blinked in surprise, taking in Katsuki's unexpected response. The faint smirk on Katsuki's face wasn't something he saw every day, and the words that followed, they were so unlike the Katsuki he'd known growing up. The way he had said it, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, left Izuku both relieved and slightly off balance. Izuku couldn't help but give Katsuki a look, half incredulous and half something else he couldn't quite put a name. He was still trying to wrap his head around this new dynamic between them, still unsure of what to make of it all. They'd gone from rivals to what? Reluctant allies. Partners in unraveling this bizarre, terrifying quirk. The shift felt jarring, but at the same time, it felt like something that had been a long time coming. Katsuki noticed the look and, without breaking stride, leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper meant only for Izuku's ears. "Get used to it, Deku," he murmured. "We're stuck in this together now. Till death do us part." Izuku stirred from a deep sleep, the sound of a soft knocking dragging him from whatever dream he'd been lost in. He groaned, the noise a distant, irritating intrusion into his otherwise peaceful morning. He rolled over, burying his face deeper into his pillow, but the sound persisted, faint but insistent. With a sigh, he cracked one eye open and squinted at the clock on his bedside table. 6:08 a.m. Too early, way too early, he groaned again, louder this time, and squeezed his eyes shut, snuggling deeper into the warmth of his blankets, determined to ignore whoever was at the door. Maybe it was just one of the dorm's early risers, and they'd realize they had the wrong room and leave him alone. But before Izuku could drift off again, the knocking returned, only this time, it wasn't knocking. It was a loud, relentless pounding like they were going to break the door down. He sat up with a start, heart racing as he struggled to make sense of what was happening. "What the?" Izuku yelped as he scrambled out of bed, only to trip over the tangled mess of his blankets and tumble to the floor with a thud. He winced, rubbing at his elbow where it had banged against the hardwood. The pounding on the door didn't stop. If anything, it was getting even more impatient, like whoever was on the other side had no intention of giving up until Izuku answered. All right, I'm coming," Izuku muttered, pushing himself to his feet. Izuku, still half asleep, stumbled toward the door. His thoughts were sluggish, and he was barely aware of the fact that he was shirtless, though he did take a moment to register that at least he had pants on. Small victories, he supposed, in the midst of being rudely yanked out of his first decent sleep in what felt like forever. With a groggy sigh, Izuku unlocked the door and cracked it open, peeking out through the small gap. His vision was still a little blurry, but the person standing there, looking like a storm about to break, was Katsuki. His expression was a mixture of annoyance and barely restrained irritation, his eyes nearly narrowing into slits as he glared at Izuku. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Izuku just blinked up at him, still trying to process what was happening. Katsuki's eyes flicked downward briefly, and Izuku realized with a jolt of embarrassment that he was standing there, shirtless, and looking every bit as disheveled as he felt. He blushed. Izuku rubbed the sleep from his eyes, trying to pull himself together. "Kachan," he mumbled, still half asleep and struggling to catch up to Katsuki's usual attitude. It's 6 in the morning, what are you do?" "What am I doing here?" Katsuki snapped, scowling. "You told me we were checking out that lead today. Remember, dumbass? Or did you conveniently forget everything we talked about yesterday?" Izuku was about to complain, to say that it was way too early for this kind of intensity, but as he looked at Katsuki more closely, the words died on his lips. Katsuki might have been his usual fiery self, but there was something else there, something Izuku hadn't noticed at first in his half-asleep state. Dark bags hung under Katsuki's eyes, the kind that suggested he hadn't slept much, if at all. Izuku's irritation ebbed away as realization dawned on him. Katsuki probably hadn't been able to sleep after the bombshell Izuku had dropped on him yesterday. Izuku's heart clenched with guilt. He'd been so relieved to have someone to share the burden with that he hadn't considered how it might have affected Katsuki. Of course, Katsuki would be rattled. Anyone would be after hearing something like that. And knowing Katsuki, he'd probably been stewing over it all night, trying to make sense of it in his own way. Izuku quickly shook his head, pushing aside his guilt as best he could. "No, Kachan, I didn't forget," he mumbled, trying to sound more awake and alert. "I just didn't think we'd be starting this early." Before Katsuki could retort, the door to his left creaked open, and a head poked out, his eyes squinting as he took in the scene. "Who the heck is being so loud at this ungodly hour?" Mineta grumbled, clearly annoyed at having his sleep disturbed. When his gaze landed on Katsuki standing in the hallway, the irritation drained from his face, replaced by something closer to fear. Katsuki turned to glare at Mineta, his expression promising violence if he didn't mind his own business. "What the hell do you want, grape juice?" he snapped, his voice low and menacing. Mineta's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head. Nothing. Nothing at all," he squeaked, his voice an octave higher than usual. Without another word, he slipped back into his room, the door clicking shut and locking. Izuku sighed, relieved that the hallway was quiet again. He stepped aside, opening the door wider. "Come in, Kachan," he said, his tone more resigned than anything. "Let me get dressed, and then we can go." Katsuki grunted in response but didn't argue. He stepped into the room, closing the door behind him with a little more force than necessary, though it was clear he was holding back most of his frustration. Izuku quickly moved to his dresser, pulling out a shirt and slipping it on as fast as he could. As he dressed, Izuku couldn't help but glance at Katsuki, who had taken up a position near the window, arms crossed. His eyes darted around the room, taking in every detail with that intense scrutiny of his. Izuku realized with a start that this might be the first time Katsuki had ever stepped foot in his room. Izuku felt a bit exposed, his room suddenly seeming too small, too personal. His All Might posters plastered across the walls, the clutter of notebooks and hero analysis journals scattered over his desk, the unmade bed still warm from where he'd been sleeping, all of it seemed embarrassingly intimate. This wasn't a place Katsuki would willingly be, and yet here he was, glaring at everything like it was offensive just for existing. Katsuki's gaze swept over the room, lingering on the shelves lined with action figures and hero memorabilia. For a moment he snickered and Izuku tensed, half expecting some snide remark, some biting comment about how childish it all was, how typical it was of him to still cling to hero worship like a lifeline. But Katsuki stayed silent. Instead, his eyes finally moved to the window. He stared out, his expression shifting from irritation to something more distant as he fixated on the outside world. The morning light cast harsh shadows across his face, accentuating the tiredness etched into his features. For all his bravado, Katsuki looked like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Izuku quickly turned his gaze away when Katsuki glanced over at him, not wanting to be caught staring. He hurried into the bathroom to splash some water on his face and brush his teeth, hoping to shake off the last remnants of sleep clinging to him. As he rinsed his mouth, his mind kept going over the conversation from last night, the look on Katsuki's face. When Izuku returned to his room, he froze in the doorway. Katsuki had moved from the window and was now sitting on the edge of Izuku's bed, flipping through the pages of his notebook. His usual harsh expression was softened with something more introspective, almost uncertain. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, not from fear or anxiety, but from the sheer gravity of what they were dealing with. Katsuki didn't look up immediately, his eyes lingering on one of the pages, his notes on what the so-called arcana cards were. His voice, when he finally spoke, was quieter than usual, almost as if he were trying to make sense of things. "Deku, you're really not messing with me, are you?" His tone wasn't accusatory, but more like he was asking for reassurance, a final confirmation that everything Izuku had told him wasn't just some elaborate prank or misunderstanding. Izuku stepped closer, shaking his head. "No, Kachan, I wouldn't joke about something like this," he replied, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. "Everything I told you, it's real. I wish it wasn't, but it is." For a moment, they just looked at each other, the silence heavy with the implications of what they were facing. It was as if Katsuki was wrestling with something on his mind. Then, Katsuki seemed to make a decision. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something small, holding it tightly in his hand, his thumb brushing over its surface for a moment before extending it toward Izuku. "Here," Katsuki grumbled, his voice gruff. Take it. Izuku blinked, confused, as he accepted the card. It was old, the edges frayed from years of being carried around, but the design was still unmistakable, a hero card, the kind that kids collected. His eyes widened as he recognized the hero on the front. All Might, in his prime, his signature smile bright and confident. It was the exact same card that Katsuki had shown off proudly back in their childhood, the one he'd refused to trade with anyone no matter how many offers he got. Izuku felt a pang of nostalgia, remembering the time when Katsuki had been more open, more excited about their shared dream of becoming heroes. But why was Katsuki giving this to him now? Izuku looked up, clearly puzzled, not sure what to make of it. Katsuki's eyes flickered with something akin to irritation, but beneath it, there was an unmistakable vulnerability. "You recognize it, don't you?" he asked, though it was more of a statement than a question. "Yeah," Izuku replied softly, nodding. "This is your All Might card. The one you've had since we were kids." "Exactly," Katsuki muttered, his voice tense. Izuku wasn't understanding why he was showing him this, there was clearly a reason. Katsuki's voice was tight, irritation seeping through as he continued, "Stop being an idiot and actually look at the damn card, Deku." Izuku frowned, glancing back down at the worn card in his hand. He studied it for a moment, his brows furrowing as he tried to decipher what Katsuki wanted him to see. He turned it over, his eyes skimming the familiar stats chart on the back: power, speed, technique, intelligence, and cooperativeness. All of it was just as he remembered, the numbers and categories matching up with what he'd seen countless times before in his own cards. For a moment, he couldn't understand what Katsuki was getting at. I don't get it, Kachan," Izuku started, confusion clear in his voice. His brows furrowed as he tried to piece together what Katsuki was trying to show him. "It looks the same as..." Katsuki's patience snapped, and he cut him off with an exasperated growl, jabbing a finger at the small info box beneath the stats. "Not the damn stats, dumbass. Look at the damn info box." Izuku's gaze followed Katsuki's finger to the box in question. It was a small space on the card, usually containing a brief description of the hero's abilities or a motivational quote. But as Izuku focused on the text, his eyes widened as his throat bobbed. The words in the info box had changed. Where once there had been a standard description of All Might's incredible power and unbreakable spirit, there was now a short, cryptic riddle. "A place where tempers did once flare. Two souls clashed and laid hearts bare. Amidst the storm, a bond renewed. Where conflict turned to something good. Seek the spot where fists and words did duel. And there you'll find the fool." Katsuki, noticing Izuku's reaction, let out a sharp breath, his irritation barely masking the underlying tension in his voice. "The day you supposedly showed up here, that text changed," Katsuki said, his tone clipped and tight, like he was forcing himself to stay calm. "I didn't think much of it at first, figured some extra with a death wish was screwing with me. Maybe swiped my card, swapped it with some cheap fake, but after you dumped all that otherworldly crap on me yesterday, I hadn't shown this card to anyone here at UA. That's when it started to make sense." Izuku moved on instinct, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. He darted over to his desk, almost tripping over his own feet in his haste, and yanked open the top drawer. The sound of the drawer slamming against the wooden frame echoed in the room, but Izuku didn't care. His hands fumbled through the mess of papers, notebooks, and trinkets, his movements frantic and desperate. Where was it? Where was his card? Finally, his fingers brushed against the edge of a familiar card, and he pulled it out with a sharp breath. It was his own All Might card, just as worn and loved as Katsuki's, the edges frayed from years of being carried around, the only difference was his had been signed. He held it up beside Katsuki's card, his eyes darting between them. The text in the info box on his own card was the same as it had always been, standard, unchanging, just a brief description of All Might's abilities. But Katsuki's card had changed. This was the first clue Izuku had been desperately looking for. Katsuki had been carrying this clue with him all along, and if Katsuki hadn't been perceptive enough to notice the change in his card, Izuku might never have found this clue. How could he have been so stupid? He'd been so sure that keeping this to himself was the right thing to do, so determined not to drag Katsuki into the nightmare that had been slowly unraveling in his head. He didn't want to burden him, didn't want to make him deal with this mess. But in trying to protect Katsuki, he'd only made things worse. He'd thought he was doing the right thing, but all he'd done was waste an entire week, chasing shadows, clueless and lost, when the answer had been right in front of him from the start. If Katsuki hadn't pushed him, forced him to spill everything. Izuku's breath hitched as the reality sank in. If he hadn't been there to corner him, he might have never told him until it was too late. They'd be doomed, stumbling blind into whatever was coming, all because Izuku had been too stubborn, too afraid to let Katsuki in. And that was one of his biggest flaws, wasn't it? Always trying to take on too much, always thinking he could handle things on his own, even when he clearly couldn't. He'd been so caught up in his own fear, in his need to protect him, that he'd completely missed the bigger picture. He wasn't just a fool, he was the fool, too wrapped up in his own insecurities to see that he wasn't alone. Katsuki had always been the one to break through his walls, to make him see things clearly, even when Izuku didn't want to. And now, more than ever, Izuku realized just how much he needed that. How much he needed Katsuki. Even if this wasn't his Katsuki, this parallel was still the same person he knew. Katsuki wasn't someone who needed protecting. He was someone who fought, who when push came to shove stood by Izuku when everything seemed impossible, and he realized that that was probably true in every parallel version of themselves, because how else would this quirk work if they truly didn't have a connection to each other? This wasn't just about protecting Kachan anymore, it was about trusting him, relying on him, and accepting that they were stronger together than they could ever be apart. Seriously, Deku, Katsuki snapped, his voice a mix of irritation and concern. I can practically see the gears turning in that nerd brain of yours. What the hell are you thinking? I'm sorry, Kachan, Izuku blurted out, his voice thick with the guilt he'd been carrying. I'm really sorry. I should have told you everything from the start. I thought I could handle it on my own, that I didn't need to drag you into this mess. But that was stupid, so stupid. I didn't want to burden you, but all I did was make things worse. Katsuki stared at him, his brows furrowing as if he was weighing Izuku's words. You know, you really are a dumbass, Katsuki growled. Izuku deserved that, but there was an edge of something else in his tone, something almost like understanding. But what's done is ing done. We can't go back and change it, so stop beating yourself up and let's focus on what we're gonna do now. He looked down at the card again, the riddle staring back at him like a taunt. The words were so specific, almost personal, and as he read them over once more, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were meant for him and Katsuki. This riddle was left for them, and it's meant to lead them somewhere. He read a portion of the riddle aloud, his voice barely above a whisper as he tried to piece it together. A place where tempers did once flare, two souls clashed and laid hearts bare. Izuku's mind raced, trying to connect the dots. The words felt too close to home, almost like they were describing his relationship with Katsuki, their years of rivalry, the intense emotions that had driven them both, and the way they had always butted heads. He began to mumble, his voice growing more animated as his thoughts started to align. If this riddle was meant to be a clue for us, then the words must be meaningful. The way it talks about tempers flaring, and souls clashing, it's almost like it's describing us. Our dynamic. Katsuki rolled his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest as he watched Izuku spiral into his usual muttering. Oi, shit nerd, he grumbled, stop mumbling and get to the point. Shit's creeping me out, and we don't got all day to figure this out. But Izuku barely registered Katsuki's words. It all sounded so familiar, almost like it was describing. His eyes widened as the pieces suddenly fell into place. The memory hit him with the force of a freight train, and he nearly dropped the card in his excitement. Ground Beta. The training ground where they had fought with everything they had, where their tempers had flared and their souls had clashed, where they had laid their emotions bare. That fight had been a turning point for them, a moment where everything had changed, where their rivalry had shifted into something more complex, more nuanced. They had fought each other with fists and words, pouring out years of frustration and unspoken feelings. Kachan, I think I've got it. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhere between skeptical and curious. What the hell are you talking about, Deku? Izuku was still deep in thought, the words of the riddle playing over and over in his head like a loop. The riddle, it's talking about us. About a fight, where tempers flared and we laid everything bare. A place where we clashed, but also where something changed. Katsuki scoffed, his lips curling into a smirk. He could see where this was going. One of those so-called arcana, he said, cutting Izuku off before he could spiral into more overthinking. It's at ground beta. Izuku's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto Katsuki's, a spark of hope igniting in their depths. Yes, exactly. That's where we fought, where we... Yeah, I got it, nerd. Katsuki cut him off yet again, not bothering to entertain Izuku's excited rambling. Katsuki's hand moved faster than Izuku could react, snatching the card from his grasp with a quick, fluid motion. His fingers brushed against Izuku's for a split second, and Izuku could feel the heat radiating off his skin, the roughness of his calluses. Katsuki's eyes narrowed as he held the card up, scrutinizing it with a fierce intensity. Quit staring like an idiot, Katsuki snapped, but there wasn't the usual bite in his voice. He shoved the card into his pocket, then shoved his notebook into his chest with a force that nearly knocked the air out of him. Here, he grunted, take this. Izuku blinked, fumbling to grab the notebook before it could slip from his grasp. Kachan, what the hell are you waiting for? Katsuki cut him off, his tone sharp, yet strangely urgent. Get moving. If you're so sure about this, then let's go. We don't have time to stand around while you're busy being all sentimental and shit. Izuku's footsteps were nearly silent on the gravel path leading up to the gates, Katsuki just a step or two ahead of him. The sun was barely beginning to climb over the horizon, casting long, slanted shadows across the grounds of UA. The air was cool, crisp with the early hour, but Izuku barely noticed, his mind racing with 1,000 different thoughts as they neared their destination. He could feel his heart thudding in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears like a drum. This was it, ground beta, the first real lead in this twisted game they'd been thrown into. Izuku couldn't help but glance over at Katsuki, taking in the tense set of his shoulders, the way his eyes flicked from side to side, scanning their surroundings with the intensity of a hawk. The gate to ground beta loomed, its heavy metal bars casting long, jagged shadows across the path. It was locked, of course. They weren't exactly supposed to be here at this hour. Izuku knew the rules well enough. Students weren't allowed in the training grounds outside of supervised hours, especially not before dawn. Katsuki stopped abruptly, his gaze snapping toward the gate. Izuku nearly collided with him, stopping just in time to avoid bumping into his back. Katsuki didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he didn't care. He was already crouching down, peering through the bars of the gate, his sharp eyes searching for any sign of movement beyond. Izuku swallowed hard, his nerves jangling. His eyes darted around, scanning the area for any sign of security. He knew there were cameras, though most of them would likely be focused on the more sensitive areas of the school. Still, they couldn't afford to be reckless. Keep your eyes peeled, Katsuki muttered under his breath, not bothering to look back at him. His voice was low, barely more than a growl. Last thing we need is some idiot patrol catching us before we find the damn card. Izuku nodded, though he wasn't sure Katsuki could see it. That and the last thing they needed was to get caught sneaking into a restricted area. House arrest would be a death sentence for their mission, especially since this wasn't the first time they'd been here. The thought made his stomach twist with a sickening dread. This wasn't exactly the best way to start off their investigation, especially if they wanted to keep this under wraps. And find the next card. But what if they were caught? What if they got expelled for this? What if the card wasn't even here, and this was all just some elaborate wild goose chase? What if? No, he had to focus. He had to stay grounded, stay in the moment. This wasn't the time to let his mind spiral out of control. They were here for a reason. They had a lead, a real, tangible lead, and they couldn't afford to waste it. Not when every second counted. Katsuki straightened up, his gaze still locked on the gate. "TCH," he hissed, his lips curling into a frustrated sneer. "Figures they'd lock it up tight. Damn bastards. Like this piece of shit gate's gonna stop us." Izuku knew that tone. Knew it all too well. It was the tone Katsuki used when he was just about to do something reckless, something that could very well land them both in a world of trouble. And sure enough, before Izuku could utter a word of caution, Katsuki was already moving, his hands gripping the bars of the gate with the kind of determination that left no room for doubt. Izuku bit his lip, his mind racing through possibilities. "Do you think they put any sensors on the perimeter?" he asked, his voice hushed. He glanced up at the walls, scanning for any sign of additional security. Maybe they could scale it, climb over quickly and quietly. But if there were sensors... Katsuki didn't look at him, still focused on the gate. "No," he muttered, his tone sharp. "I remember hearing someone from 1B bitching about it. Said they saw security setting up some kinda sensors along the walls a few weeks back. Took me a week to find a way around it." He finally turned to look at Izuku, his eyes narrowing. "We go over, we trip something. We'll have a whole damn squad on us before we get halfway across the grounds." Izuku's stomach dropped. Of course. Trust UA to think of everything. "So, what do we do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Katsuki's scowl deepened, and he turned to look at Izuku like he had just asked the stupidest question in the world. His eyes were wide with incredulity, lips curling into a sneer that seemed to say, "Are you serious?" He jabbed a finger at the heavy lock securing the gate. "What do you think, Deku?" he snapped, his irritation flaring with every word. "Break the damn lock." Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the bluntness of the command. "Break it," he repeated, his voice tinged with hesitation. Katsuki's gaze bore into him, disbelief mingling with frustration. "Yeah, break it," he shot back, his tone rising. "What's the point of having super strength if you're not gonna use it, huh?" His arms crossed over his chest, his expression daring Izuku to come up with some sort of excuse. "Or are you just gonna stand there all day, muttering to yourself like a damn idiot?" Izuku flushed, heat creeping up his neck. Of course, Katsuki would think this was the obvious solution. Izuku took a deep breath, the heat of embarrassment still lingering on his cheeks. He pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. Stepping up to the gate, he reached out and grabbed the padlock, feeling the cold, solid weight of it in his hand. Izuku set his jaw, grip tightening on the lock as he grabbed the two pieces of the padlock with both hands, feeling the metal begin to give under his finger. With a quick, focused burst of strength, he pulled the lock apart, the metal snapping with a sharp crack and the pieces fell to the ground with a dull clatter. Izuku winced slightly at the noise, glancing around to make sure they hadn't drawn any unwanted attention. But the grounds remained silent, the early morning stillness undisturbed. Katsuki, who had been watching with an impatient scowl, suddenly smirked. "See," he said, his tone laced with mockery. "Look how easy that was." He stepped forward, shoving the gate open with a loud creak. "Guess all those muscles aren't just for show after all, huh? Maybe next time, you won't waste so much time overthinking and just do the damn thing." Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips despite himself. Right, he muttered, brushing off the remnants of tension that had been building in his chest. "Next time, I'll just skip straight to the destruction." Katsuki shot him a look, half amused, half annoyed. "Damn right you will," he said, his smirk widening. "Now let's get moving before someone actually catches us standing around like a couple of morons." As they moved through ground beta, the familiar terrain of the training ground stretched out before them, a series of broken concrete blocks, scorched earth, and jagged metal remnants from countless battles and training exercises. They were nearing the spot, the place where he and Katsuki had fought with everything they had, a battle that had been as much about proving themselves to each other as it had been about strength or strategy. Izuku could feel his heartbeat quicken, an unsettling mix of anticipation and dread twisting in his gut. He glanced over at Katsuki, whose pace hadn't slowed, his eyes locked ahead, his expression set in that familiar determined scowl. But then, Just as they were about to cross into the section where they had clashed all those months ago, Izuku felt a sudden rush of cold wash over him. It wasn't like the cool morning air. No, this was different, sharp, biting, almost unnatural. A chill that cut right through him, settling into his bones. He shivered, his skin prickling with goosebumps. His heart lurched, and he stopped in his tracks, his hand instinctively reaching for his arm, feeling the raised bumps beneath his fingertips. The sensation was eerily familiar. It was almost like when Fatebreaker's quirk had spread through his body, but there was no pain this time, just a creeping, overwhelming sense of something dark and heavy, pressing in on all sides. Katsuki, a few steps ahead, noticed that Izuku had stopped. He turned, his annoyance palpable even in the dim light. "What the hell, Deku?" he snapped, his voice harsh. "We don't have time for you to get all sentimental." His words trailed off as he got a good look at Izuku's face. Izuku's skin had gone ghostly pale, his eyes wide and unfocused, as if he were staring at something only he could see. His breath came in shallow, uneven gasps, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Katsuki's irritation flickered into concern, his brows knitting together. "Oi, Deku," he said more softly, stepping closer, his eyes narrowing. "What's wrong with you?" Izuku's vision swam as the cold sensation grew stronger, the world around him blurring into a haze. He tried to steady himself, but his legs felt like they were giving way beneath him, a sudden wave of dizziness washing over him. His knees buckled, and he swayed, his body teetering dangerously on the edge of collapse. "Deku," Katsuki barked, his voice sharp with alarm as he lunged forward. He caught Izuku just before he could hit the ground, his strong arms wrapping around him with surprising gentleness. "What the hell, get it together." Izuku's head lolled to the side, his vision swimming. He could feel a churning sensation in his stomach, a sickening nausea rising up his throat. For a moment, he thought he might actually vomit right there, his whole body shaking with the effort to keep it down. The world seemed to spin around him, the chill sinking deeper into his bones, a creeping numbness spreading through his limbs. "Kachan," he mumbled weakly, clutching at Katsuki's shirt for support, his knuckles turning white as a sudden, piercing headache shot through his skull. It was like a needle piercing through his brain, a sharp, blinding pain that radiated from the center of his forehead. He winced, his face contorting in agony, a pained groan escaping his lips. His free hand shot up to his forehead, clutching at it as if he could somehow squeeze the pain away. The cold was still there, pressing in on him from all sides, but now it was accompanied by this searing, unbearable headache. I don't feel good," Izuku managed to gasp out, his voice strained, barely more than a whisper. "Yeah, no shit," Katsuki muttered. He tightened his grip on Izuku, holding him steady, his eyes flicking around as if expecting something to jump out at them at any moment. "Just breathe, damn it. We don't have time for you to pass out on me." As quickly as the nausea and pain had overwhelmed him, they vanished, like a storm passing suddenly and without warning. Izuku gasped, his breath coming in sharp, ragged gulps as the cold sensation lifted from his body. He blinked, his vision clearing, and for a moment, he stood there, trying to make sense of what had just happened. His head still throbbed slightly, a dull ache now instead of the sharp, piercing pain from before. The biting cold that had wrapped around him was gone, replaced by a strange, almost eerie calm. But something else was there now, something new. Faint, barely discernible at first. Whispers. Izuku stiffened. Were they real, or was his mind playing tricks on him again? He strained to listen, his head tilting slightly to catch the sound. The whispers were so soft, almost like a breeze passing through leaves, but there were no leaves here, no wind. Just a low, constant murmur, like voices speaking in hushed tones, coming from everywhere. He couldn't make out any words, just a mess of sounds, a chorus of whispers overlapping each other, impossible to understand but somehow, beckoning. Izuku's breath came in quick, shallow bursts, his senses trying to recalibrate after the sudden assault of cold and pain. The whispers were still there, faint but persistent, like an itch in the back of his mind. He glanced over at Katsuki, who was watching him with a mix of concern and frustration. "Kachan," Izuku whispered, his voice still shaky, "do you Do you hear that? Katsuki's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Hear what? He snapped, glancing around the desolate training ground. What are you talking about, dumbass? Izuku swallowed, his throat dry. The whispers, he said, his voice barely more than a breath. There are whispers all around us. Can't you hear them? Katsuki's face twisted into a scowl, and he let out an irritated snort. Whispers? Have you lost your damn mind? There's nothing here, you idiot. Just us and this creepy-ass training ground. Izuku's heart sank a little, but the whispers were still there, growing louder, more insistent. He couldn't ignore them. They seemed to be calling him, pulling him in. He took a tentative step forward, his eyes scanning the path ahead. I think they're coming from up ahead, he murmured, more to himself than to Katsuki. Katsuki rolled his eyes, exasperation clear in his tone. Great, now you're following voices only you can hear, he muttered, but he stayed close behind Izuku, his hand hovering near his shoulder, ready to yank him back if needed. Fine, lead the way, but if this turns out to be some hallucination or trap, I'm knocking you out myself. Izuku nodded, barely registering Katsuki's words. The whispers seemed to guide his steps, pulling him down the narrow street that cut through ground beta. The air felt different here, thicker, almost charged with a strange energy. He could feel his pulse quicken, his skin tingling. He turned the corner, picking up speed. Deku, slow down, Katsuki growled, picking up his pace to keep up. Starting to get uneasy. I don't like this. But Izuku didn't stop, and just as he rounded the corner, he saw it. He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening. Katsuki's curse echoed through the empty space, but Izuku barely registered it. There it was, in the middle of the street, hovering about 4 feet off the ground, was a card. It shimmered in the air, distorting the space around it, like heat waves rippling off hot pavement. Red and gold hues pulsed from its edges, flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. The whispers, those incoherent whispers, seemed to be emanating from the card itself. How many nights had he spent wondering if this card even existed outside his nightmares? How many hours had he poured into research, scouring every corner of his mind for answers? Finally he's found it. It was real, not a dream, not a hallucination, real, and right there, shimmering in the dim light of the training ground. Katsuki's eyes widened for a moment, then narrowed into a glare. Is that it? He muttered, his voice tense, eyes flickering through the buildings for a trap. Is that one of those damn cards? Yes, Izuku breathed, the word coming out as a half sigh, half whisper. He felt the card's presence pulling him in, an invisible force drawing him closer. That's it, Kachan. The first key to this nightmare, the first major arcana. He took a step closer, his gaze locked on the card. The fool. Izuku stood frozen in place, his breath catching in his throat as he stared at the shimmering card hovering just beyond them. The pulsing red and gold hues seemed to intensify with each passing second, casting strange, distorted shadows on the ruined concrete below, as if the card itself was alive, drawing them in with an invisible force. The weight of all his research, their late-night talk, and his long sleepless nights all led to this. This was it, the first of the major arcana. The fool. Without thinking, Izuku's foot lifted from the ground, his body moving on instinct toward the card down the block, his hand half extended as if to reach and claim it. But before he could take a single step, a strong hand clamped down on his shoulder, gripping him with enough force to stop him in his tracks. Izuku winced slightly from the pressure, glancing back over his shoulder to see Katsuki standing there. Don't. Izuku blinked, startled out of his trance. He turned to look at Katsuki, confusion furrowing his brow. Kachan. Hold up, Deku, Katsuki muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes never leaving the card. Izuku blinked, his mind still half entranced by the sight of the card. But, Kachan. I said hold up, Katsuki snapped, tightening his grip on Izuku's shoulder for emphasis. His eyes darted around, scanning the surrounding area with that sharp, predatory intensity he was known for. Think for a second, dumbass. There ain't no way it's just sitting here, waiting for us to grab it. That doesn't make any sense, it shouldn't be this easy. The air around them was eerily still, an unsettling quiet settling over the street. Izuku's breath seemed loud in the oppressive silence, and even Katsuki's usual brash presence felt muted. There were no birds singing from the rooftops, no distant sounds of the city, not even the whisper of a breeze through the shattered windows of nearby buildings. The ground beneath their feet felt unnaturally solid, as though it held its breath, waiting, too quiet. This reeks of a trap, Katsuki continued, still assessing. Look around. You don't think it's weird? A damn card just floating here, all pretty and perfect, no strings attached. No security measures. No one else around. Doesn't sit right with me, Deku. Izuku hesitated, glancing back at the card. Now that Katsuki mentioned it, there was something off about the whole situation. It was almost too easy. After everything they had gone through, after the cryptic riddle and the sleepless nights, finding the card like this, felt wrong. Like a baited hook waiting for them to bite. Izuku took a slow breath, his voice quieter than usual, still on edge from the intensity of the moment. You really think it's a trap? Katsuki's grip tightened, and he gave a sharp nod. Damn right it is. For a long while they stood there and just watched. The ruined concrete of ground beta, the jagged steel beams, and the scorched earth from countless training exercises lay before them, too quiet, too still. Look around, Katsuki muttered, his voice sharp but controlled. This place isn't right. It's too still, too perfect. Whoever set this up wants us to walk right into it. Izuku's gaze followed Katsuki's, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tried to sense anything out of place. Pressure plates, hidden sensors, anything. But the longer he looked, the more he began to doubt. The card just hovered there, unmoving, the whispers still faint in his mind, coaxing him forward. It was hard to focus when the first major piece of the puzzle they'd been hunting for was right in front of them. Still, Katsuki's wariness was contagious, and now Izuku couldn't help but notice every shadow, every piece of rubble that could be concealing a trap. Kachan, we've been standing here for 20 minutes, Izuku said softly after a long while, not taking his eyes off the card. I don't sense anything. I've analyzed the situation from every angle. Maybe, Izuku started, cautiously, maybe it isn't a trap, maybe it's safe. Maybe this is part of the challenge, the test. The card's waiting for us to take it. If it was meant to kill us outright, wouldn't something have already triggered? We've been standing here for a while, and nothing's happened. Katsuki scoffed, his eyes narrowing even further. You're an idiot if you think this is just a freebie. Things like this don't work that way, Deku. It's waiting for something, waiting for us to screw up. He glanced at Izuku, his expression hard, but there was an underlying edge of worry. You rush in, grab that thing without thinking, and next thing you know, you're dead and this stupid in-game is over before we even had a chance to fight. Izuku frowned, still feeling the pull of the card. He knew Katsuki was right to be cautious. He always was when it came to situations like this, but there was a part of him that believed, that felt the card was meant for him. But Kachan, we can't just stand here forever. We need that card if we want to move forward. If we're going to survive this, we have to. I'll get it, Katsuki interrupted, his voice sharp and decisive. If anyone's gonna spring that trap, it's gonna be me. Huh, Izuku blinked, startled by the sudden shift in Katsuki's tone. Wait, what? You heard me, Katsuki growled, jaw clenching as he squared his shoulders, eyes locked on the floating card like it was a ticking bomb. Izuku's eyes widened, confusion and alarm flooding his expression. He was about to just let Katsuki die. Kachan, what are you talking about? We can figure this out together. I can handle. Shut up, Katsuki snapped, rounding on Izuku with a fierce glare. You're the important one, right? You're the damn major arcana. No, absolutely not. Katsuki was not some sacrificial pawn to be discarded just because Izuku was the one with the tattooed major. But before he could even get a word out, Katsuki cut him off sharply, his voice low and biting, like he had already anticipated Izuku's objection. Deku, you don't get it, do you? If you go in there and something happens, if you die, then it's all ing over. The whole damn thing. Izuku froze, his argument faltering before it even began. Katsuki was relentless, barreling on before Izuku could catch his breath. "If I die," Katsuki continued, his eyes narrowing with grim determination, "well, I'm just the minor arcana, right? You'll find me in the next parallel and start this bullshit over." But there was something in the way his voice cracked, something that made Izuku's stomach twist. And that was what left Izuku standing there, frozen, struggling to comprehend the shift in Katsuki's resolve. It hadn't been that long ago, just a few hours, really, that Katsuki had no idea what any of this was about. And even after yesterday, he could see that Katsuki was still a bit skeptical. Yet now, here he was, stepping in without hesitation, willing to die for a game he hadn't even believed in at first. Why? Izuku's mind reeled with the question. He hadn't seen what Izuku had seen. He didn't watch him die the first time. He hadn't been there when Izuku ended up in the interstice of fate. He didn't know what it felt like to have everything unravel in front of you. Katsuki hadn't experienced the terrifying, surreal moment when death swallowed him and time itself seemed to collapse, when reality folded in on itself and spat Izuku out in that empty, endless space between fate and nothingness, drowning in the sea of blood. Izuku's throat tightened as he swallowed the lump forming there, unable to stop himself from asking, his voice softer than usual, uncertain. "Kachan, how are you so willing to believe this? You haven't seen, haven't gone through what I did. A few days ago, you didn't even have the slightest clue what the arcana were. But now you're just ready to die for this." Katsuki stopped, his back still to Izuku, his shoulders tense. For a moment, there was only the heavy silence of ground beta, the stillness stretching between them. Then, slowly, Katsuki let out a sharp breath. "Believe me, Deku, I'm not ready to die for anything," Katsuki muttered, his voice gruff but lacking its usual bite. "I'm not an idiot. I know how insane this all sounds. Cards with magic, alternate realities, major and minor arcana. It's all bullshit." He clenched his fists, his shoulders visibly tightening. "But I'm no fool," he added quietly, glancing over his shoulder at Izuku. His eyes were intense, serious in a way Izuku hadn't seen in a long time. "I might not know what the hell's going on, but I trust my instincts." "I trust you." Izuku's heart stuttered in his chest, his breath whooshing out of his lungs at Katsuki's words. "I trust you." The bluntness of it made heat rise in his cheeks, his face flushing as he stood there, frozen. It wasn't like Katsuki to say things like that, at least, not so openly. Before Izuku could say anything, Katsuki had already made his move. With a sudden burst, Katsuki propelled himself forward, his quirk flaring as the familiar sound of explosions rang through the air. He shot toward the floating card like a missile, a streak of light and raw power, his gaze locked on the target. Izuku stood tense, every muscle in his body coiled like a spring as he watched Katsuki speed toward the card. His heart pounded, the pull of the card still echoing faintly in his mind, but now it was overlaid with a sharp, gut-wrenching anxiety. Something had to happen. The trap Katsuki had warned him about was still a threat, looming over them like an unseen predator. Izuku was practically holding his breath as Katsuki neared the card. His hand was outstretched, fingers just inches away from the shimmering surface. And then the world seemed to twist. Space itself warped, bending and distorting around Katsuki's body as if the very fabric of reality had been pulled apart. Katsuki's form shimmered, stretched, and then, without warning, he was spat out violently, flung through the air as if gravity had flipped on its head. His momentum went from controlled precision to complete chaos in an instant, sending him tumbling head over heels. "Kachan!" Izuku shouted, his heart leaping into his throat as ran for him, watching Katsuki hurtle toward the side of a building, his body spinning wildly out of control, the world a dizzying blur of concrete and sky as Katsuki desperately tried to get his bearings. For a terrifying moment, it looked like Katsuki was going to crash headlong into the structure, but at the last second, he managed to blast himself away, narrowly avoiding the impact, sending a wave of dust and rubble into the air. Katsuki twisted in the air, struggling to regain control, but the distortion had thrown him completely off. He flew erratically, his body jerking in midair before he finally stabilized himself enough to careen back toward Izuku, still clearly off balance. Katsuki's hands flared with explosions as he finally managed to slow himself enough to land in a half-crouch in front of Izuku. Izuku rushed over to Katsuki, crouching beside him, who was still catching his breath, his body shaking slightly from the rough landing. "Kachan, are you okay?" Izuku asked. His eyes scanned Katsuki's body, searching for any signs of injury. Katsuki had landed hard, the distortion having thrown him completely off course. Katsuki didn't respond immediately. He was hunched over, one hand pressed against his mouth as his body convulsed with an involuntary shudder. His face was pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. For a moment, Izuku thought he might be hurt, his worry spiking as he leaned in closer. Then, Katsuki suddenly dry heaved, gagging but holding it back, his entire body tensing as he forced down the wave of nausea. Izuku's heart raced, panic bubbling beneath the surface as he watched him struggle. "Kachan," he said softly, his hand hovering over Katsuki's shoulder but not quite touching, unsure of what to do. Katsuki held up a shaky hand, signaling for Izuku to back off for a moment. "I'm fine," he growled, though his voice was strained. He dry heaved again, gagging slightly, before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. He was breathing heavily, his eyes still unfocused as he fought to recover from the effects of whatever that distortion had done to him. "Whatever that was," Katsuki rasped, leaning back on his knees as he took a deep, shaky breath, "it felt absolutely ******ing horrible." He coughed, still trying to shake off the disorienting sensation that had slammed into him the moment he got close to the card. Izuku frowned, his concern deepening. "You got thrown back so violently. It's like the space around the card rejected you." He hesitated, watching Katsuki regain his composure. "Are you sure you're okay?" Katsuki wiped the sweat from his forehead and scowled, still breathing hard. "I said I'm fine, Deku. Just give me a damn second," he muttered, though it was clear that whatever had happened had shaken him. Izuku glanced back at the card, now just a dozen or so feet away, hovering ominously off to the left. The shimmer of red and gold light continued to pulse in the air, distorting the space around it like a mirage. He felt an inexplicable pull toward it, a tug deep in his chest. The card had reacted to Katsuki's attempt with violence, but something told Izuku it might not react the same way to him. He bore the mark of the fool after all. "Stay here," Izuku said softly, turning his gaze back to Katsuki, who was still hunched over, trying to shake off the last traces of nausea. Katsuki looked up sharply, his eyes still narrowed with residual discomfort. "Deku," he growled, his voice still rough from the strain. Before Izuku could take another step, Katsuki's hand shot out, gripping Izuku's wrist tightly. His usual strength wasn't fully back yet, but the grip was firm enough to stop Izuku in his tracks. For a moment, Katsuki hesitated. His lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes narrowing as if battling with himself. The words seemed to get stuck in his throat, as though admitting them would go against everything he was. But finally, with a low, almost begrudging growl, Katsuki spoke, his voice rough but laced with an edge of vulnerability. "Damn it, nerd, be careful." The words came out clipped, almost reluctant, but the concern beneath the roughness was unmistakable. It was almost sweet of him. Izuku gave him a small nod, appreciating the concern. "I will, Kachan. Just trust me." With that, he gently pulled his wrist free and began walking toward the card, focused on the ground in case there were any other traps. As he neared the card, the atmosphere grew heavier, the shimmering distortion in the air more pronounced. The hair on Izuku's arms stood on end, the faint hum coming from the card resonating in his bones. It was like the card itself really was alive, aware of his presence. Izuku stopped just in front of it, the soft pulsing light reflecting in his wide, emerald eyes. The card hovered just within reach, yet somehow, it felt like it was miles away, as though the space between him and the card was more than just physical. With trembling fingers, Izuku slowly extended his hand, feeling the warmth of the distortion as he pushed his hand toward the card. His fingertips passed through the shimmering barrier, and for a second, nothing happened. Then, as his hand finally made contact with the card, the world seemed to stop. The card exploded into a brilliant shimmer of red light, streaks of gold and crimson trailing through the air like cosmic dust and stars. The light danced around Izuku, swirling in an intricate pattern, wrapping around him like ribbons of energy. His eyes widened in shock as the light moved with purpose, spiraling down toward his arm. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, the shimmering light began to absorb into the tattoo on Izuku's arm, the arcane mark of the major arcana. The once dormant symbol began to glow, pulsing in sync with the energy of the card. It felt warm, almost comforting, as the power of the card fused with him, settling deep within his skin. Izuku gasped, his arm tingling with the sensation of power surging into him. The light faded into the air, leaving only the faint glow of his tattoo. Suddenly, Izuku heard Katsuki scream his name, the sharp edge of panic in his voice cutting through the stillness. Before Izuku could even process the sound, something slammed into him hard. Katsuki. Deku. In an instant, Katsuki's arms were around him, and the world became a blur as Katsuki's quirk activated, blasting them down the block at breakneck speed. The wind roared in Izuku's ears as they shot away from the spot where the card had been. Izuku barely had time to register what was happening before he felt Katsuki's protective grip tighten around him, propelling them forward with the force of an explosion. What? The thought barely crossed Izuku's mind when a thunderous blast detonated behind them, the force rippling through the air like a shockwave. The space where the card had hovered erupted in a burst of cosmic energy. It was unlike anything Izuku had ever seen before. It wasn't just a release of raw power, but a distortion in the very fabric of space-time itself. The entire block trembled violently, the distorted air crackling with energy, as if time and space were unraveling from the blast ripping from the point of contact. The blast didn't just shake the earth, it tore at reality itself. Ripples of red, emerald, and gold energy expanded outward from the detonation point, warping everything in its path. The jagged remains of ground beta twisted and cracked, buildings bent unnaturally as the blast expanded, threatening to tear apart the world around them. In an instant, Katsuki spun them midair, his body covering Izuku's as they slammed onto the ground, sliding back from the sheer force of the explosion. Katsuki's arms locked around Izuku, bracing him tightly for the incoming shockwave. In a rush of panic, Izuku instinctively threw out Black Whip, the tendrils of energy snapping from his arms and spiraling outward like a protective cocoon. The dark, glowing whips encircled them as they hit the ground, wrapping around them tightly. Black Whip dug into the cracked concrete of ground beta, anchoring them both as the rippling explosion of cosmic energy surged towards them. The shockwave slammed into the barrier Izuku had created. The gusts were so powerful it felt like the ground was shaking under them, as if the very fabric of the world was straining to stay intact. The casing of their cocoon gave a sharp snapping sound as cracked spider webbed along its shield. Dust and debris flew in every direction, swirling in the wake of the explosion. Izuku's eyes squeezed shut, the force of the explosion pressing down on them through his shield like an unseen weight. He could feel the raw power surging through the air, the rippling energy threatening to pull them apart at any second. For several long, agonizing moments, they stayed like that, Katsuki's body shielding Izuku, Black Whip shielding them as the wind howled and space twisted around them. The deafening roar of the explosion began to fade, but instead of dissipating into silence, a low, ominous hum filled the air. Izuku's ears rang from the shockwave, but through the noise, he became acutely aware of a strange, unnatural pull. Just as suddenly as it began, the chaos began to flow backwards. The world around them, which had been tearing apart with uncontrollable force, now seemed to be collapsing inward. The cosmic energy that had expanded so violently began to reverse, pulling everything back into the point of contact where the card had once hovered. What had been an explosion was now an implosion, reality folding in on itself, drawn into the singularity created by the card's power. The debris that had been scattered moments ago was beeped back, jagged pieces of concrete and steel twisting unnaturally as they were dragged toward the shrinking point of distortion. The buildings that had cracked and bent under the explosive force now creaked and groaned as they were pulled back into alignment, their fractured forms spiraling toward the void. The very air seemed to warp, the pressure so intense that Izuku could feel it pulling on his skin, as if even his body was being tugged toward the center. Black Whip started trembling as the implosion grew stronger. Izuku felt the force trying to drag them toward the heart of the collapsing energy, but the dark tendrils he had anchored into the concrete held firm, digging deeper into the ground with a low, grating sound. His muscles strained as he fought to keep the cocoon stable, his teeth gritted in concentration. He'd never had this amount of tendrils out with such control, and it was taken everything he had to hold it together. Katsuki's arms tightened around him, the heat of his quirk still radiating through his body. "Damn it," Katsuki growled through clenched teeth, his voice barely audible over the rushing force. "What the F*** is going on? Hold on," Izuku cried, reinforcing Black Whip with everything he had, sending out more tendrils to lash into the ground. But even as he did, he felt the cocoon sliding again, closer, inch by inch, toward the imploding center. The pressure was unbearable, like gravity itself was trying to tear them from the ground, and the dark tendrils of Black Whip began to crack under the strain. Just when Izuku thought they might be pulled in, the implosion suddenly relented. The wind died down, the energy dissipated, and the world seemed to snap back into place. Izuku, panting heavily, felt the dark tendrils of Black Whip retract, slipping back under his skin. His entire body trembled from the intensity of what they had just endured, but somehow, they were still there, still alive. Covered in dust, debris clinging to their skin and clothes, they were battered, but otherwise unharmed. Ka-chan, Izuku breathed, his voice hoarse, as he glanced up at Katsuki, who was still hovering protectively over him. His eyes were wide with shock, his pulse still racing. You saved me." Katsuki scowled, running a hand through his hair, streaking the dust across his face. "Damn it, Deku," he growled, his voice rough from the strain. "I told you it was a trap." Izuku pushed himself up slightly, only then realizing one of his shoes was missing, blown away somewhere in the chaos, but it barely registered. His mind was still spinning. I didn't think it would." "Yeah, well, think harder next time," Katsuki snapped, his words sharp and biting. Izuku flinched at Katsuki's sharp words, guilt and shock settling in his chest. His heart still raced, pounding from the chaos they had barely survived. He swallowed hard and looked away from Katsuki, his eyes drifting toward the epicenter of the blast, the place where the card had once hovered, now scorched and torn apart by the rippling energy. The ground there was cracked and distorted, as if the fabric of space itself had been stretched to its limits before snapping back into place. The realization hit him, his body trembling as the pieces came together in his mind. That blast, it wasn't just a reaction to the card's power being absorbed into him. It was something far more sinister. That explosion was meant to kill him. Izuku's eyes widened, mouth going bone dry. If Katsuki hadn't been there, if he hadn't reacted as quickly as he did, Izuku would have been caught in the blast, and if it wasn't for Black Whip, if they had been any closer. His mind reeled with the horrifying thought. The blast wasn't some random surge of energy, it had been triggered intentionally. Fatebreaker was pulling strings, manipulating events to reset the game. If Izuku had died, everything would have reset. Katsuki wouldn't have remembered, and they'd be back at square one in another parallel. Worse, Katsuki wouldn't just have no memories, but there was a high probability he would have also been the major in the next parallel. A cold sweat formed on Izuku's brow. He couldn't tell Katsuki, at least, not right now. It would only piss him off, and knowing Katsuki, he'd charge headlong into the next threat out of sheer rage. No, it was better to keep this to himself for now. Katsuki, oblivious to Izuku's internal turmoil, slowly pushed himself to his feet, his usual scowl deepening as he dusted off his clothes. "We need to get out of here before every hero in a 5-mile radius shows up," he said, changing the subject, his tone laced with irritation. That explosion was loud enough to wake the dead. Izuku blinked, pulling himself out of his spiraling thoughts. He nodded, scrambling to his feet, but just as he was about to follow Katsuki's lead, something caught his eye. A faint glimmer, barely visible through the scorched and cracked ground at the center of the blast. His body moved before his mind could fully register what he was doing. "Wait!" Izuku shouted, sprinting toward the center of the blast zone, adrenaline still coursing through his veins as he skidded to a stop, his eyes wide. "Deku! Seriously, what the hell?" Katsuki barked, turning on his heel, clearly ready to drag Izuku back if need be. "We don't have time for this." But Izuku didn't respond. He just stared down into the crater. Katsuki stormed over to him, grabbing him by the front of his shirt with a growl. His face was twisted in frustration, his eyes blazing with impatience. "Deku, what the hell do you think you're doing? We don't have time to be ing around." But as his voice trailed off, Katsuki's gaze followed Izuku's line of sight down into the crater. His grip on Izuku's shirt loosened as he noticed what had caught Izuku's attention. There, at the very bottom of the blast zone, glowing faintly in shimmering letters, was something neither of them had expected: the next riddle, etched into the cracked earth. The words pulsed softly with energy, as if they were alive, guiding them to the next stage. "In a forest dense, there lies a break, where once a life was forced at stake. A place of capture, fear, and flight. Amidst the trees, in pale moonlight, where the wild and fierce did clash, and heroes learned to rise and crash. Return to where the captives lay. Here lies the card of strife and might. The Five of Wands, in plain sight." The next morning, UA campus was buzzing with tension, whispers, and frantic speculation. The explosion at Ground Beta had been the talk of the entire school since sunrise. Every student, teacher, and hero in training was either piecing together theories or spreading rumors about what had caused the strange, reality-warping blast that had rocked the campus the day before. Izuku and Katsuki had barely managed to slip away in the chaos, using the distraction of the arriving heroes to make their escape from Ground Beta unnoticed, sprinting back to the dorms just as the lockdown went into effect. The heroes had been quick to react to the explosion, and within minutes, UA security had locked down the entire campus. They had been lucky. If they'd stayed at Ground Beta even a minute longer, they would have been caught in the security sweep. Somehow, they had avoided being spotted, slipping through the halls of Heights Alliance just before the alarms blared. It was only thanks to Katsuki's quick thinking and their sheer luck that they'd made it back unnoticed. But Izuku knew it wouldn't last forever. It was only a matter of time before someone started asking the right questions. For now, though, the explosion hadn't been pinned on anyone. Yet, inside the dorm living area, the buzz of conversation was louder than usual. Students gathered in groups, their voices rising and falling as they shared their theories about what could have caused such an event. Izuku sat on one of the couches, his mind elsewhere as he pretended to listen to the chatter around him. Katsuki was nearby, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, scowling at everyone as if daring them to ask him about the incident. "I heard it was some kind of villain attack," Kaminari said, his eyes wide with excitement as he relayed his theory to the group. "Like, they snuck onto campus and tried to test some kind of weapon. That's the only thing that makes sense, right? Villains. On UA grounds," Mina exclaimed, shaking her head. "Wouldn't the security system have caught them? Besides, why would they target Ground Beta? There's nothing there but old training grounds." Kirishima, sitting beside Mina, frowned thoughtfully. "It didn't feel like a normal explosion, though. When I ran out to check it, it was like the air itself was warping. It was super weird, like reality was bending. Maybe it wasn't a villain attack at all, maybe it was something else. Some kind of quirk experiment gone wrong." As the conversation buzzed around the room, a voice suddenly cut through the chatter, laced with playful curiosity. "Hey, you don't think it was them, do you?" Shiro chimed in, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he pointed between Izuku and Katsuki. "Did you two get into one of your epic fights again? That would explain the explosion." The room fell silent for a moment as everyone's eyes shifted toward the pair. Izuku immediately stiffened, his breath catching in his throat as all the attention zeroed in on him. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, and his mind raced, scrambling for a response. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," his palms growing clammier by the second. He hadn't expected this, hadn't prepared for it, and now everyone was looking at him, waiting for an answer. "And no, we didn't," Izuku stammered, his voice faltering as his hands fidgeted nervously in his lap. He could feel his face heating up, and the more he tried to string together a coherent sentence, the more jumbled his thoughts became. "It wasn't, Kachan and I didn't, we weren't even. Katsuki, who had been leaning against the wall with a scowl, suddenly straightened up, his fiery gaze snapping toward Shiro and the rest of the group. He pushed himself off the wall, walking forward with a dangerous edge to his steps, his expression darkening. "What the hell are you saying, tape arms?" he growled, his voice sharp and venomous. Everyone flinched at the shift in Katsuki's tone. Izuku swallowed hard, his nerves only getting worse as Katsuki took control of the situation. "If you idiots think I'd waste my time fighting Deku and cause a damn explosion like that after the last time, then you're dumber than you look," Katsuki snapped, his crimson eyes narrowing as he glared around the room, daring anyone to challenge him. "I swear, if I hear anyone spreading rumors about me, I'll blast them in the ********ing face." A tense silence fell over the group. The playful atmosphere from earlier evaporated under Katsuki's threat. No one wanted to be the next target of his temper, and they all knew better than to test him when he was in one of his moods. Shiro, raising his hands defensively, laughed nervously. Okay, I was just kidding, man. No need to get all crazy about it. TCH. Katsuki scoffed, crossing his arms again and turning away, his posture stiff with irritation. Damn right you were kidding. Well, that was one way to deflect the situation. As the tense atmosphere began to ease, the room filled once again with lighter chatter. The students, eager to move on from Katsuki's threat, resumed their discussions about the explosion, speculating on everything from quirks to villain attacks. Izuku, still trying to calm his racing heart, shifted uncomfortably on the couch. He glanced around the room before quietly pulling out his phone, the screen lighting up as he opened the photos he'd taken the previous morning. Izuku's eyes scanned the riddle again, fingers absently tracing the lines on his phone screen as his mind whirled with possibilities. The words seemed to echo in his head, each line tugging at different memories, but none of them quite fit. In a forest dense, there lies a break. He chewed on his bottom lip, brow furrowing deeper. A forest. His first instinct had been Kamino Ward, the place where one of their most significant battles had taken place, where Katsuki had been captured and All Might had fought his final battle. But something about it didn't sit right with him. Kamino Ward wasn't a forest. It was an urban environment, filled with debris and the remnants of their conflict with the League of Villains. Izuku's mind raced through every location he could think of. Maybe it's metaphorical, he wondered, but even that thought didn't seem to fit the tone of the riddle. No, it seemed too literal, a forest dense. There had to be an actual forest somewhere that matched the description. Izuku stared at the riddle longer, his fingers drumming nervously on his phone. He chewed his lip again, lost in thought, when suddenly, he was jolted from his concentration when he felt the cushion beside him sank under the weight of someone sitting down. They were a little closer than he was used to, and instinctively, Izuku glanced up to see who it was. To his absolute shock, it was Katsuki, casually draping his arm across the back of the couch as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Katsuki, sitting this close to him, in the common room. Izuku stared at him, blinking rapidly in disbelief. What was he doing? Katsuki didn't even glance at him, but his presence was commanding. He sat there as though daring someone to say something, to question why he'd chosen to sit next to Izuku of all people. His arm hung loosely behind Izuku's head, adding to the air of nonchalance Katsuki was projecting, but there was an undercurrent of tension only Izuku could feel. Izuku blinked, dumbstruck as he stared at Katsuki, trying to figure out what he was doing sitting so close to him in front of everyone. Katsuki didn't bother turning his head, but his voice was low enough for only Izuku to hear. "You're muttering, and everyone can hear you." Izuku's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't even realized he'd been talking out loud. Before Izuku could say anything, Katsuki shot him a look, one of those sharp, unreadable looks that meant trouble. Whether that was meant for him or someone else, he didn't get a chance to figure it out. "Whoa, hang on," a voice chimed in, cutting through the background chatter. "Maybe you two did get into a fight last night after all, 'cause I've never seen Bakugo sit this close to Midoriya before." It was Kaminari, of course, grinning mischievously as his eyes flicked between the two of them. The comment immediately caught the attention of a few others nearby, and Izuku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Katsuki, however, reacted before Izuku could even open his mouth. Without hesitation, Katsuki whipped his arm up, palm facing in Kaminari's direction, and sent a small, controlled blast his way. "Shut the hell up, Pikachu!" Katsuki snarled, his voice dangerously low. Kaminari yelped, barely ducking in time to avoid the blast, which hit the wall behind him with a sharp crack. He laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head as a few other students chuckled at his misfortune. Okay, I'm done. Sheesh. Katsuki huffed, clearly annoyed, before settling back into his seat, his arms still draped lazily across the back of the couch. Katsuki leaned in ever so slightly, his voice dropping lower, barely a whisper. "If you've got something to figure out, do it quietly. And for the love of God, don't make me babysit you." Izuku, still blushing, only nodded. Over the next several days, everything seemed relatively normal at UA, or at least as normal as life could get after a reality-warping explosion rocked the campus. Despite the buzz of rumors and the constant chatter about the mysterious blast, the students had gradually settled back into their routines. Training, classes, and hero work continued as usual, with the occasional hushed conversation about whether the explosion had been a villain attack or a freak accident. For most, things might have seemed normal. But for Izuku, normal had become an impossible goal. Every day felt like a race against time, a never-ending grind that left him constantly on edge. The weight of everything, his own internal fears, the secrets of the minor arcana, and the looming threat of Fatebreaker, was making it impossible to relax. And as the days dragged on, it became harder and harder to shake the gnawing sense of dread building inside him. Worst of all, Izuku could hardly sleep. The nights blurred into one another, exhaustion and stress settling into his bones like a permanent ache. He spent countless hours after everyone else had gone to bed, poring over his notes, searching for answers in books and articles about tarot and arcane symbols, his thoughts spinning endlessly. His mind raced too fast for rest, every thought circling back to the cards, to the danger that felt like it was closing in on him. The pressure to figure it all out, to be ready, kept him awake long past the point of exhaustion. And when sleep did come, it was shallow and riddled with nightmares, his body always on the edge of fight or flight. Adding to the strain, Katsuki had become a near-constant presence in his life. Not for anything obvious like sparring or training. No, Katsuki would simply show up at Izuku's dorm room or corner him in the common room with a grunt and a muttered demand to study. It wasn't a request, and it wasn't like Izuku could say no. It had become a nightly routine, Katsuki forcing his way into his space, sitting down, and poring over maps and documents with a scowl. They weren't really working together, not officially. Katsuki made it very clear that nobody else was to know about their late-night sessions. To the outside world, their complicated rivalry-turned-frenemy dynamic seemed unchanged. But underneath it all, they were searching, chasing any lead they could find on the minor arcana, trying to unravel the mystery of what Fatebreaker had planned for them. Katsuki, to his credit, was sharp. When he was focused, he could cut through the nonsense and get straight to the heart of things, catching details that even Izuku had missed. His impatience, though, hadn't mellowed. He still snapped whenever Izuku muttered under his breath, and he had zero tolerance for anything that he considered wasting time. But despite the tension, they worked well together in their own chaotic way. For Izuku, the research was never-ending, poring over everything he could find about tarot cards, their meanings, and the different kinds of cards associated with the arcana. The major arcana, he learned, was made up of 22 powerful cards, each representing a significant aspect of life and the journey of the soul. The Fool, the first card in the major arcana, was what he'd unknowingly absorbed into his tattoo during the explosion at Ground Beta. But beyond that, there were the minor arcana, and they were vast. 56 cards, divided into 4 suits: wands, cups, swords, and pentacles. Each suit represented different aspects of life and challenges, but the actual amount they needed to collect was still unclear to Izuku. The question was, how many cards would Fatebreaker demand from them before this ended? Would it be as simple as collecting all majors and only a handful of the minors? Izuku could only hope. So far, though, they hadn't made any significant breakthroughs, other than the minor most likely being the Five of Wands. Izuku's head was spinning with information, but without a clear path to the next card, they were stuck. It didn't help that Katsuki wasn't exactly the patient type. Deku. Katsuki's gruff voice snapped him out of his thoughts one evening as they sat in the common room. Katsuki was leaning over the back of the couch, his sharp eyes scanning the notes and sketches Izuku had spread across the coffee table. You've been staring at that for hours. If we don't figure something out soon, I'm gonna blow something up just to keep from going insane. Izuku looked up, blinking. I know, Kachan. I've been trying to connect the riddle to one of the tarot suits, but it's just confusing. The major arcana are pretty straightforward, but the minor ones, there are so many of them. And the one from the riddle, the Five of Wands. Yeah, I get it, there are too many damn cards, Katsuki growled, clearly growing more irritated by the lack of progress. But we don't have time to sit around. There's gotta be something you're missing. That riddle's not just gonna solve itself. Katsuki was sprawled out on the floor in front of Izuku, looking anything but focused. He was casually spinning a small stress ball on the tip of his finger, an outlet for his mounting frustration. His sharp eyes tracked the spinning ball, but his mind was clearly still on the problem at hand. Read the damn riddle to me again, he demanded, his voice low but edged with impatience. Izuku, sitting cross-legged on the bed with papers spread out all around him, hesitated for a moment. His fingers lightly brushed over his notes before he picked up the sheet containing the riddle they'd found etched into the ground at ground beta. Izuku glanced down at the sheet of paper in his hands, feeling the weight of its significance grow heavier with every passing day. It had been almost 3 weeks since he'd first found himself in this twisted game of fate, 3 weeks since he'd been marked by the major arcana and dragged into a parallel reality that bent the very laws of the world around them. With the halfway mark of their allotted time rapidly approaching, the pressure to figure out their next move weighed on him more than ever. Right, okay. Izuku cleared his throat, feeling the pressure of Katsuki's intense gaze even though his eyes were on the spinning ball. He did so reading it slowly, giving a pause between the verses to let Katsuki process. Katsuki's stress ball stopped spinning abruptly, and he stared at the ceiling. A place of capture, fear, and flight, amidst the trees. Katsuki repeated, his voice quieter than usual as he mentally dissected the lines. Izuku, always hyper-focused on details, immediately latched onto the slight shift in Katsuki's tone. Yeah, I've been thinking about that part, too. It's one of the keys to figuring this out. It's clearly a forest, but I keep going back to Kamino Ward. That's where you were captured, where? No, Katsuki cut him off, sitting up slightly and glaring at Izuku with a sharp look. Kamino doesn't fit. Izuku frowned, knowing Katsuki was probably right but feeling stumped all the same. But you were captured there, Izuku insisted, still trying to connect the dots. It was one of the most significant events in our hero journey so far. It's where All Might fought All for One, where the whole world changed. Katsuki shook his head, his eyes narrowing with determination. That's not it. Kamino's not a forest, and this whole thing talks about trees and a break in the forest. It's gotta be somewhere else. Izuku fell silent, his brain working overtime to search for another possibility. He knew Katsuki had a point, but it wasn't easy letting go of his initial theory. His mind was a swirling storm of places and memories, trying to latch onto something tangible. A place of capture, fear, flight, trees. Izuku's eyes widened slightly as a thought hit him. Wait, what about the training camp? The one with the cats? Katsuki's eyes flicked to him, a spark of interest breaking through his scowl. You remember, don't you, Kachan? We were in the forest there. It was dense, just like the riddle says. The wild cats brought us there for survival training, but... Izuku's voice faltered, recalling the traumatic events of that night. That's where the League of Villains attacked us originally. Where we were forced to fight, and where you were captured. Katsuki sat up fully now, his posture tense as he processed the idea. He didn't speak for a few seconds, but Izuku could see the gears turning in his mind. You think that's it? Katsuki finally asked, his voice gruff but without the usual bite. The training camp. Izuku nodded slowly. It fits. There was fear and flight. You were captured there, and we were forced to fight against the villains. It was the first time we had to clash with them on our own. And the trees, the forest, were everywhere. The break in the forest, Katsuki muttered, piecing together the clues aloud. Where the captives lay, that's where those villains took me. Izuku's heart rate fluttering as he realized they might finally be onto something. The Five of Wands, it represents conflict and struggle. That whole night was a fight for survival, for all of us. It could be there. Izuku watched Katsuki closely as the other boy scowled, deep in thought. He could see Katsuki processing everything, his scowl deepening as he thought through the implications. The training camp, it made sense, but there was one glaring issue. If it's there, Katsuki started, his voice low and edged with frustration, how the hell are we supposed to get to the beast's forest? His sharp eyes flicked up to Izuku, the intensity behind them making Izuku straighten a little in his seat. It's not like we can sneak over there like we did with ground beta. That place is too far, and it's not exactly the kind of place we can just waltz into without someone noticing. Izuku bit his lip, thinking it over. He knew Katsuki was right. The beast's forest, home to the wild cats training camp, wasn't just a hop, skip, and a jump away. It was a significant distance from UA, and getting there unnoticed would be next to impossible. And sneaking out, that was risky on a good day, but after the explosion at ground beta, the security around UA had undoubtedly tightened even more. I know, Izuku said quietly, his mind already churning with possible solutions. But there has to be a way. Maybe we can get permission to visit for training. If we play it off as part of our hero course, we could ask Aizawa-sensei or Principal Nezu. Katsuki cut him off, shaking his head. That's a stupid idea, Deku. You think they're gonna let us go back there just 'cause we ask? No way. They'd ask too many damn questions, and we can't tell them what we're really doing. Besides, they wouldn't just let us wander off into the forest alone, even if we did get permission. There was a brief silence between them after Katsuki's rejection of Izuku's suggestion. Katsuki's sharp gaze flicked back to the spinning ball on his finger, his frustration barely concealed. He suddenly stopped the ball, letting it fall to the floor with a quiet thud before turning to Izuku again. How sure are you that it's at the training camp? Katsuki questioned gruffly. Izuku blinked at him, caught off guard by the sudden question. He hesitated, glancing at the riddle again, running the clues over in his mind. He had a sinking feeling that Katsuki was testing him, pushing him for an answer that Izuku wasn't entirely ready to give. But the more he thought about it, the more everything seemed to fit. I'd say, pretty high, Izuku finally said, a bit uncertain but gaining strength. Maybe 85%. It makes the most sense. The forest, the capture, the conflict, all the elements line up with the night you were taken by the League of Villains. And if we're looking for the Five of Wands, it's got to be somewhere tied to struggle and conflict. That night fits all the criteria. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at Izuku's estimation, his lips curling into a frown as he considered it. 85%, huh? He muttered. So you're that confident? Izuku nodded, though his stomach twisted with nerves. He wasn't used to putting percentages on his guesses, but he felt more certain about this than any of the other options they'd considered. Katsuki's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward slightly. So if you're so sure, let me ask you this. How much trouble do you think we'd be in if we just said screw it and snuck away? Consequences be damned. The question hit Izuku like a slap. His eyes widened, and he immediately shook his head. Kachan, absolutely not. His voice was louder than he intended, the panic in it unmistakable. We can't just sneak out. We'd get caught for sure, and the consequences. Then what the hell is your better idea, Deku? Katsuki interrupted, sitting up fully now. His posture was tense, irritation bubbling just beneath the surface. You don't have one, do you? Izuku flinched, his throat tightening. He opened his mouth to argue, but the words caught in his throat. He didn't have a better idea. As much as he hated to admit it, sneaking out was the most straightforward option, except for the part where they'd be caught and probably expelled from UA. And worse, if they were discovered sneaking out to a place connected to their encounter with the League of Villains, the repercussions would be disastrous. They wouldn't just face expulsion. They'd likely be placed under strict surveillance, monitored every second, and have their freedom limited. And that wasn't even considering the possibility that the card might not be at the training camp at all. Their ability to pursue the cards, the key to everything, would be completely destroyed. Izuku's stomach twisted painfully at the thought. If they went through all that risk, sneaking out, getting to the forest, avoiding detection, and the card wasn't even there, then they were royally screwed. It would be a massive gamble, and if they came up empty, their chances of finding it would be next to nothing. But Katsuki wasn't having it. He stood up, fists clenched tightly at his sides as he glared down at Izuku. This is literally a matter of life and death, Deku. Katsuki growled, his voice dangerously low. This Fatebreaker asshole isn't playing games. This whole thing is real according to you, and we don't have time to sit around like idiots, waiting for some perfect plan to magically fall into our laps. We've got a lead, and you're too damn scared of getting your hands dirty to do anything about it. Katsuki's words struck a nerve, hard. The sharp accusation that Izuku was scared to act, cut through him deeper than it should have. It wasn't just the words, it was the tone, the way Katsuki spat them out like Izuku was too afraid to act, too weak to handle the situation, lit a fire in Izuku's chest that he hadn't expected. His fists clenched at sheets, his breath quickening as anger rose within him. Izuku felt the words bubbling up before he could stop them. You don't have to be an asshole about it, Kachan. The moment the words were out, Izuku froze. Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting such a sharp retort. He had never snapped back like that, and for a brief second, silence stretched between them. Just as fast as the surprise hit Katsuki, it was replaced by a fierce glare. His eyes narrowed, and his hands flexed, trembling slightly with barely contained fury. You wanna say that again, Deku? The way Katsuki was glaring down at him, hands now clenched into fists, wasn't helping the situation. You don't have to be an asshole, Kachan. You think I don't know this is life or death? Izuku nearly snarled back, his voice sharper than usual, green eyes blazing with an intensity that startled even him. You think I'm scared of getting in trouble? That's not the issue here. The words seemed to echo in the room, hanging in the air between them. Izuku's chest heaved with the weight of it, his frustration boiling over. He wasn't the type to lash out, not like this, but Katsuki's constant pressure, the mounting stakes, and the relentless stress had finally hit a breaking point. Katsuki's cocked his head to the side, lip curling at the tone in Izuku's voice. He took a threatening step closer, towering over Izuku, his presence overwhelming and intense. What the hell are you talking about? Katsuki growled, his voice a dangerous low rumble. Don't pull that bullshit, Deku. You haven't been through anything I haven't. Really, 'cause I've already died once. Don't you get it? I already watched everything fall apart once. His voice rose with every word, the sheer weight of his memories pressing down on him. You weren't the one who had a hole blasted in your chest, bloodied and bleeding out. You didn't see everything you worked so hard for crumble around you, but I did. Without thinking, he jabbed a finger into Katsuki's chest. You weren't the one who was pulled from the world you knew, leaving behind everything and everyone you loved, Kachan. Izuku's voice was louder now, cracking under the weight of his frustration. So don't stand there and act like I don't know how serious this is. Katsuki's body tensed at the contact, his muscles tense as if preparing for a fight, his fists tightening even more, knuckles turning white. His crimson eyes bore into Izuku's, furious and disbelieving. The sheer force of his presence was enough to make anyone else back down, but not Izuku. Not this time. Katsuki's scowl twisted further into a deep snarl as he loomed over Izuku. His fist steaming, and without warning, he shoved Izuku hard, sending him stumbling back onto his bed. You think you're the only one who's been through this twisted ed up situation. Katsuki roared, stepping forward aggressively nearly on top of Izuku, one knee on the bed, eyes blazing. You think you're the only one who understands what's at stake here. Just because you rolled over and died doesn't mean I'm a clueless idiot. Don't give me that crap, Deku. Izuku, shocked, barely had time to recover from the shove before Katsuki was right in his face, seething with rage, and the tension hit its peak. Izuku, worn out and completely frayed by weeks of sleepless nights, endless pressure, and trying to navigate this nightmarish game, finally snapped. He shoved Katsuki hard, sending him crashing into the desk. Katsuki growled in response, and without thinking, he lunged at Izuku, his hands crackling with small explosions. The heat from the blasts was intense, and Izuku barely managed to block the first strike, their arms colliding in a flurry of movement. The force of Katsuki's next blast sent a shockwave through the room, knocking over papers and scattering books. But Izuku wasn't as weak as he used to be. With a flick of his wrist, he sent out Black Whip, the tendrils of energy snapping out from his arms and wrapping around Katsuki's wrist, yanking his hand away just before another explosion went off. Katsuki struggled against the binding, his eyes molten with fury, and with a roar, he ripped his arm free from the tendrils, sparks flying as he did. He lunged forward, shoving Izuku again, this time knocking him backward, head slamming into the wall. "You're so full of shit, Deku." Katsuki spat, his breath ragged and his eyes wild with anger. As Katsuki leaned over him, snarling, Izuku reacted instinctively. He drew his fist back and threw a solid punch, landing squarely against Katsuki's jaw. The impact was enough to knock Katsuki back for a moment, the sound of the hit reverberating through the room. Katsuki staggered but quickly recovered, wiping a small trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wild with anger, and his teeth bared in a snarl. "You're dead, Deku," he roared, his voice booming. Katsuki lunged at Izuku again, fury driving him as he grabbed Izuku by the shirt and threw him with surprising force. Izuku was sent flying backward, his body slamming hard against the headboard. The force rattled the room, and the impact knocked the air from Izuku's lungs. The bookshelf nearby shook, scattering more papers and books onto the floor. Izuku winced, gasping for breath, but there was no time to recover. Katsuki was already on him again, fists clenched, explosions crackling in his palms. His face was twisted in pure rage. He pinned Izuku against the bed, his forearm pressed against Izuku's chest, holding him there with an iron grip, feeling the heat of his quirk singing through his clothes. "Think you can take me, huh, Deku?" Katsuki snarled. "I'll show you what happens when you push me." Izuku trembled beneath Katsuki's weight, but it wasn't from fear, it was from sheer, burning rage. His entire body was tense, his muscles coiled like a spring ready to snap. Green electricity sparked and crackled around him, the telltale sign of One for All's energy surging through him as his frustration boiled over. His eyes glowed, a fierce green light in the dim room, and his teeth bared as he glared up at Katsuki. Katsuki's face was mere inches from his, their breaths mingling as the tension between them hit a fever pitch. Both of them were seething, neither willing to back down. Izuku's chest rose and fell in quick, ragged breaths as he stared defiantly into Katsuki's fiery red eyes, refusing to let him see even a flicker of hesitation. "I'm not scared of you," Izuku growled dangerously through clenched teeth. The electricity around him surged, the air thick with power as he fought against Katsuki's iron grip, his entire body thrumming with barely controlled energy. "You're not the only one who's strong, Kachan." Katsuki snarled in response, his forearm pressing harder against Izuku's chest, but before he could say anything else, a loud banging on the door interrupted the escalating confrontation. "Oi, what the hell's going on in there?" A voice shouted from outside, followed by more pounding on the door. It was Kirishima, his voice laced with concern and urgency. "Aoyama said he heard a blast in there. Bakugo, are you in there? Midoriya, open up, are you two fighting in there?" The banging on the door grew louder, Kirishima's voice becoming more insistent with every passing second. Izuku's heart raced, the fury in his chest still burning, his mind struggling to process everything as green electricity crackled around him. Katsuki's lip curled, his teeth clenched so tightly it was a wonder they didn't break. But then, just as abruptly as the fight had begun, he released Izuku. Roughly shoving himself off of Izuku, he stood up and stormed away from the bed without a word. His fists were still trembling with barely controlled rage, his chest heaving with adrenaline. Katsuki snatched up his bag in one swift motion, his movements jerky and angry. Without even glancing back at Izuku, he stormed toward the door. The room was deathly silent except for the sound of his heavy footsteps and the soft crackling of One for All's residual energy still dissipating from Izuku's body. Katsuki yanked the door open with such force it rattled on its hinges, nearly slamming into the wall as he stepped out. He barely spared a glance at Kirishima, Tokiyami, Aoyama, and Mineta, all of whom were standing in the hallway, wide-eyed and stunned. Why did it always come to this? It's been a week since the fight. Izuku couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time he crossed paths with Katsuki, the weight of their unresolved argument settled like a stone in his chest. They hadn't said a word since the fight, neither of them bothering to speak to the other, and certainly neither one apologizing. Every time they crossed paths, a thick, uncomfortable air surrounded them, and neither seemed willing to break the cold war that had settled in the aftermath of their confrontation. Izuku was frustrated. No, he was furious. He hated that the argument had gotten so out of control, hated that they hadn't come up with a solution to the riddle yet, and most of all, hated that they were now wasting precious time. It had been a little over 4 weeks since all this began, and that meant they were past the halfway point to their imminent death. They needed to act fast, but with every day that passed without progress, the weight of the situation pressed heavier on Izuku's chest. He still wasn't sleeping well. Every time he tried, his mind would race with thoughts of Fatebreaker, the major arcana, and the ticking clock they were now battling against. His dreams were plagued by fragments of memories from the parallel he'd been pulled from, the life he left behind, and the ever-present fear that he'd fail. With a groggy sigh, Izuku pulled himself out of bed earlier than usual, the light outside just barely beginning to brighten. He padded down the stairs, his hand running through his messy green hair, and headed toward the kitchen. He rubbed at his eyes, exhausted. His body was heavy with the weight of too many sleepless nights, too many hours spent obsessing over the riddle and the looming deadline. His mind felt foggy, as though the exhaustion had sunk deep into his bones, making it harder to think clearly, to focus. His stomach growled faintly, reminding him that he hadn't been eating much either. Maybe an energy bar and some water would help clear his mind before school started. The kitchen was quiet, the soft hum of the refrigerator the only sound breaking the stillness. Izuku reached for a glass in one of the cupboards, pouring himself some water as he fumbled around for an energy bar from the cabinet. But just as he was about to take a sip, he felt a presence behind him. Izuku's entire body stiffened, his heart sinking as he turned slowly to see who had entered the kitchen. Katsuki. He stood near the door, wearing his usual workout gear, his bag slung over one shoulder. Clearly, he was about to head out for his early morning run, something he did every day without fail. His face was set in a hard scowl, his usual fiery gaze locked ahead, and his posture was tense. The room seemed to shrink with the heavy tension that had filled the space between them over the past week. For a brief second, neither of them moved, neither spoke. Katsuki's eyes flicked to Izuku for just a split second before he quickly looked away, his jaw tightening as he shifted the weight of his bag. Izuku's grip on his glass tightened as he stood frozen, watching Katsuki rummage through the kitchen. His mind was a storm of conflicting emotions, anger, exhaustion, guilt, all swirling together and making it nearly impossible to focus. He hated the tension between them, the thick, uncomfortable silence that seemed to follow their every interaction now. It made his skin crawl, and deep down, he knew they couldn't keep going like this. Should he just beep it up and apologize? Izuku's tired eyes trailing after Katsuki as the other boy grabbed a protein bar and stuffed it into his bag. Katsuki moved with an air of impatience, as though he was trying to get out of the kitchen as fast as possible, clearly wanting to avoid any kind of interaction. Izuku swallowed hard, debating. Maybe if he just explained. His mind flashed back to their fight, to the words they had exchanged, the way his emotions had gotten the better of him. He'd let the frustration boil over, and now they were here, stuck in this uncomfortable standoff while precious time slipped through their fingers. Just as Katsuki started to head for the front door, Izuku felt a surge of desperation rise in his chest. His heart raced, and before he could stop himself, the words tumbled out of his mouth. Kachan. Wait. Katsuki paused, his hand still on the door, but he didn't turn around. Izuku swallowed hard, rubbing the back of his neck as he tried to find the right words. His heart was pounding, nerves coiling tighter with every second of silence. I wanted to apologize for, lashing out. Back in my room, Izuku mumbled, his voice hesitant. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, rubbing his tired eyes again as if that would help clear his mind. I've been stressed and exhausted. I wasn't thinking straight, and I don't care, Katsuki said coldly, finally turning his head slightly to glance at Izuku. His face was set in an unreadable expression, his eyes hard. Izuku blinked, his apology stalling in his throat. What? He felt his chest tighten as Katsuki's words hung in the air. Katsuki finally turned completely around, leveling him with a sharp, piercing glare. I said I don't care, Deku, he repeated, his voice dripping with impatience. You being stressed, tired, and this ing situation, that's not my problem. He had expected Katsuki to be angry, maybe even dismissive, but this was. I'm trying to apologize, Izuku stammered, his voice faltering as he tried to gather himself. I know I was out of line, but. Katsuki cut him off with a sharp look. Like I said, I don't care. His tone was clipped, each word delivered with precision. Izuku balked, completely taken aback. His mind reeled. How can he just say that? Doesn't he understand we're both? Before Izuku could finish the thought, Katsuki swung his bag over his shoulder and made to leave, his footsteps heavy with irritation. No, wait, Kachan. Izuku blurted out, quickly following him towards the front door and reaching out, his hand hovering just inches from Katsuki's arm as if unsure whether he should actually grab him. I'm serious. I know I messed up. I don't want things to stay like this. We need to be focused. We need to figure this out, or. Katsuki paused, his hand still gripping the door, his back turned to Izuku. For a moment, Izuku thought he might have gotten through to him. Maybe, just maybe, Katsuki would understand how serious this was, how much they needed to put aside their differences and focus on the bigger picture. But then Katsuki's voice cut through the silence like a blade. I ain't telling you again. I don't care, Deku, Katsuki said, with an air of finality that Izuku didn't like. He didn't turn around. His voice was low, dripping with venom as he continued. This whole messed up game, this fate bullshit, it's your problem, not mine. Izuku's throat bobbed, his heart pounding as he struggled to process the harshness of Katsuki's words. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Kachan, you. Shut up, Katsuki snapped, finally turning to face Izuku again, his eyes blazing with anger. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them with a dangerous intensity. I told you, I don't give a damn about your stress, or your exhaustion, or your sorry excuses. This isn't my mess. I didn't sign up for this crap, and I sure as hell didn't ask to be dragged into some twisted game with a ticking clock. Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but Katsuki's glare stopped him in his tracks. The fire in Katsuki's eyes was terrifying, darker, more unrelenting. Izuku's throat tightened, the words dying in his mouth as Katsuki loomed over him, his presence suffocating. You keep whining about how we need to work together, how we need to focus, but you're the one who dragged me into this mess. Katsuki spat, his voice rising in fury. You expect me to care. You expect me to help you, when this isn't even my problem to begin with. Katsuki snarled, pointing a finger at Izuku's chest, as if driving the point home. No, Deku. Off. I'm done with it. Izuku's chest constricted, the hurt cutting deep as he took in Katsuki's words. He hadn't expected an apology from Katsuki, but he hadn't expected this level of coldness either. Done with it. How could Katsuki just walk away when they were both in this together? Kachan, I'm sorry, but you can't just. Izuku started, desperation lacing his voice. He took a step closer, his hand reaching out again, but Katsuki's patience had run out. Shut the hell up, Katsuki roared, his voice booming through the quiet hallway as he turned on Izuku, his eyes blazing with a fury that made Izuku's heart wither in his chest. You're so damn stubborn. You don't get it, do you? Izuku flinched, but before he could say anything, Katsuki barreled on, his voice sharp and unrelenting. You keep thinking this is a team effort, but it's not. This is your fight, Deku. You're the one with the stupid major arcana tattoo. You're the one Fatebreaker is after. I'm just stuck here until it's over. The words hung in the air for a moment, and then, with a malicious gleam in his eyes, Katsuki delivered the final blow. So why don't you just shut up and wait for this whole thing to end? Why not keel over and die, Deku? Because maybe then, when I forget all this crap in the next parallel world, maybe then, maybe, I'll actually give a damn in the next life. After you've failed this one, you're on your own. Izuku stood there, frozen. The words slammed into him like a physical blow, leaving him breathless. Katsuki's voice, dripping with cruelty, reverberated in his head, echoing over and over. He felt the ground beneath him shift, his heart pounding painfully in his chest as the full weight of Katsuki's words settled in. Keel over and die. The casual way Katsuki had said it tore through him like a jagged blade. Like Izuku's life was worth so little that dying was the simplest option. He wanted to speak, to argue, but the weight of Katsuki's dismissal had robbed him of his voice. It didn't make sense. It couldn't make sense. Just days ago, Katsuki had pushed himself to protect Izuku, covering him with his body, trying to take the brunt of the explosion. The memory was vivid, burned into Izuku's mind like a scar. He could still feel the heat from Katsuki's quirk, still hear the sharp edge of Katsuki's voice, not with anger, but with a raw, almost desperate urgency. Damn it, nerd, be careful. Those words had meant something, hadn't they? Izuku had felt it in the way Katsuki had looked at him, like he mattered. Like Katsuki trusted him. But now, in the wake of Katsuki's venomous outburst, that moment felt distant, almost like a dream. Had it all been just nothing? Izuku's vision blurred for a moment as he stood there, his body trembling from more than just exhaustion now. Katsuki turned on his heel, ready to storm out, but for once, Izuku didn't try to stop him. The door slammed shut behind Katsuki, the sound reverberating through the empty hallway, leaving Izuku standing there, hurt and hollow, because his was all his fault. It had been hours since that conversation with Katsuki, and the sting of it still lingered in Izuku's chest. The cold finality in Katsuki's voice, the harshness of his words, it replayed in his mind like a broken record, an unshakable echo that ate at him every time he tried to focus on anything else. Now, as he sat in ectoplasm's math class, the numbers and equations scribbled on the chalkboard might as well have been written in a foreign language. Izuku's mind was far from the classroom, lost in a swirling mess of thoughts and worries. He sighed quietly, running his hands over his face, trying to rub away the exhaustion that clung to him like a second skin. His fingers lingered on his temples, pressing into the tension that had been building for weeks now. What was the point? The class droned on in the background, ectoplasm's voice clear but meaningless as Izuku sat in the middle of the room, his notebook open but untouched. The neat lines of mathematical problems stared up at him, waiting to be filled in, but his pencil rested idly in his hand, unmoving. He should have been paying attention. Ectoplasm's classes were always intense, full of challenging content, but Izuku couldn't summon the energy to care. Not right now. Katsuki's words, the venom in his voice, played over in his mind. You're on your own. Izuku had known, deep down, that once Fatebreaker had strung them together, this whole game was doomed to fail. But to hear Katsuki drive them towards that doom, to hear him brush it off so easily, it felt different. Worse, it felt like a confirmation of what Izuku had feared since the beginning, that, in the end, no one else could really help him, that Katsuki would abandon him. This was truly his burden to carry alone. And if he failed, well, Katsuki had made it clear what he thought about that, hadn't he? He glanced at the window, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the classroom. The image of the beast's forest flashed through his mind, vivid and haunting. The memory of that night, of the League of Villains, of Katsuki's capture, clawed at his thoughts. That was where the next card had to be, but they were running out of time, and Katsuki had made it clear he wasn't interested in helping anymore. Could he do this alone? Should he? The beast's forest wasn't just a walk down the road. It was far, and it wasn't the kind of place he could sneak off to without someone noticing. But what choice did he have? If Katsuki wasn't going to help, and no one else could know, then maybe he had to go alone. It wasn't ideal, and it was definitely dangerous, but they were halfway to their deadline, and they still had nothing. No, not they, him. Every day he wasted, every hour he didn't act, brought him closer to what? Death. Failure. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat dry as he tried to keep his spiraling thoughts in check. And what if the card wasn't there? What if he went all that way, risked everything, and came up empty-handed? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling as if it might give him answers. His hand absent-mindedly brushed over his notebook, over the messy scrawls he'd been using to piece together clues, and the thought grew louder in his mind. Should he just go after the card himself? The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that he had no other choice. Katsuki wasn't going to help. Not anymore. And Fatebreaker had all but ensured that no one else could get involved, that he couldn't just go to his teachers about. This was their twisted game, and Izuku was nothing more than a pawn, left to figure it out alone. Katsuki's refusal to cooperate was only making things worse. The thought made him sit up straighter. What if Katsuki was the major in the next parallel? Izuku's heart tightened at the possibility. If Katsuki ended up being the next key, he would need to remember this, all of this. Because if they were separated in the next parallel, without Katsuki remembering what they'd gone through together, they were done for. It was a grim realization, but it made something inside Izuku click. He was done waiting. He was done hoping for things to magically work out. He couldn't afford to sit back and let time slip through his fingers any longer. He has no choice. Consequences be damned. He was getting that card. He was going to the beast's forest. He could feel a sense of urgency building inside him, like a rising tide that threatened to sweep him away if he didn't act soon. He mulled things over, starting to piece together a plan, how he could sneak out, when the best time to leave would be, how he could avoid detection. He'd have to be careful. Security had been tighter since the explosion, and any suspicious movement would draw attention. But he'd figure it out. He had to. Just as he was about to grab his pencil and scribble down the beginnings of a plan, the classroom door creaked open. Izuku blinked, momentarily pulled out of his frantic thoughts as a student aide walked in, carrying a small slip of paper. The class seemed to shift slightly, attention momentarily drawn away from ectoplasm's lesson as the aide approached the front of the room. Izuku watched with mild confusion as the aide handed the note to ectoplasm, who took it with a curt nod. Ectoplasm's expression didn't change as he unfolded the note and glanced over it briefly. Then, without missing a beat, he turned to face the class, his gaze locking onto Izuku. Midoriya. Ectoplasm's voice was even, but there was something in his tone that made Izuku's heart skip a beat. You're being called to Principal Nezu's office. Izuku's stomach dropped. Principal Nezu's office? Why? His mind scrambled for an answer, but nothing came, other than the small unimportant detail of him being connected to the uncertain explosion that rocked the campus grounds. Had they figured something out? Had they caught on to him and Katsuki? He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. The eyes of the entire class were on him now, but ectoplasm's gaze was the only one that mattered. It was calm, expectant, but there was no room for debate. He split, making a double to walk him to the office. Izuku's pulse quickened, the tension in his body coiling like a spring. Stay calm, stay calm. He repeated the mantra in his mind, gripping the edge of his desk tightly. If he started panicking now, if he let the anxiety bubbling up take control, they'd know something was wrong. They'd know he was hiding something. Just breathe. Don't freak out. He forced himself to take a slow, steady breath, unclenching his fists from the desk as he grabbed his notebook and pencil, stuffing them into his bag with shaky hands. His mind raced through possibilities, trying to figure out why Nezu would want to see him now, of all times. Maybe it's about All Might. The thought flitted through his mind, offering a glimmer of hope that this wasn't about the explosion. Maybe All Might told Nezu something, and they need to discuss something about One for All. It wasn't impossible. All Might still had connections with the school's higher-ups, and if there was anything regarding One for All that needed to be addressed, Nezu would be one of the first to know. Yeah, that made sense. Izuku pushed the notebook into his bag, his movements stiff as he slung the strap over his shoulder. The silence in the room was thick, and he could feel the weight of his classmates' eyes on him as he made his way to the front of the room. As he walked towards the front, his senses sharpened. He could feel the faint, unmistakable pressure of someone watching him, intensely. He didn't need to look to know who it was. He could practically feel Katsuki's eyes boring into the back of his head. The weight of it was suffocating, a silent reminder of their fight and the rift that now separated them. But Katsuki had made it perfectly clear that this wasn't his problem anymore. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as he walked down the quiet hallway toward Principal Nezu's office, the rhythmic sound of his shoes against the tile echoing in the otherwise empty space. He clutched his bag tightly, his hands trembling slightly. The office was just down the hall to the right, close enough that it didn't leave him much time to calm down or get his story straight. The closer he got, the louder the frantic thumping of his heart became. His palms were slick with sweat, and he wiped them against his uniform, trying to appear as calm as possible, but deep down, panic was settling in like a weight in his chest. It's fine, he reassured himself, though his stomach twisted with each step. It's probably just a misunderstanding. Or maybe they need to talk about something related to hero training. But another voice, a darker, more insidious one, whispered back. What if they know? What if they figured it out? He reached the door to Nezu's office and swallowed hard. The wooden door felt impossibly solid under his knuckles as he raised his hand to knock. Just breathe, Izuku. You've been through worse. This is nothing compared to. His mind flashed to Katsuki's words from earlier, the venom in his voice. Maybe, I'll actually give a damn in the next life. After you've failed this one. Izuku knocked, his knuckles barely making a sound at first. He swallowed again, forced his voice not to crack. Principal Nezu, sir, it's Midoriya. Come in, Nezu's voice called, bright and chipper as usual, but there was a strange undertone to it that made the hairs on the back of Izuku's neck stand up. Ectoplasm's double dissipated. With a deep breath, Izuku turned the knob and stepped inside, the door creaking slightly as it opened. The office was neat, the walls lined with bookshelves full of various academic tomes and files. Nezu sat behind his desk, his small, furry form nearly swallowed by the massive chair. His paws were clasped together, and his expression, though friendly, seemed far too knowing. Ah, Midoriya, please, sit down. Nezu gestured a paw to the chair in front of him, his eyes twinkling with that strange mixture of amusement and calculation. Izuku stepped forward hesitantly, his legs feeling a little too stiff as he sat down. The chair creaked slightly under his weight, and he immediately began fidgeting, his fingers playing with the hem of his jacket. He forced a small, nervous chuckle. So, you wanted to see me, Principal Nezu. The first thing Izuku noted was, All Might was nowhere in sight. Nezu's beady eyes stayed locked on Izuku, his smile never faltering. Yes, I was wondering, Midoriya. He leaned forward slightly, his paws resting on the desk. Why do you think I called you here today? Izuku's heart skipped a beat, his brain scrambling for a plausible explanation. Stay calm. Well, I'm not really sure, he began, trying to keep his voice steady, though it wavered slightly. Maybe something to do with All Might. He forced another awkward laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. I know he's been worried about me, so I thought maybe. Nezu tilted his head slightly, his smile widening ever so faintly. I see. That's an interesting guess. His voice was light, but there was an edge to it, something sharp and unsettling. He didn't look amused, not even slightly. Izuku's stomach flipped. Okay, that didn't work. Think. He chuckled nervously, his fingers tightening around the hem of his jacket as his mind raced for a better answer. But before he could come up with anything, Nezu reached into a drawer and, with deliberate slowness, pulled out a shoe. The fabric was shredded, torn to pieces, with burnt edges and frayed laces hanging limply. Izuku blinked, and it took him a few seconds to recognize the blue shoe, his blue shoe. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at it, throat feeling like it was closing. Wait. No way. No, no, no. He felt the blood drain from his face. It was the same shoe he had lost during the blast at Ground Beta. It sat there, mostly intact, a stark reminder of the chaos he and Katsuki had barely escaped. His brain short-circuited, his thoughts racing too fast to keep up. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Nezu's smile didn't falter, but his eyes were sharp, watching Izuku with unsettling precision. I believe this belongs to you, he said, his voice still as polite and gentle as ever. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat dry, his mind racing. Say something, anything, make up an excuse, explain it away. But nothing came out. His fingers gripped the armrests of the chair so tightly his knuckles turned white. His mouth opened, but all that escaped was a nervous, breathy chuckle. His brain was blank. The words wouldn't come. His heart pounded louder, deafening in his ears. Nezu leaned forward slightly, the shredded shoe still in clear view between them, and Izuku could feel the weight of his gaze like a spotlight shining on him. Midoriya, Nezu began, his tone calm but firm, why don't you tell me what really happened at Ground Beta? Izuku sat there, mortified, his heart beating so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. The shredded shoe on the desk was like a damning piece of evidence. His was desperately searching for some way out of this, but every potential excuse crumbled before he could even think it through. He was so ed. Nezu didn't push for an answer immediately. He just sat there, his dark eyes watching Izuku with that strange, unnerving calm. I see you're not ready to talk about it yet, Nezu finally said, his voice gentle, but it made Izuku's skin crawl with anxiety. That's okay. But until we can figure out exactly what happened, I'm afraid we'll have to take some precautions. Izuku's eyes widened. Precautions? What does that mean? His anxiety was slowly creeping in. Nezu reached for the phone on his desk, still maintaining that calm, knowing smile. I'm going to call Aizawa to help me with this. You'll need to be placed under house arrest for the time being, Midoriya. It's for your safety, and the safety of everyone else, until we understand what happened at Ground Beta. House arrest. The words hit Izuku like a punch to the gut. He inhaled sharply, and the reality of the situation began to settle over him like a thick, suffocating fog. House arrest. No, no, no. Wait, Principal Nezu, he began, his voice shaky and desperate. But Nezu was already dialing, his paw poised over the phone, a firm resolution in his eyes. This was it. They were going to lock him down. Keep him from figuring out the cards, from helping them get a head start in this game. Izuku's mind was starting to spiral, the stakes crashing down on him. He couldn't stay here. He needed to find the card. We're running out of time. Nezu brought the phone to his ear. Aizawa, could you come to my office? We need to address a situation regarding Midoriya. Izuku's felt as the adrenaline poured into him, panic clawing at his chest. He couldn't be held here. He couldn't be trapped while his death slowly ticked closer. He wouldn't make it in time. They wouldn't make it in time. The next parallel. The game would reset, and everything, everyone, would be reset again. He had to move. He had to act, now. Nezu calmly set the phone down after finishing the call, folding his paws neatly as if everything was already settled. But as soon as the phone clicked into place, something snapped inside Izuku. His body moved before his mind could fully process what was happening. Without thinking, without even fully considering the consequences, he bolted. Izuku shot out of his chair, heartbeat roaring in his ears, and made a break for the door. Nezu's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't have time to react before Izuku was gone, the door slamming open with a loud crack as Izuku threw himself into the hallway. His legs pumped faster than they ever had before, his feet slamming against the tile floor as he sprinted down the corridor, fear now pumping through his veins like fire. He couldn't stop, he couldn't let them catch him. Midoriya, Nezu's voice called out from behind him, sharp and commanding, but Izuku didn't dare look back. His mind was a blur of panic and fear. He knew Aizawa would be here any second, and if he got caught in those capture cloths, it'd be over. No plan, no time, just run. The moment Izuku burst through the door, alarms blared to life, echoing through the hallways. Red lights flashed overhead as the school's security system activated, and Izuku's heart pounded even louder in his chest. No turning back now. His legs pumped furiously beneath him, every footfall a race against the inevitable. As he sprinted down the hallway, his breath came in ragged gasps, adrenaline pushing him to his absolute limits. He darted past his classroom, catching a glimpse of his classmates, shocked faces through the door's small window. Kaminari's eyes were wide, and Kirishima was halfway out of his seat before ectoplasm said something at them to stay put. Izuku didn't have time to process their reactions. He had one focus: escape. He turned sharply down a corridor, heading for the stairs, hoping he could make it outside before the teachers fully mobilized. But as soon as he rounded the corner, his heart nearly stopped. Aizawa was there on the bottom of the stairs, his dark eyes locked onto Izuku like a predator catching sight of its prey. The sight of him sent a shock of panic through Izuku's body. No, no, no. He skidded to a halt, the soles of his shoes sliding on the slick tile as he frantically changed direction. Aizawa's capture scarf shot forward with lightning speed, reaching out to grab him. Izuku barely managed to throw himself to the side, ducking under the scarf's grasp as it snapped against the wall with a sharp crack. His heart hammered in his chest as he scrambled back to his feet, his shoes squeaking against the floor as he peeled out, racing back toward his classroom. He needed to get the heck out of here. But just as he turned the corner, he was met with another obstacle: ectoplasm. The hero's serious gaze bore into Izuku as multiple clones blocked the hallway, cutting off any chance of escape in that direction. Izuku's breath was ragged, heart racing as he skidded to a stop in front of ectoplasm and his clones. The hallway was blocked, cutting off his path in every direction. His mind spun wildly, trying to calculate a way out. Trapped. He had barely recovered when his eyes flicked to the side, toward his classroom door. Standing in the doorway, wide-eyed and frozen, were several of his classmates. They were all there: Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, Iida, each one wide-eyed and confused, clearly struggling to understand why he was running, why alarms were blaring throughout the school. Izuku could see the questions written all over their faces: why is he running? What's happening? But there was no time to explain. No time for them to understand, but none of that compared to the weight of the one person standing in the center of them. Katsuki. His eyes met Katsuki's for the briefest of moments, and the world seemed to stop. The intensity in Katsuki's stare was unreadable: anger, confusion, or maybe something deeper that Izuku couldn't quite place. But whatever it was, it caused him to freeze for just a second too long. Izuku's instincts screamed at him just in time. He barely had a second to react as the sharp crack of Aizawa's capture scarf whipped through the air again, coming at him from the side. Without thinking, Izuku twisted his body, diving out of the way just as the scarf snapped past him, brushing against his shoulder with frightening speed. His breath whooshing as he stumbled to the side. But before he could fully regain his balance, the heavy, thudding sound of powerful footsteps reached his ears. A blur of movement caught his eye, and suddenly, Hound Dog was there, barreling down the hallway like a freight train. Midoriya. Hound Dog's deep, guttural growl reverberated through the corridor as he charged forward, his powerful body cutting through the air like a missile. He was completely boxed in. The only way forward was the window. Without hesitating, Izuku's legs carried him toward the nearest window at full speed. There was no other choice as he flung himself toward the glass. He heard Aizawa's voice shout behind him, the scarf snapping through the air again, but Izuku was already in motion. He braced himself for impact, throwing his arms up as he slammed his shoulder into the window, the glass shattering around him with a deafening crash. For a split second, everything went silent. The world outside rushed up to meet him as he hurtled through the air, falling from the second floor. His stomach lurched as he descended, and instinctively, he activated Black Whip. Tendrils of dark energy shot out from his arms, lashing onto the nearest trees. The whip snapped tight, trying to slow his descent, but the force of the fall was still too much. The trees groaned under the strain as Izuku swung between them, the sudden jolt making his body jerk painfully. He gritted his teeth, feeling the strain on his arms and shoulders as he tried to control the landing. But he wasn't fast enough. The ground rushed up to meet him, and though he managed to slow himself slightly, the impact was still. He hit the ground hard, his legs collapsing beneath him as he rolled across the dirt. Pain shot through his body, his breath knocked out of him as he tumbled to a stop, leaves and dirt clinging to his uniform. For a moment, Izuku lay there, gasping for air, his entire body aching from the fall. His arms trembled, ankle possibly rolled, and black whip flickering weakly around him. With a groan of effort, Izuku pushed himself up on shaky legs, gritting his teeth against the pain that shot through his knees and ribs. His muscles protested, but he forced them to obey. There was no time to rest. He was still too close to UA grounds, and they would be on him in moments. Aizawa, Hound Dog, and Ectoplasm, they wouldn't give up the chase easily. His vision blurred for a second as he glanced up at the outer wall of the school, towering over him. It was the last barrier between him and freedom. The thought of scaling it in his current state was daunting, but he had no other choice. He had to get out. With a deep breath and his teeth clenched, Izuku channeled the strength he had into his legs, feeling the familiar surge of One for All course through his muscles. His vision tunneled, focusing on the top of the towering outer wall as his body tensed like a spring, ready to snap. Black whip lashed tightly to the wall, pulling him upward as his legs coiled with the power of One for All. His body shot into the air like a missile, his legs propelling him far higher than he could have managed otherwise. The wind howled in his ears, the world blurring around him as he hurtled over the wall. For a moment, the sensation of weightlessness hit him as he reached the peak of his jump, and the outside world opened up below him. The dark tree line stretched ahead, freedom. But as gravity took hold and he began his descent, his instincts took over. He activated Black Whip again, tendrils of energy shooting out from his arms and latching onto a nearby tree outside the wall. He used the momentum to swing down, the whips pulling taut as he arced through the air, his body curving downward. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he stumbled but didn't stop. He forced his legs to carry him forward, each step more painful than the last, but the adrenaline dulled the worst of it. He ran, still hearing the distant alarms blaring behind him, echoing through the forest as he sprinted deeper into the trees. He didn't dare look back, didn't dare risk slowing down even for a second. He was heading toward the unknown, toward a place filled with memories he'd rather forget. But there was no turning back now. The beast's forest was waiting. And so was his fate. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.